Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 23.
Chapter 551, Coming One After Another. As Lumion observed Noelia disappearing down the corridor, he pondered the idea of adding another catchphrase, "You Phainopotterians." Nevertheless, Noelia's kindness served as a reminder that delving into the sea prayer ritual wasn't a straightforward endeavor. The associated risks demanded the Church of Earth Mother's serious consideration. Despite this, Lumion believed that many dangers could be sidestepped, and he wasn't inclined to actively confront them. His primary objective wasn't to unveil the truth behind the sea prayer ritual and eradicate the influence of folklore on Port Santa, preventing its inhabitants from transforming into monsters. His true goal lay in unraveling the details of the April Fool's prank to track down Ultraman and Bard, executing them one by one. With Port Santa plagued by numerous problems and abscesses, Lumion saw no need to expose them. He could withdraw in a timely manner. Concealing his true motives was a fundamental principle of acting as a conspirer. This could lead others to misinterpret his decisions and react incorrectly during critical moments. After shutting the door, Lumion grabbed the golden straw hat and settled into the recliner. Smirking at the corridor, he muttered to himself with interest, "Who'll be the next to provide information? Rubio Paco, who clearly dislikes the Maidens of the Sea and detests such matters, or the families who have lost their positions as committee members of the Fisheries Guild for many years?" Beneath the bright sunlight outside the window, Lumion swiftly flipped through the textbooks he had purchased, hoping to memorize and grasp more relevant knowledge. He couldn't wait until the charm's effects wore off, leaving nothing in his mind. About an hour later, unfamiliar footsteps echoed through the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock resonated on his door. "Who is it?" Lumion inquired in simple Highlander. "The book you bought has arrived," the motel owner, Ada Guillaume, replied in Intijan. "The book I bought? When have I ever bought a book?" Lumion pondered, standing up thoughtfully. He opened the door and received a cheaply packaged but colorful book from the old man. The title of the book was Travel Around Phainopotter. Lumion pretended not to get the title written in Highlander and chuckled at himself. "I'll have to wait for my interpreter to swing back and decode it for me. Might not even wrap my head around it before I bid Phainopotter farewell by flipping through a dictionary." Ada Sr. expressed his understanding. "When I first landed in Port Santa, 7 or 8 mates shared an Intijan Highlander dictionary. None of us dared to venture out solo. But after hanging around a bit and pushing ourselves to chat with the locals, we gradually got the hang of it. Truth be told, Highlander's quite similar to Intijan." Lumion chatted briefly with Ada Sr. before heading back to his room, sinking into the recliner with Travel Around Phainopotter in hand. He turned the book over, gripping its spine and giving it a shake. A folded white paper tumbled out. Lumion caught it and flicked it open with a swift motion. Written on it was Intijan: "The Maidens of the Sea are also not allowed to leave Port Santa or tie the knot with outsiders. But exceptions have cropped up over the years. Phainopotter's women dig romance before tying the knot and chase after love. The ladies of Port Santa are no different. Throughout the past millennium, plenty of Maidens of the Sea have bolted to preserve their love or freedom. Around 30 to 40 have made it out. The most recent case dates back over 20 years. A Maiden of the Sea married an Intijan and had a kid. We're unsure if she's still alive because the Fisheries Guild has been hunting her down. Her child's name is Nulfi. You might know her. She's already back in Port Santa." "Nulfi? Batnacon's lover? She's actually a child of a Maiden of the Sea. She even dragged her partner to Port Santa to witness the sea prayer ceremony." Lumion sometimes felt something was off with Nulfi while on a flying bird, but he never guessed she was so tied up with the sea prayer ritual. This made him wonder about Nulfi's real reasons for returning to Port Santa. Batnacon might find himself in a mind-boggling mess over this romantic fling. Lumion's eyes shifted down as he read the last line. "Once you're out of these waters and Port Santa, the mystical powers from the sea prayer ritual weaken significantly. Against folks from other regions, the Fisheries Guild mostly wrangles them using adventurers, bounty hunters, and professional assassins. Is this a go-ahead to meddle with the sea prayer ritual and dig into it? As long as I could slip out of Port Santa and these waters, the Fisheries Guild's committee members would be powerless against me? Lumion had no clue about the identity of the person who delivered the paper and the intel. After all, he hadn't seen many folks handwriting in Port Santa, but he could unmistakably sense their eagerness and anticipation. Crimson flames roared to life, consuming the white paper laden with information. Lumion reclined, sipping on Phaenopotter Kingdom's famed Manzan, the top-tier white wine produced in specific regions without dilution. He absent-mindedly flipped through the book Travel Around Phaenopotter penned in Highlander. The author raved about Phaenopotter Kingdom's diverse culinary delights, praising beef, mutton, and pork while expressing disdain for the local tobacco, likening it to smoking chili. After a stretch, Lugano returned to the suite with Ludwig, bearing a stack of street snacks, roasted baby octopuses, lamb loin, fried fish, potatoes, corn omelet, and pork rolls. Lumion had long set aside Travel Around Phaenopotter. He rose and addressed Lugano, "Don't forget to change your appearance tomorrow to fetch our new IDs. Also, figure out where Batnacont will be in the next 2 days. I want to share a drink with him." All right. Lugano couldn't fathom why his employer suddenly wanted to locate the finely dressed adventurer, but he sensed it wasn't as simple as a casual drink. After assigning the task, Lumion grabbed the sunstraw hat and casually mentioned as he sauntered toward the door, "I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back before dinner." Do you need any translations?" Lugano asked instinctively. Lumion chuckled in response. "I'm just taking a stroll, getting a feel for the terrain. No need to chat with anyone. Don't worry, I won't lose my way." Lugano tersely acknowledged and refrained from probing further. He trusted that his employer's adept body language skills would make simple communication a breeze. Once out of Solemn Hotel, Lumion ambled down the street. He aimed to set the stage for those attempting to reach him and see if the Fisheries Guild would seize the chance to make a move. Solemn Hotel, 5th floor suite. As Ludwig polished off the fermented grape juice, he leaped from the chair and headed briskly to the washroom. Lugano slouched on the sofa, reluctant to budge. After tending to the child for nearly 2 hours, fatigue had settled in. Lugano yearned for a break. His plan was to gather intel on Batnacont and rendezvous with the spirited Phaenopotter ladies at the bar later in the night. Ludwig entered the washroom, lifted the toilet lid, and half-closed his eyes. As he relieved himself with determination, a slim silhouette emerged from the shadows in the corner. The black shadow took the form of an insect, about the thickness of a finger, with long bristles on its surface resembling spoiled food. Its bristles fluttered, extending like tentacles, reaching out to touch everything in its path. As it twisted, the black shadow silently crept up behind Ludwig. It abruptly stood up and plunged its head into Ludwig's cervical spine. At that moment, it caught sight of the boy's brown eyes. Abruptly, it froze, holding its shape like a snake rearing its upper body. Ludwig, at some point, had ceased urinating and half-turned around. He extended his right palm and seized the black shadow. The shadow didn't put up a fight. In the next instant, the chubby boy, Ludwig, shoved the black shadow into his mouth. Amidst distinct chewing sounds, the lower half of the shadow's body twisted upward, melding with the blurry flesh in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Ludwig consumed the black shadow as if it were a bowl of Phaenopotter noodles. He licked his lips, appearing as though he wanted another serving. Outside Aquina Street, in the cafe adorned with flowers on every table. Along the way, Lumion stumbled upon 2 street brawls. He snagged a skewer of Port Santa's roasted octopuses for a quick bite, yet no one approached him discreetly, attempted to stuff him with something, or whispered secret messages. There were no covert attacks. Under the radiant sky and brilliant sun, he chose a quiet corner in a cafe, ordering a glass of Taurus coffee with milk, relishing its rich bitterness with patience. As time drifted by, a woman donned in a blue veil and an exquisite dress suddenly took a seat across from Lumion. She scanned the surroundings and swiftly raised the blue fishnet hanging from the brim of her hat. It wasn't a woman, it was a man. A man dressed in women's attire, with distinctive features and grayish-blue eyes that couldn't conceal the anxiety on his face. Lumien's pupils widened. He recognized the man in the feminine garb. It was the current governor of the sea. The same governor of the sea whom Martha had bowed to in the cathedral-like building, served by numerous maids. He sought me out? The one coming to me is actually him? Lumien was both astonished and oddly convinced that this made sense. Noticing that the adventurer Louis Barry had identified him, the governor of the sea lowered the blue veil, shrouding his face once more. Then, he hushed his voice and spoke in Highlander, filled with desire and concern, "Save me. Save me." Chapter 552, Fake in Reality. Lumien didn't find the current governor of the sea's plea for help surprising. He raised his left hand and touched his ear. In Intijan, he asked, "What are you saying?" "I only understand the word help." The current governor of the sea, disguised as a woman, appeared dumbfounded, as if the language barrier was unexpected. Having racked his brains and risked his life to reach Louis Barry, the governor of the sea found himself unable to convey his request due to the language barrier. Maintaining his pretense of not understanding Highlander, Lumien calmly took out a dark red fountain pen and a stack of post-it notes, handing them over. "Write down everything you want to say. I'll get someone to translate it." This time, he used Intijan again but gestured with the fountain pen to guide the other party on what to do. If the governor of the sea is illiterate and unable to write Highlander, it would be troublesome. I would have to resort to communicating with individual words and body language. I don't want to reveal my knowledge of Highlander yet. Lumien thought with concern. In Intis and Phaenopotter, there were numerous illiterate individuals. The governor of the sea, after a brief moment of confusion, grasped Louis Barry's intentions. He took the fountain pen and note and began scribbling. Lumien observed with a composed expression. Despite being on the opposite side, with a hunter's vision and spatial imagination, he easily discerned the content of the written message: "Please help me. Rescue me out of Port Santa. I'm not the true governor of the sea. Not the true governor of the sea." Lumien suppressed the urge to raise his eyebrows and refrained from directly asking, maintaining an appearance of complete ignorance of the words. He desired to see what additional information the current governor of the sea would reveal before considering his next set of questions. The man dressed in feminine attire paused for 2 seconds before continuing. "The true governor of the sea died during last year's sea prayer ritual." "Dead? The genuine governor of the sea perished during the sea prayer ritual?" Lumien felt a sudden surge of joy at this revelation. "I can finally see the tale of the key members of April Fools. One consequence of their prank last year was the predetermined governor of the sea's failure to successfully perform the sea prayer ritual. He suffered a backlash from beyond her powers and lost his life. This aligned with the revelations from Ada Guillaume, the Salem Hotel owner, and his son, a government department clerk, regarding an increase in shipwrecks, a decline in fish harvests, and disrupted trade. The imposter governor of the sea wrote swiftly, as if fearing someone might catch up to him at any moment. "I was chosen by Juan Oro and the Fisheries Guild to impersonate the governor of the sea for a year because I resemble the true governor of the sea. This was to prevent fishermen and sea merchants from knowing about their grave mistake and the slip-up that caused the sea prayer ritual to fail. Such a failure has not occurred in recent centuries. Now that I know this secret, they won't let me leave alive. After the governor of the sea handover ritual is completed and the vigil begins, I'll undoubtedly be killed. I never wanted to play the role of governor of the sea. It was a blasphemy against the sea, but they pointed a gun at me, claiming they had already killed someone who refused to cooperate. The church and the government won't intervene in the Fisheries Guild's affairs. You're the only one daring enough to infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence and confront Juan Oro with a gun. I can only seek your help. Over the past year, I've saved up quite a bit of money. I can give it all to you, 100,000 gold rizit. I've heard about your recent exploits. I believe you have the strength. I implore you to help me. Quite educated. Lumian, after studying the 3 completed post-it notes, sensed that the imposter governor of the sea differed from ordinary fishermen, vendors, or workers based on his grammar and vocabulary. Phew. After jotting down his reasons and request, the fake governor of the sea set aside the fountain pen and slid 3 post-it notes filled with Highlander words to Lumian. With a quick glance, Lumian contemplated using Highlander words and body language. Help. Your family? The fake governor of the sea hastily wrote down a response. My parents passed away a few years ago. I don't have any other relatives. I was originally an employee of the fisheries company. It's no surprise Juan Oro and his associates dared to kidnap this person to be the governor of the sea. The Earth Mother Church refrains from meddling in the Fisheries Guild's internal affairs. If it affects other citizens, they will still handle it. Lumian pretended to ask first and planned to find someone later to translate the response. Servant girls. Pregnant? He inquired about the maids in the governor of the sea's residence and the reason for their pregnancies. The fake governor of the sea, concealed behind a blue veil, displayed no change in expression. His right hand trembled slightly as he wrote, "The governor of the sea will receive the same treatment as the ruler of Port Santa. He can appoint anyone from Milo Village, the Fisheries Guild, and those sea merchant families as his maids and guards. He can do whatever he wants and directly visit them, enjoying the treatment an owner can receive." I couldn't help it. Observing this, Lumian nearly laughed aloud. Even in captivity, he's focused on such matters? Does he believe he can't escape and is resigned to his imminent demise? Is he seeking enjoyment while he still can? The fake governor of the sea added, I can also tax those people and forcefully allocate their market share, but they will listen to me. However, I dare not go too far. Otherwise, Juan Oro will privately whip me with his cane and threaten to kill me. So, this is the source of your savings? Well, he can't control the weather or the tides. After all, he's merely a false governor. Lumian took the fake governor of the sea's new post-it note and pondered for a moment before asking in a clumsy manner, original. Governor. Where? He inquired about the whereabouts of the former governors of the sea. Noelia, the combat nun of the fertility order, hadn't raised this issue before. It was unclear if she deemed it unimportant, chose not to disclose it for some reason, or lacked the corresponding information. The fake governor of the sea wrote, I don't know. I heard a maid from Milo Village mention it before. She's Juan Oro's granddaughter. She said that all the governors of the sea will eventually return to the sea. Return to the sea. That doesn't sound promising. Heh, designating Juan Oro's granddaughter as your maid. Are you seeking revenge for the oppression from her grandfather? And Juan Oro agreed to it, indirectly retaliating by lashing you? Juan Oro and his sons are married to maidens of the sea, and there's a chance his granddaughter is a lizard-like monster. How would you feel if you knew you were sleeping with a humanoid lizard? Lumian criticized the fake governor of the sea internally. He seemed to ponder for a moment, as if unable to comprehend the other party's writing, and changed the question. Juan Oro. Powerful? The fake governor of the sea suddenly shuddered. Swiftly, he wrote, he's very powerful. He's a monster. He can suffocate people and cause them to die in pain. After writing this, the fake governor of the sea glanced at the sun outside the window. He set down the fountain pen, stood up, and bowed to Lumian. Then, swaying in his elegant dress, he made his way toward the cafe's back door and departed. He appeared anxious about his disappearance during the shopping trip, potentially raising suspicions from the bodyguards. Lumian observed his departure, crumpling the post-it notes into a ball in his palm. Crimson flames trickled from between his fingers before swiftly dissipating. After sprinkling the ashes into the bottle with flowers, Lumian picked up the partially finished Torres coffee and took a sip. Lumian's mind raced as he analyzed the information that concerned him the most. Is what the imposter said true? Could an ordinary person find an opportunity to escape their bodyguards and approach me? Is it possible that one Oro and the others secretly prompted him to set a trap for me, waiting for me to fall into it? During the April Fool's prank, the specially crafted golden ring, lacking beyond her powers, was concealed within the lamb's body. The lamb was taken as a sacrifice on the governor of the sea's ship. Is April Fool's meant to substitute something with this ring? Is there another sacrificial ring similar to it? Did the governor of the sea's appointment fail last year because the crucial sacrificial ring turned out to be a fake and couldn't be utilized? This implies that key members of April Fool's or their subordinates are on the special ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to deceive the committee members of the Fisheries Guild and surreptitiously replace important items. Based on the information I've gathered, there aren't many sailors on that ship. The only passengers are the governor of the sea, for maidens of the sea, and a few individuals guiding them through the ritual. Who among them is connected to April Fools? The Fisheries Guild must have conducted an investigation afterward. I wonder if they've drawn any conclusions. I can't dismiss the possibility that the deceased governor of the sea is linked to April Fools. Maybe he was completely deceived, thinking that by changing the ring and causing the ritual to fail, he could avoid returning to the sea like the previous governors of the sea. However, Bard, Mad Lady, and Ultraman may not have cared about his life at all. What's the purpose of April Fools? Is it merely a prank for their own amusement, or does it harbor a deeper motive? Ordinary April Fools members might engage purely for entertainment. As for the key members, truth and lies are invariably intertwined. Sitting in the cafe until the sun neared the horizon, Lumion donned the straw hat and leisurely made his way back to the Salo Motel. Late at night, Lugano returned from the bar, emanating the scent of alcohol. He approached Lumion and said, "I've inquired with adventurers and bounty hunters about Batna and his lover. They all claim not to have seen them in the past few days. As soon as they arrived at Port Santa, it was as if they vanished." Vanished? Nolfi, being the child of a maiden of the sea, wouldn't be so clandestine if she were merely returning to Port Santa and the Fisheries Guild. Could she be involved in something related to the sea prayer ritual and convinced Batna to join her? Yet, they were targeted upon their return. Perhaps she possesses significant knowledge. I can't personally search for them right now. I need to be more visible as an adventurer. Lugano isn't the most reliable source. What about Noelia, the nun? A flurry of speculations raced through Lumion's mind. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly realized the kind of assistance he should seek from the Knight of Swords. Chapter 553, Half-Fairy. Lumion remained composed, not rushing to summon the messenger of the minor arcana, the Knight of Swords. His patience persisted as he waited for a particular individual. Since expressing a strong desire to investigate the sea prayer ritual and taking action, only 3 waves of people had contacted him today, openly or covertly. Yet, the person he awaited the most had not shown up. Maybe Rubio Paco prefers to wait until late at night when there's no one around? Shaking off his thoughts, he smiled at Lugano. Batna just began his fling with Nolfi. He might want to explore all the villages, towns, pastures, and vineyards around Port Santa before the sea prayer ritual. If you hear anything about him later, inform me. There's no need to deliberately inquire. Lugano didn't think it was a big deal and smiled understandingly. Maybe he even took on some missions along the way, earning some bucks while traveling. Once the interpreter and Ludwig retired to their rooms, Lumion settled into a recliner and casually perused the Highlander textbooks under the soft glow of the gas wall lamp. As time passed, the night grew quieter. Lumion, confirming no further intel would arrive that night, pondered the situation. Stroking his chin, he pondered this matter. It seems more people are observing. Unless the great adventurer's investigation makes a breakthrough and remains unscathed, they won't easily place their bets until I demonstrate greater reliability or value. The trio who reached out today possesses distinct traits. One affiliated with the Earth Mother Church, insulated from losses even if their gamble fails. Would the Fisheries Guild risk confrontation with the Cathedral and the Fertility Order? The second, the imposter governor of the sea, faces high odds of death during the sea prayer ritual. He'd clutch at any chance for survival. Additionally, his lack of confidence in both the Earth Mother Church and Port Santa's government makes him value the adventurer capable of defeating the demon warlock more. However, his plea might be a trap by the Fisheries Guild. The third, elusive figure hinted at useful clues without divulging the sea prayer ritual's secret. After careful contemplation, Lumion gained deeper insight into the mindsets and choices of various factions. Conspiracies often manipulated human emotions, exploiting the circumstances at hand. Lumion found himself increasingly fascinated by these two aspects. This was both a daily routine and an essential necessity. Putting aside the Highlander textbook, Lumion returned to his bedroom. Closing the door, a black mark on his body emitted a faint glow. Bottle of fiction. Lumion enveloped the entire room within the bottle of fiction. The entry conditions were simple, only spirit world creatures. Ripple-like light briefly adorned the walls, floor, and ceiling of the bedroom before swiftly vanishing, leaving everything appearing entirely ordinary. Only then did Lumion compose the letter and arrange the ritual. He sanctified the dagger, erected a wall of spirituality, and lit the candle representing him. Stepping back, he spoke in ancient Hermes, "I." Then, switching to Hermes, he said, "I summon in my name, a peculiar creature wandering above the world, a half-fairy who fiddles with melodic strings, a messenger that belongs solely to the Knight of Swords." The orange candle flame transformed instantly into a deep blue hue, expanding to half the size of a human. In the blue radiance, a figure of blood-red hue emerged from the candle flame. Resembling a female human in form, it shared traits with a creature Lumion had encountered in Cordu's ruins. Devoid of skin or external coverings, it exposed bloody muscles, bluish-black blood vessels, ghastly white tendons, oily yellow fat, and large red or white fascia. Lumion studied the 1.7-meter-tall Knight of Swords messenger and pondered silently, "Does half-fairy mean it's divided internally? I assumed it would be either split vertically or horizontally. Don't you know how to fiddle with melodic strings? Where are they?" With these musings racing through his mind, Lumion handed the folded letter to the messenger and politely uttered in Hermes, "Kindly deliver this to the Knight of Swords." As his strength grew, Lumion became increasingly aware that most messengers he encountered could be lethal if unafraid to unleash the corruptive source, Termoboros. Though Lumion couldn't gauge the strength of the Knight of Swords messenger, the half-fairy, all his experience urged him to maintain politeness. The black and white eyeballs of the half-fairy, embedded in the blood-colored face, darted around before gently nodding and accepting the letter. It spoke with a clear, pleasant voice akin to a mountain stream's flow, "I'll deliver it promptly." How melodious. It's like a bard strumming a guitar. Lumion snapped out of his reverie. He suddenly grasped the reason for the messenger's melodic string prefix. "Thank you." He bowed politely. Observing the half-fairy about to retreat into the blue candle flame, Lumion couldn't suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What would you do if given human skin?" The half-fairy fixed its black and white eyes on Lumion for a few seconds. As it delved into the blue candle flame, it left behind a melodious voice, "I'll put it on. You'll embody whoever's skin you wear." Has the half-fairy always sought its other half? Lumion speculated. At that moment, he recalled an unfinished promise. Help the abscessed hand find its body. This pledge determined whether Lumion could attain godhood and advance to Sequence 4. However, being only a Sequence 6, he wasn't in a rush. Late at night, in Trier's market district, within an empty room, Franca, clad in an assassin suit, was having her first face-to-face encounter with 007. As moments drifted by, 007 strode in, sporting a brown lion headgear and a double-breasted coat. After confirming his identity, Franca pushed back her hood, emerging from the shadows. "What brings us to this in-person discussion?" 007 inquired, his brow furrowed. His instincts screamed to decline, yet he sensed the gravity of the situation. Failing to act promptly could result in a colossal catastrophe. Ultimately, he acceded to Hidden Blade's request for a meeting. Franca chuckled, emotions swirling within. It's a good thing. I'm skeptical when it comes from you, Hidden Blade. 007 expressed his concern openly. Franca clarified her reason for requesting an offline meeting. It's true. I need your help to find someone. Telegrams can't convey a portrait. I can't craft a digital image using just words and dots, can I? 007 regarded Franca with suspicion. Simply seeking help to locate someone? No ulterior motives? Franca chuckled. For now, that's all I can divulge. That only heightens my apprehension. 007 keenly sensed the search for this individual might harbor a crucial issue. Otherwise, Hidden Blade, having witnessed catastrophic events, wouldn't have taken it so seriously. She wouldn't have insisted on an offline meeting and handing over the portrait personally. More likely, she would have left it somewhere for retrieval. Franca produced a portrait, drawn through dream divination and ritualistic magic, and passed it to 007. Upon receiving it, 007's hand naturally emitted a sunlight-like glow, revealing the photo-like drawing in the dark night. The depicted figure wore a black robe, with his head slightly turned, revealing very short dark hair that seemed freshly grown. The facial contours on his side profile were gentle, and his sickly pale white skin contrasted with his dark brown eyes, which were not sunken enough. Initially, 007 perceived nothing remarkable, but trusting Hidden Blade's knack for stirring trouble, he scrutinized it for more than 10 seconds. Beneath the lion's headgear, his brow furrowed as he whispered, "This doesn't seem like someone from any country in the northern continent." Franca smiled playfully and self-deprecatingly. "Don't you think he resembles us from before we transmigrated?" 007 froze, as if struck by lightning. He studied the drawing repeatedly and fell silent for nearly 20 seconds before saying, "Hidden Blade, do you understand what you're saying?" Franca raised her head slightly and said in a deep voice, "I suspect he came from that country from our world." Muggle, I, and the others found signs of interaction between both worlds before. When? What signs? 007 interjected, fighting the urge to grab Hidden Blade's shoulder and shake her for every bit of information. Franca chuckled. "I'm not at liberty to answer you. I can only reveal it after discussing with Muggle and the others. There are many secrets involved. First, discreetly search for the person in the portrait. I encountered him on the 4th level of the catacombs." 007 struggled to contain his impatience, resisting the temptation to handcuff Hidden Blade for details. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Can't you guys discuss it first before involving me? I was just considerate of your emotions, afraid that you'd lose control upon receiving so much information at one go." Franca let out a hollow laugh and replied, "It's not time to meet Muggle and the others yet. I need to find him urgently, afraid he might leave Trier." Calm down, calm down. You can't hide your desire to kill me." Franca smiled sheepishly, fading into the shadows. Holding the portrait, 007 took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Potter Kingdom, Port Santa, Solemn Hotel. After breakfast, Lumion had just returned to the master bedroom when he sensed a sudden chill. Simultaneously, a tarot card materialized on the desk. The card depicted a knight running with a sword in hand. Minor Arcana card, Knight of Swords. Chapter 554, Favor. Lumion's gaze fixated on the Minor Arcana card before he noticed another person standing in front of the full-body mirror in the room. The man sported a white shirt and a black vest, his face unusually pale and his brown hair tousled, suggesting he had just woken up. For some inexplicable reason, Lumion sensed a conflicting demeanor in this person, elusive yet restrained. The brown eyes held an indescribable weight, akin to staring into an abyss. "Knight of Swords?" Lumion inquired. The man nodded subtly and responded, "Seven of Wands, how may I assist you?" Surprised, Lumion questioned, "How do you know I'm the Seven of Wands?" Lumion hadn't disclosed his exact code name in the letter, merely stating he sought help from the Knight of Swords as guided by Madame Magician. The Knight of Swords spoke slowly, as if holding back something. Ma'am Hermit informed me that the Seven of Wands, affiliated with Madam Magician, would soon arrive in Phaenopotter, possibly in need of intel or assistance. Madam Magician intentionally communicated with Ma'am Hermit about me, Lumion realized. I need your help locating 2 individuals in Port Santa and the surrounding seas. Try not to alert any factions. Be specific, the Knight of Swords replied, economical with his words. Lumion shared Batnacont and Nolfi's details, adding, I'm not certain if they're still alive. They might have become corpses by now. As he spoke, he handed 2 photo-like sketches to the Knight of Swords, a unique skill he'd acquired from Aurora's grimoires and his expertise in ritualistic magic. These images, directly replicated from his mind, bore an uncanny resemblance to photographs. The ritualistic magic involved in creating such images demanded a suitable and secure target for prayer, a practice more common among official Beyonders who had orthodox gods to appeal to. Wild Beyonders rarely resorted to praying to dangerous entities for trivial matters. Being part of the Tarot Club, Lumion straddled both worlds, with the ability to seek aid from Mr. Fool or tap into Madam Magician's strength. The Knight of Swords studied the photo-like sketches before affirming, I'll help you find them as soon as possible. There was no demand for payment or any immediate request, prompting Lumion to sigh. Organizations do have their advantages. Internal assistance often translated into favors, subtly binding individuals to reciprocal obligations. Some preferred setting clear prices rather than owing favors, but Lumion didn't entertain such thoughts. Securing the Knight of Swords' presence and help was already a considerable favor in itself. He pondered for a moment and then inquired, what mission do you have in Phaenopotter? Do you need my assistance? The Knight of Swords paused briefly before responding, the matter in Phaenopotter is wrapping up, but I'll be heading to the southern continent soon. I might require your help there. Sure thing, Lumion agreed. Intrigued, he asked, is Ma'am Hermit also overseeing matters in the southern continent? Wasn't she too busy? Madam Magician had indicated that this major arcana card holder primarily dealt with sea-related affairs and a clandestine organization dedicated to the hidden sage, with little involvement in the southern continent. The Knight of Swords replied in a subdued tone, it's a personal matter, unrelated to Ma'am Hermit. Got it, Lumion acknowledged. Many of his past tasks weren't orchestrated by Madam Magician, and even his mission in Port Santa to track down April Fool's key member was considered personal business if it didn't involve the celestial worthy. After a 2-second pause, the Knight of Swords added, moreover, I'm only temporarily under Ma'am Hermit's command. What does he mean by temporarily subordinate? Can one switch to other major arcana card holders in the future? Lumion wondered. Without explanation, the Knight of Swords' form suddenly turned ethereal and disappeared. Lumion, without activating his spirit vision, couldn't catch the departing figure in time. It doesn't feel like teleportation or blending into the shadows. After a quick assessment, he changed into a brownish-green short-sleeved shirt and loose brownish-yellow pants commonly seen in Port Santa. Exiting the master bedroom, Lumion tossed the lie earring to Lugano. Go to Valerio and get the new IDs. Remember the face you used when you last saw him? I remember it clearly. Lugano took the lie earring. As Lugano was about to proceed with his disguise, Lumion halted him. Find a secluded spot after leaving the room to use it. When you return, shift back to your original appearance before entering the motel. Doesn't this mean I'll have this mystical item to myself for a while? Aren't you worried I might take off with it? It's not just unique, it's valuable. Lugano refrained from probing further. Following his employer's instructions, he took the lie earring, a bag containing his disguise, and exited the room. Observing Lugano's departure, Lumion picked up a golden straw hat and addressed Ludwig, there's plenty of food in my bedroom. Stay put until I'm back. Sure thing, Ludwig agreed, seemingly eager. Would someone exploit the absence of his guardians to attack him, the boy? Lumion, passing by the sofa, casually placed the golden straw hat on Ludwig's head. Simultaneously, he switched to a common round-rimmed felt hat and left the suite gradually. He wasn't concerned about Ludwig being alone in the motel. In fact, those who might come into contact with the boy faced more significant risks. Lumion adjusted his hat in the corridor and activated shadow transformation. Swiftly, he transformed into a pure shadow, blending into the darkness at the base of the walls on both sides. In the dark, veiled void, Lumion inhaled the scent of the gray-amber perfume he had deliberately left on the lie earring, using it to track Lugano. His intent wasn't merely to determine whether the interpreter was problematic, but to anticipate a potential attack. With adventurer Louis Berry probing the sea prayer ritual and presenting himself as resolute and radical, it was likely the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village would swiftly react in a decisive manner, eliminating this outsider to dissuade others and factions from clandestinely stirring. In this scenario, Lumion, Lugano, and Ludwig were at risk. He specifically tasked Lugano to seek Valerio alone for the IDs, intending to see if Juan Oro and others had their eyes on his companions, seizing an opportunity to strike Lugano. This strategy allowed Lumion to swiftly intervene if needed, rescuing Lugano while potentially neutralizing some Beyonders from the Fisheries Guild, showcasing the adventurer's strength and instilling confidence in onlookers, compelling further attempts. However, the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village might not act immediately. They might feign vulnerability, luring hidden adversaries to reveal themselves before eliminating them in one fell swoop. Lumion shadowed Lugano to Valerio's underground casino, observing him pay the remaining 50 gold rizit for 2 local IDs. No attack. Could it be the Fisheries Guild is fishing, or did they fail to recognize Lugano after he used the lie earring? Lumion pondered the potential reasons while traversing through the shadows. Lugano hurriedly avoided lingering on the streets, well aware that his employer had incurred the wrath of the Fisheries Guild. He feared being ambushed by those unwilling to target Lumion, dragged into an alley, and subjected to a brutal beating. Seeking refuge in a crevice between 2 buildings near Salo Motel, he swiftly reverted to his altered appearance. Removing the lie earring, he switched into his customary black formal suit, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He turned onto Aquina Street and made his way back to the motel's entrance. Several tramps lay dozing on both sides of the street, basking lazily in the sunlight. Lumion was aware that unlike the severe tramp situation in the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Republic, Phainopotter's tramp issue was less acute due to fertile soil, ample pastures, and the church's modified agricultural methods, resulting in surplus food production. Here, food was notably cheaper, about 15 to 20% lower compared to Intis and other countries. Previously, before the Loan Kingdom began importing food from Phainopotter, the price of rye bread of the same weight was nearly twice as high. Despite the abundance, bankrupt farmers, herders, and city dwellers ended up as tramps due to land acquisition, loan sharks, and other reasons. However, they received free food from various sources like the Cathedral of Earth Mother, the Fertility Order, government departments, and charitable organizations, which although not filling, prevented starvation, allowing them to recuperate and find new opportunities. As Lugano neared Salo Motel, Lumion, concealed in the shadows, sensed a disturbance. 3 tramps on the street abruptly stiffened, adjusting their postures unnaturally. In an instant, they sprang to their feet like puppet marionettes, drawing revolvers in an odd manner and aiming at Lugano from 3 different angles. Bang! 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 Their wide-eyed state left Lugano no room to evade as they pulled their triggers successively. Chapter 555, Monster Illustrated. It wasn't until 3 tramps pointed revolvers at him that Lugano sprang into action. As a seasoned bounty hunter, he had no time to discern where the assailants planned to shoot. He pushed off with strength in his feet, swiftly lunging to the side. He dodged 2 bullets, but the third one was too close, altering his trajectory, inevitably striking him. In midair, Lugano did something unconventional. Instead of curling up to shield vital spots, he extended his body, using his palm to shield his chest. Bang! The bullet connected with his right rib, unleashing a vivid spray of blood. With a thud, Lugano landed on the street, rolling forward to evade subsequent shots. In the midst of his lunge, Lumien's form materialized from the shadows by the roadside. He delivered a powerful punch to the tramp who had just fired. With a resounding thud, the tramp's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled, unconscious. Lumien returned to the shadows and swiftly moved behind another tramp. Before he could fire a second shot, Lumien punched him behind the ear. As the tramp collapsed, Lugano skillfully evaded the second bullet fired by the remaining assailant. In that tense moment, passers-by and elderly women chatting on the street scattered, desperately seeking cover. The surroundings seemed eerily vacant. Shadows danced as Lumien emerged from the darkness beside the last assailant. Extending his right palm, he seized the other's neck. Almost simultaneously, the assailant's mouth opened naturally, emitting a slender black shadow. An insect, as thick as a finger, with tentacle-like bristles floating on its body, lunged straight for Lumien's neck. Humph! 2 pale white beams of light flickered in Lumien's nostrils. The slender, peculiar black insect lost its strength, gently descending into his raised left palm. As anticipated, Lumien withdrew his right hand from the tramp's neck, unfazed. The tramp's eyes returned to normal. Clutching his revolver, he staggered backward, leaning against the wall before slumping to the ground in a daze. Lumien paid him no heed. Utilizing the shadows, he swiftly approached an unconscious tramp, noticing a small, bloodless wound on the back of his cervical spine. Another slender, bristle-covered black insect darted out, attempting escape. Lumien's hand, engulfed in crimson flames, seized it. After a few struggles, the insect emitted a cooked fragrance. Subsequently, Lumien employed a similar method to handle the strange black insect emerging from another tramp's body. During this procedure, Lugano half-squatted on the street, his left palm flickering with a clear light as he pressed it against the gunshot wound on his right rib. The charred wound immediately contracted, ceasing to ooze blood. Drawing a dagger, Lugano skillfully picked a yellow bullet from the wound with precision and efficacy. With that accomplished, he generated a faint light in his left palm, pressing it against the wound. The injury squirmed and swiftly fused, reducing to a fifth of its original size in no time. Lugano had intentionally stretched, hoping the bullet would hit a spot he could conveniently handle. As he retrieved a bandage to tend to the remaining wound, Lumien approached, extending his free right palm. Understanding his employer's gesture, Lugano returned the lie earring, expressing relief. Fortunately, I'm a doctor. As long as I'm not killed on the spot, gunshot wounds aren't a big deal. Silently, Lumien donned the silver lie earring. Leaning down, he pressed and swiped at Lugano's wound, transferring it to the back of his right hand. Due to the disparity in location and Lugano's pre-treatment, the wound regressed into a small scrape, one akin to scraping against a rough wall. Lugano stared at the wound that didn't even require a bandage, falling into a prolonged silence. Lumien smiled and remarked, "Why else do you think I let you carry lie?" Lugano gaped, uncertain of what to say. Surveying the area, Lumien instructed, "Take the 3 tramps' guns and wait for the police to arrive. Report that you were attacked. After giving your statement, if there's nothing else, take Ludwig to the fertility order's entrance and have them uphold justice and maintain order in Port Santa." All right. Lugano hurriedly stood up. Just as he took 2 steps toward the dazed tramp, realization struck. He turned around and blurted, "What about you? Where are you going?" In his haste, he had forgotten to use honorifics. Lumien simply chuckled, saying nothing. "I sent you to the fertility order to inform them of my intentions, to let them know." Lumien proceeded towards Salo Motel, leaving crimson flames in his wake that incinerated the blood dripped by Lugano. As he advanced, Lumien lowered his voice and asked, "Temaboros, do you recognize these insects?" Temaboros remained silent. Upon reaching the suite on the 5th floor, Lumien observed Ludwig eagerly awaiting him. His heart stirred as he spread his left palm, revealing 3 black insects. Casually, he inquired, "Do you know what these are?" Ludwig nodded obediently, speaking swiftly, "Bating's black insect, a creature from planet Havine 3. rich in various proteins and possessing high energy levels. They invade human bodies via the cervical spine, controlling their nervous systems to manipulate them to their advantage. These Bating's black insects ceased evolving generations ago. While controlling the nervous system, the host's movements stiffen, and their eyes roll back. They seldom directly kill the host, but their larvae, once laid, absorb the host's energy, indirectly leading to their demise. In ancient times, many of their ancestors received boons. Though their descendants no longer possess these, their body structures adapted to the boon's power were inherited, eventually evolving into this special species with minor Beyonder-level powers. Consider it a special spirit world creature or a degenerated Beyonder creature. After the long explanation, Ludwig gazed at Lumion longingly, asking, "That's all I have to say. Can I eat them now?" "You really know. You make it sound so real." The Bating's black insect, Planet Haveen 3. What's happening? The alien planet's aurora mentioned? Lumion was taken aback. Lumion wasn't surprised that Ludwig had the desire to consume the Bating's black insects. This guy could even gnaw on live rats. The insects even emitted a rather pleasant fragrance after being roasted. Lumion stared at Ludwig for a few seconds before handing over the 3 Bating's black insects in his hand. Ludwig didn't hide his delight. He swiftly devoured 2 of the roasted insects, relishing the explosion of juices in his mouth. He half closed his eyes, and an unusual fluctuation seemed to surge within him. Lumion furrowed his brow in confusion but refrained from intervening. Having used the mystery-prying glasses to discover that there appeared to be something beneath Ludwig's skin, coupled with Ludwig's daily behavior and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's stance, Lumion speculated that the boy was a monster in human guise, sealed by the Church to carry out tasks inconvenient for deploying clergymen. Regarding the reader pathway controlled by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, it held various applications at the body of heart and mind level. It was reasonable to assume why Ludwig's mind had suffered damage after being sealed, rendering him seemingly foolish. After 20 to 30 seconds, Ludwig opened his eyes and rushed to the dining table. Grabbing a small steel table knife, he carefully placed the remaining Bating's black insect on the tablecloth and skillfully cut it open, removing numerous black fascias. Ludwig poured a glass of Manzin and arranged the fascia and the shell of the Bating's black insect on the table, adding the black juice squeezed from the insect's body. Lumion observed as the pale golden liquor swiftly transformed into a dark red, almost black hue, emitting dense bubbles. Once the bubbles subsided, Ludwig lifted the peculiar cocktail. Only then did he remember Lumion's presence. Stammering, he asked, Can I drink a little?" "A sealed body of heart and mind indeed." Lumion smiled and sighed. "Drink up." Gulp. Gulp. Ludwig finished the small amount of dark red nearly black liquor and expressed satisfaction to Lumion, saying, "After concocting the Bating's black insect's bodily fluids, it can enhance the physique of those who drink it for the first time to a certain extent. It grants everyone the ability to paralyze primate creatures within 2 hours. Yes, it will only be effective through contact. This is turning the Bating's black insect into something akin to charms? Moreover, it provides permanent effects and short-term Beyonder powers." Amidst Lumion's surprise, he sensed that Ludwig had undergone significant changes. He had never demonstrated the ability to prepare such food before. Lumion didn't delve deeper and calmly remarked, "Take Lugano to the Fertility Order's entrance later and ensure he informs Noelia about the attack." "All right." In a good mood, Ludwig readily agreed. Meanwhile at the Port District, while Ludwig and Lugano arrived at the Fertility Order. Wearing a golden straw hat, Lumion strolled towards the square dominated by an ocean wave statue. His attention focused on the grayish-black house adorned with the Port Santa Fisheries Guild sign. The 4- or 5-story castle-like ancient structure was rumored to be over a millennium old, having been destroyed and rebuilt centuries ago. Lumion's eyes traced the intricate symbols on the wall, which included iron hooks and fishing nets. Adjusting his straw hat, he proceeded towards the Fisheries Guild. Chapter 556, violent beating. The encampment of the Fertility Order in Port Santa sprawled along the city's edge, nestled near the suburbs. It claimed an entire street, complete with fields, orchards, and a variety of livestock, providing a self-sufficient haven for the nuns when they weren't on missions. Lugano gripped Ludwig's hand and raised his eyes to the green vines entwining the cloister's spire, with the sacred emblem of life at its center. A simple depiction of a baby amidst wheat ears, flowers, spring water, and other symbols. Turning to Noelia, he uttered, "I was attacked. Just wrapped up my statement at the police station." Noelia, adorned with a black hat adorned with white patterns, blending religion and combat, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where's Louis Barry?" Rather than delving into the specifics of Lugano's assault, she honed in on the whereabouts of Louis Barry, the great adventurer. Lugano shook his head and replied earnestly, "I don't know. He told me to come here after giving my statement and inform you that I was attacked." Noelia's expression shifted to solemnity. In the bustling port district, standing before the robust grayish-black edifice of the Fisheries Guild, Lumian, now garbed in a white shirt, black vest, and brown pants, topped with a golden straw hat, casually strode to the building. The 2 guards stationed here lacked guns, carrying only straight swords on their backs and daggers at their waists, blending in with the multitude of passers-by. "Who are you looking for?" Both guards extended their hands simultaneously, halting Lumian's advance. Lumian couldn't comprehend Highlander. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver, pointed it towards the sky, and squeezed the trigger. Amidst the gunshot's echo, he slipped between the 2 guards, entering the castle-like abode of the Fisheries Guild. The guards exchanged uncertain glances but refrained from intervening. One of them dashed towards the port's police station, while the other hurried into the grayish-black building, aiming to report to his superior and seek guidance. Clutching his revolver, Lumian advanced at a measured pace. Beneath the puzzled stares of the staff, who hastily sidestepped, he traversed the hall and ascended the stairs leading to the committee member's office. Just as he approached the 2nd floor, a figure appeared before him. Bronze-hued skin, broad and sturdy physique, black hair, and blue eyes characterized the young man who had aided the Fisheries Guild's president, Juan Oro. He was Fernandez Oro, the old man's grandson. Fernandez glared at Lumian ascending step by step, gritting his teeth. "How dare you intrude into the guild?" Lumian paid him no heed. He maintained a steady pace, neither hastening nor slowing as he approached the entrance to the 2nd floor. Fernandez masked his expression, his back slightly arched, and his eyes appeared to radiate an ominous glow. Suddenly, Lumian sensed a significant dimming of the ambient light. Simultaneously, an intangible force descended from above, entwining around his feet, making him feel shorter and causing his body to sway. Fernandez, in contrast, seemed to grow taller, casting dense shadows that engulfed the corridor's meager light. Thud. Advancing, Fernandez swung his right fist towards Lumian's head. A gusty wind permeated the space, propelling the fist with hammer-like force, guided by an unseen magnet. Lumian gazed upward as something within him erupted, shattering the binding force. His thighs swelled suddenly, and his loose brown pants constricted. He grew taller seemingly out of thin air, sleeves and pants tightening around bulging muscles. Bang! A left punch from Lumian met Fernandez's incoming fist in a thunderous collision, causing the stairs to quiver and sway. Fernandez, forced back 2 steps, bore no fear but a hint of joy on his face. Retreating, his eyes darkened with a touch of brilliance. Raising his left hand, a dark green light swiftly concentrated on his unusually rough fingertips. The light transformed into a ray, silently hurtling towards Lumian, momentarily immobilized by the collision. Fernandez chose close combat from the start, creating an opening for the ray, capable of disrupting the human structure and inducing swift internal injuries. The dark green danger ray matched the speed of light. Lumian, unable to dodge in advance, could only watch as it struck between his chest and abdomen. Yet, the dark green ray pierced through, striking only an illusion. Leveraging the ascetic's accumulated strength and clashing with Fernandez, Lumion had seized the chance to arch his back and stand in place like an arc, deftly evading potential sneak attacks. In this intricate dance, he even employed the knee's face, creating an illusion of himself still standing upright. Gradually, the dark green ray dissipated, vanishing around the corner of the stairs. Suddenly, a crimson fire, nearly white-hot, erupted from Lumion's body. Transformed into a fireball, he hurtled towards Fernandez, who had just regained his footing. Fernandez's pupils constricted, seemingly challenged by the blaze. Swiftly, he sidestepped, clenched his right hand into a fist, and yanked it down. An invisible force tugged Lumion to the ground, but undeterred, he dispersed the flames, reappearing with feet firmly planted on the corridor floor. Clang! His massive form stomped heavily, causing the building to sway. In a single stride, he stood before Fernandez, who had just risen. His left fist, wreathed in crimson, nearly white flames, collided with Fernandez. Without a moment to activate his superpowers, Fernandez raised his arms hastily to block. Boom! Flames erupted as Lumion's punch sent the young man flying, crashing into the partially open side office, demolishing the wooden desk. Capitalizing on Fernandez's disorientation and pain, Lumion followed, rushing into the office and delivering another punch with his left fist. Boom! Crimson flames, nearly white, illuminated the room as the punch explosively struck Fernandez's chest. The flames were contained by an unseen force, preventing them from entirely obliterating Fernandez's chest. Instead, they crumpled, clouding the target's vision. Expressionless, Lumion halted, gazing at the semi-conscious Fernandez. He raised his left hand. A colossal crimson fireball, nearly white, condensed rapidly, poised to act as a reaper. In the next instant, the fireball shot forth, homing in on Fernandez. Abruptly, it ascended, passing the target, and collided with the wall behind the desk. Boom! Blazing white and red flames burst through the glass window, the wall, and ignited outside the Fisheries Guild building, creating fiery clouds in the air. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt as though he entered a dark and profound void. Distant, resplendent stars blinked like vigilant eyes. Once more, he confronted Juan Oro, an elderly man with deeply etched wrinkles. At that moment, Noelia had rushed to the square where the statue of the waves stood, shouting towards the building with a fallen window frame, "Stop!" At the sound of the combat nun's voice, Lumion sighed with regret, swiveled his revolver, and holstered it under his armpit. Juan Oro and the surrounding void vanished. A few minutes later, Juan Oro emerged from the grayish-black building of the Fisheries Guild with his walking stick. In a deep voice, he addressed Noelia. He attacked Fernandez. You must apprehend him. Noelia cast a cold glance at the president of the Fisheries Guild and retorted, should I then invite Fernandez to the police station to assist in the investigation of the Aquina Street shooting? All of you, calm down and jointly maintain order in Port Santa. Otherwise, do you think the church can't handle any of you? In the final words, the combat nun shifted her gaze to Lumion, issuing a warning as a gesture of fairness. Juan Oro fell silent for a moment before stating, I don't know anything about the Aquina Street shooting. With that, he turned and limped back to the Fisheries Guild with his cane, where many employees rushed to assist him. Observing this, Noelia led her combat team to escort Lumion away. Once out of the port district, the combat nun instructed her team members to slow down and create some distance, walking alongside Lumion herself. You're making things difficult for us. Order, understand? Superficial order must be maintained. Noelia raised her hand, pinching both sides of her forehead. Fortunately, you didn't really kill Fernandez. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to carry out the arrest. Lumion chuckled and remarked, if I truly wanted to kill Fernandez, he wouldn't have survived until your intervention or Juan Oro's rescue. His words held undeniable truth. Noelia was taken aback. After a few seconds of contemplation, she spoke, are you displaying your attitude, strength, and confidence for the onlookers? Simultaneously, do you wish for Juan Oro to misjudge your capabilities based on this encounter? Lumion remained silent. With a smile, he looked ahead and remarked, Where did the former governors of the sea end up? Noelia fell silent for a moment before answering. On the surface, they were dispatched to various locations. However, according to our observations, it takes at least 4 to 5 months, or no more than 3 years, for these governors of the sea to mysteriously vanish without a trace. There are often no signs of a struggle at the scene, and their families remain unharmed. Did they return to the sea voluntarily? Lumian smiled and said, "See, didn't I gain something from dealing with Fernandez just now?" The Church of Earth Mother now seemed more willing to share information. Noelia wasn't upset. She smiled and added, "No one reveals all their cards from the start. Once your investigation reaches a certain point, we'll provide more." Lumian stared at the azure sea beside him, contemplating for a moment. "You haven't disclosed the intentions of your Earth Mother Church in this matter." Noelia's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed at the arguing pedestrians ahead, shouting, "Street brawls are prohibited." Before completing her sentence, she sprinted over with her team, leaving Lumian alone. Lumian scoffed and slowly shook his head. Late at night, as Lumian was about to retire for the night, he heard the deep and hoarse voice of the Knight of Swords, as if suppressing something. Clues to the whereabouts of the 2 targets have been found. Chapter 557, Purpose. Already? Lumian hadn't anticipated the Knight of Swords making progress this swiftly, in just a day. Trusting his gut, he turned, meeting his reflection in the full-length mirror. There stood the disheveled, pallid-faced Knight of Swords, a sudden appearance. Just clues? Lumian mused, distilling the essence of the other's words. The Knight of Swords shot him a gaze, tightly reined, and uttered, "The day after hitting Port Santa, they visited Ballancat Ship Rental, asking about renting a boat for fishing. Vanished since." Those words sparked a fleeting thought in Lumian's mind. Quite romantic. As expected of a 3/2 Intisian and half Phaenopoterian duo. Opting for a fishing date. If only Nulfi didn't carry the Maiden of the Sea's lineage and this wasn't Port Santa, then romance might have been their motive. Regrettably, reality doesn't entertain ifs. Lumian sighed, pondering Nulfi and Batna's true intentions. Port Santa teemed with fishermen, yet not all owned boats. The lower-class ones either worked on vessels for a set pay or pooled funds to rent or buy. Ballencat's profits came from these folks, not the tourists or middle-class sightseers. This wasn't a city known for tourism. In Lumian's contemplation, the Knight of Swords pressed on. Nulfi handled the price inquiry, but Batna cooperated without resistance. Did Batna truly perceive it as a date? For Intisians, it holds allure. No wonder he didn't resist. Renting a boat for a sea excursion. Lumian pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Was Nulfi planning to intercept the incoming governor of the sea during the sea prayer ritual or collide with their ship loaded with gunpowder? Perhaps she intended to replace them at a critical juncture? Lumian's thoughts whirred with conjectures. Then, a sudden recollection jolted him. Various sources mentioned a crucial detail about the sea prayer ritual, the final and pivotal part unfolded in a special sea area beyond the port. Details and the location were undisclosed to those who hadn't witnessed it. A new hypothesis formed in Lumian's mind. Nulfi's mother, a fleeing maiden of the sea, likely visited that special sea and might have shared pertinent information with her daughter. Was Nulfi's motive for renting the boat to reach that unique sea area? What lay there? The core of the sea prayer ritual. Did this imply something, an entity, or power concealed in that zone? Was the ritual designed to harness something extraordinary? Did Nulfi aim to seize the item and establish herself as the permanent governor of the sea? Or did she intend to obliterate it, terminating Port Santa's tradition of selecting the governor and maidens through the sea prayer ritual? If obtaining the item were easy, the Fisheries Guild committee members would have done it long ago. Human nature tends to selfishness. Leaving a boon for the maiden's children is improbable unless one stumbles upon a stroke of fortune and knows the right approach to secure, elude danger, and navigate the situation. Destruction might indeed be the simpler route. As his thoughts raced, Lumion looked up slightly. Could April Fool's key members have orchestrated a prank to steal the item or its uniqueness? Had they succeeded? This was a pivotal question. The Knight of Swords observed Lumion in silence, not disrupting his contemplation. He stood motionless, resembling a lifeless figure. After a while, Lumion asked with curiosity, "How did you manage to trace Nulfi and Batna in just one day?" The Knight of Swords, in a deep tone, responded, "Gathering information from the spirit world and conducting a field investigation." After their departure from the Ballancat ship rental, all pertinent information was either concealed or eliminated, making it impossible to locate them again. Isn't this the premise of certain divinations? Nulfi and Batna didn't take precautions against divination before visiting the ship rental company, but they did so afterward? This doesn't add up. Either they never take precautions, or they do it consistently, unless they are both novices who only remember to guard against divination after inquiring about the boat's price. Yes, a more plausible explanation is that ship rental falls within the fisheries and sea trade-related industries, deeply intertwined with the committee members of the Fisheries Guild. Nulfi and Batna, as outsiders, inquiring about the price of a ship rental attracted attention, and their identities were exposed, leading to their disappearance. The note revealing that Nulfi is the child of the Maidens of the Sea might come from the owner or a shareholder of the Ballancat ship rental. Lumion's thoughts gradually became clearer. He gazed at the Knight of Swords, pondering how to request him to continue the investigation. At that moment, the Knight of Swords took the initiative to say, "I'll delve deeper into the ship rental company." "Thank you," Lumion expressed his gratitude sincerely. Then, he witnessed the Knight of Swords' figure swiftly becoming transparent and vanishing. Transformed into a soul-like entity? Wraith? Lumion discerned more details this time. This led him to suspect that the Knight of Swords belonged to the temperance faction of the Church of the Fool. His subsequent journey to the southern continent was likely to deal with the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Without hesitation, he shed his clothes, donned a faded cotton shirt, and reclined on the bed. Late at night in Trier, Franca strolled beneath intermittently lit street lamps, clad in a thick tweed shirt and pants that clung to her legs. Even without makeup and deliberately concealing her appearance in the darkness and shadows, numerous inebriated individuals still approached her upon glimpsing her back or side profile, behaving like tiny flying insects circling under the gas street lamps on a summer's night. Smack! Franca's ponytail swayed slightly as she sent a particular drunkard flying with a sidekick. The drunkard screamed and vomited on the ground. Franca pursed her lips in disdain and muttered to herself, "Pleasure sure brings trouble. It's manageable during the day, but some overconfident types try to flirt at night. And there's malice all around when I'm out." Even the hero who rescues a damsel in distress aims to strike up a conversation later. However, those scoundrels came expecting joy and anticipation, only to receive a beating and the accompanying pain. Right, could this be considered a simplified version of pleasure causing affliction? It was precisely because Franca wanted to experience this and potentially find an opportunity to digest the potion that she didn't sneak through the shadows and move undetected. After a while, Franca slipped into the shadows and reached the empty room where she had previously met 007. Her associate had mentioned that he'd discovered information about the ancient tomb beside the crazy mushroom cave on the 4th level of the catacombs through the church's resources and municipal archives. However, it wasn't safe to disclose it in the Telegram group, no matter how close their bonds were. Therefore, he compiled the details and left them at the designated spot for Franca to retrieve. Franca conducted a brief search and found 2 folded sheets of thin paper. She unfolded them and swiftly skimmed the content. As an assassin, even in the dimmest environment, she could decipher the words, "The ancient tomb where you found the Mirror World fragment belongs to a noble family from the 4th Epoch's Tudor Empire. Their last name is Tamara. I haven't located specific details about the members in that tomb, but I've stumbled upon something odd. Not only does the 4th level house Tamara family tombs, but there are also tombs on the 3rd level, such as the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb and the Impartial tomb. Why aren't they grouped together?" Franca's gaze froze. Isn't the Thorns and Shield Wall tomb where Jenna completed her Tearcatcher mission? The mission they used as a pretext involved the Tamara family, and the tomb where they found the Mirror World fragment belonged to them too. Wasn't this an extraordinary coincidence? Could it be a manifestation of mystical laws? Franca collected herself and continued reading. I can't access more detailed Tamara family information at my level. Figure something out yourself. Franca nodded, resolved to report the entire situation to Madame Judgment, seeking insights and information from the Tarot Club. In the early morning, on Aquinas Street in Port Santa. In a house diagonally opposite Sala Motel, Lumian, his appearance transformed, stood by a window in a room. Clutching the new ID provided by Valerio, he surveyed the suite where he, Lugano, and Ludwig were lodged, as well as the street below. Now, he aimed to play the role of an ordinary bounty hunter who had taken on a confidential assignment, diligently monitoring the adventurer, Louis Barry. Given Louis's assertive conduct in recent days, it was likely that all the well-informed individuals in Port Santa knew of this great adventurer's desire to investigate the sea prayer ritual. The probability was high that Bard and other pivotal members of April Fools would be in tow. Chapter 558, Tamara Family. Lumian savored the tang of fermented grape juice bought from a street vendor as he coolly surveyed the suite rented by the adventurer, Louis Barry. He occasionally cast a discerning eye over Aquinas Street, on the lookout for any potential monitors. A little over half an hour ago, Lumian had transformed his appearance and changed into a different outfit. He had seemingly teleported to a nearby street before returning to secure a suitable room. Soon enough, Lumian spotted Lugano cautiously heading out to fetch an extra breakfast for Ludwig. A chuckle escaped him. This guy was still spooked from yesterday's attack. However, unless the members of the Fisheries Guild had succumbed to the corrupting influence of superpowers, losing control of their emotions and rational thinking, it was improbable for them to target Lugano, the interpreter and guide. Louis Barry's response the previous day had sent a clear message to everyone: if you can't take me out directly, keep your sights off those around me. You might eliminate me, but I, Louis Barry, can do the same. There'll come a time when your Fisheries Guild's committee members, your kids, and descendants travel without protection or lack strength. Want to guess if I dare to make a move or if I have the capability? Either find an opportunity to bring me down with all you've got, or play nice. Faced with such a resolute answer, the rational committee members of the Fisheries Guild would know what to do. Louis Barry, the adventurer, wasn't bound by official rules like a Beyonder or a cop. Expecting him not to involve family in the game was unrealistic. Moreover, considering his recent behavior and the circulating rumors, he was a daring adventurer reminiscent of Gehrman Sparrow. Known for his aggression, madness, and coldness, there were no limits to what such a person might do. Of course, Lumian wasn't letting his guard down entirely. Lugano would either have Ludwig's company in the future, or he'd be under Lumian's watchful eye at all times. After all, beyond the Fisheries Guild, many individuals in Port Santa were secretly plotting to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. Disguised as Fisheries Guild members, they could attack the interpreter and godson of the adventurer Louis Barry, intensifying the conflict and stirring up trouble prematurely. Ignoring conspiracies at this level would be unacceptable for a conspirer. After Lugano returned to his suite on the 5th floor of Sala Motel with a heap of breakfast, Lumian purposefully avoided looking at the high-backed chair, seemingly adorned with a golden straw hat, positioned strategically at the dining table. He turned on his heel and exited the room, ready to explore the surroundings. Stepping into the corridor, Lumian immediately spotted a burly man standing near the staircase, barely reaching 1.7 meters in height. The man, with brown hair, brown eyes, and rugged skin, held a distinctive long-mouthed cigarette between his lips, fixing his gaze on Lumian. In Highlander, the man inquired, "Who sent you here to keep an eye on Louis Barry?" Lumian couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. "Are you not here to monitor Louis Barry yourself? I didn't even inquire about your sender." Why the sudden curiosity? He responded in flawless Highlander as well. The man, with the long-mouthed cigarette dangling, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, making way for the stairs. Lumion strolled past him, descending the staircase step by step. As he departed, the man's gaze took on a gradually ominous edge. He raised his left hand, delicately twisting the special long-mouthed cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled into the cigarette, and in silence, a slender steel needle shot forth from the charred tobacco, aimed directly at Lumion's back, mere 2 meters away. It was a blow dart, originating from certain tribes in the primitive forests of the southern continent. Typically, blow darts were 1 to 2 meters long, making them unsuitable for concealment or sneak attacks. However, bounty hunters, followers of the god of steam and machinery with strong hands, modified them into a more portable version, only slightly longer than regular cigarettes. While this modification increased portability and its concealed nature, it sacrificed some power and limited its range to a mere 4 to 5 meters. When paired with specially crafted arrows carrying anesthetic and lethal toxins, it remained a favored tool among bounty hunters on both northern and southern continents. The man had concealed the blow dart within the long-mouthed cigarette, intending to lull the target and strike when the opportune moment arrived. His objective, to subdue Lumion and extract information about the identity of his employer. The steel needle flashed past, but Lumion seemed to have anticipated the attack. Just as the man blew air to propel the needle, Lumion swiftly bent forward, arched his spine, and dodged the blow dart in an almost inhuman contortion. With a soft poof, the steel needle embedded itself into the wooden staircase. In the next moment, the assailant's eyes widened as Lumion, in a display of flexibility surpassing human limits, swung a boxing glove. Bang! He fainted. Swiftly recovering from his contorted evasion, Lumion bent down, scooped up the unconscious assailant, and dragged him into his rented room. Taking advantage of the assailant's unconscious state, Lumion administered a dose of truth serum and calculated the time for him to regain consciousness. Examining the unremarkable, ordinary face of his assailant, Lumion calmly listened to the panicked shout. "I just wanted to incapacitate you and find a spot to interrogate you about your employer. The poison on the arrow is just an anesthetic." Squatting in front of the man, Lumion smiled and responded, "Now, let me ask you, who's your employer?" "It's Juan Oro," the brown-haired, brown-eyed man blurted out. Lumion chuckled and probed further, "Is that so?" "Yes, no, it's actually someone else." At this point, horror overcame the man, and he fell silent. Lumion prompted impatiently, "Who is it?" After struggling for a few seconds, the man involuntarily spoke, "Rubio Paco." "Rubio. Why is he keeping tabs on me? Does he seek to gain from the adventurer's activities? Is that why he didn't approach me discreetly to share information?" Lumion nodded subtly and straightened up. "Your breath stinks. Remember to brush your teeth more often." The assailant looked perplexed, unable to fathom why the conversation had taken this turn. Nonetheless, he replied half-heartedly, "I'm not a fan of brushing my teeth." Lumion shook his head in disdain, uninterested in the blow dart as a trophy. Leaving the room, he left a parting message, "Make sure to lock the door behind me." In Trier, within Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Franca and Jenna's rented apartment. They had already received Madame Judgment's response via Rabbit Chassel. Before departing, Rabbit Chassel, adorned with a miniature top hat, shrunken gold-rimmed glasses, and a diminutive black trench coat, made an unusual request. "Can I use a custom-made revolver as compensation for delivering the next 5 letters?" Jenna's mouth hung open, momentarily taken aback. "Sure." She questioned, "Why can't you conjure one yourself? Similar to your top hat, glasses, and trench coat." "They have no practical use, but I hope the revolver does." "The bullets need to be custom-made too," Rabbit Chassel explained earnestly. Jenna blinked and acquiesced. Once the messenger departed, Franca commented with a peculiar expression, "Why does it feel like it has shifted from pursuing knowledge to pursuing strength?" Jenna wanted to defend Rabbit Chassel but struggled to find a compelling excuse. Instead, she cursed, "It's not necessarily a bad thing." It might even aid me in future battles. Moreover, the stronger the messenger, the safer the letter deliveries. Franca, lacking a messenger, suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Without delay, she unfolded Madame Judgment's reply. The Tamara family, one of the 5 noble families from the 4th epoch's Tudor Empire, held a hereditary duke aristocratic title, akin to the Amon you're familiar with, albeit slightly lower in status. In the era when the gods roamed the land, families capable of becoming great nobles undoubtedly possessed angelic powers. According to the information, the Tamara family had existed for many years before Alista Tudor became the Blood Emperor. They were renowned nobles from the previous empire. They had the coat of arms changed once and 2 internal divisions. This is why Tamara was buried on different levels of the catacombs at different times. Initially, their coat of arms consisted of thorns, a shield wall, and vertical swords. Later, it became an open door, with the vertical sword acting as the crack. This represents a significant change in the Tamara family. It shifted from being dominated by the justiciar pathway to being dominated by the apprentice pathway. However, no corresponding historical information has appeared for the time being. A small number of members of the Tamara family, who adhere to the judgment pathway, have survived to this day and are secretly active. The other Tamara group had established a close connection with the Demonis family during the Tudor Empire's era. During the 5th epoch, a secret organization known as the Theosophy Order emerged. It had Demonis figures and originated from Tamara's apprentice pathway. There's reason to believe that they are still cooperating. This Tamara group has been estranged from the other one for many years, refusing to acknowledge each other. The Tamaras of the Judgment Pathway also experienced a division. The exact situation is unknown. Upon reading this, Franca and Jenna shared the same thought. The Tamara family is indeed connected to the demonesses. They continued reading the contents of the letter. The person who led you to the Tamara family's tomb and discovered the mirror world fragment is likely targeting that special mirror world and the Demonis sect. Don't worry for the time being. Just be vigilant against coincidences, theft, and scams around you. In the ensuing days, Lumion, along with Lugano and Ludwig, remained unharmed. Port Santa seemed to settle back into a semblance of normalcy. Those secretly observing displayed no indications of advancing further. Just as Lumion contemplated taking further actions to elucidate all details before the sea prayer ritual in early November, the Knight of Swords brought fresh information regarding Nulfi and Batna. His face maintaining a pale white hue, he spoke to Lumion. I've identified a suspect involved in the kidnapping of the 2 targets. Should I handle it alone, or shall we proceed together? Lumion took a moment to consider before responding, together. Chapter 559, Top-Notch Collaborator. After making his decision, Lumion had a chance to inquire, who's the suspect? Lado Gyaro, the Knight of Swords announced. Lumion recognized this individual. He was also a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. Not only did he own shares in 3 large fishing boats and the Port Santa Fisheries Company, but he was also involved in shipbuilding, ice production, and other industries. Someone in his family had already married a maiden of the sea over 100 years ago. Lumion asked thoughtfully, what's Lado Gyaro's connection to Balancat Ship Rental? He's a creditor of the company and has arranged employment for many relatives there, the Knight of Swords replied succinctly. It all adds up. Lumion nodded in agreement and paused to reflect. Let's convene at the crossroads of St. Lana Street and Golden Wheat Street. How about meeting in 3 minutes? He had never set foot in Lado Gyaro's extended family estate, so he lacked the corresponding spirit world coordinates. His only teleportation option was St. Lana Street, relatively close to their target. He needed to utilize spirit world traversal discreetly to evade any surveillance. Sure. The Knight of Swords dissolved into transparency and disappeared instantly. Lumion spent 2 minutes hydrating, donning a vest and a straw hat. Only then did the faint glow of the black mark on his right shoulder illuminate. In an instant, his figure vanished from the shrouded room. At the crossroads of St. Lana Street and Golden Wheat Street, Lumion materialized from a concealed corner. The Knight of Swords, now sporting disheveled brown hair, a switched flaxen-colored shirt, and a dark brown vest, stood at the fringe of the crimson moonlight. His pallid face and oppressive eyes hinted at an underlying transformation, as if he could shed his human guise at any moment, revealing a monstrous form fueled by pent-up desires. While others might miss these subtleties, Lumion, being an ascetic, possessed a heightened sensitivity to such situations. The Temperance faction, indeed. Lumion mused at the Knight of Swords' appearance, entertaining a whimsical thought. Bro, ever considered embracing inevitability? As an alms monk or an ascetic, you'd spare yourself from enduring so much. Of course, Lumion merely toyed with the idea and wouldn't actually propose it. Without the right strokes of luck, the boon of an evil god could gradually corrupt beyonders within the potion system, eventually transforming them into humanoid monsters aligned with the evil deity. Nevertheless, his musings hinted at the potential synergy between specific sequences of the boon system and potion system. Let's proceed. As the Knight of Swords remained silent, Lumion took the lead and spoke. The Knight of Swords nodded, and they followed the shadows along the street, turning into Golden Wheat Street at a measured pace, heading north. Soon, they reached a 5-story building resembling a small castle. Observing the illuminated windows and grayish-blue outer walls, the Knight of Swords pointed at a specific glass pane, noting, "That's Lado's bedroom. He and his wife sleep in separate rooms." The gathered intelligence is impressively detailed. Lumion acknowledged silently and inquired, "What's your plan?" "Sneak in and take control of the target," the Knight of Swords responded succinctly. "Isn't that a bit too straightforward and crude? The Gyaro family likely employs more than just ordinary beyonders. Some members may have gained powers through the sea prayer ritual." Lumion recalled the unique characteristics of a wraith and assessed his capabilities. With one hand in his pocket, he casually remarked, "Okay." With those words, his form dissolved into a shadow, seamlessly merging with the darkness. Beside him, the Knight of Swords had already vanished. Utilizing the shadows cast on the building's outer wall, Lumion deftly infiltrated Lado Gyaro's room. In an instant, his target came into view. A middle-aged man, with slightly curly black hair and dark brown eyes, adorned in a dark blue cotton robe, greeted Lumion's sight. His long face featured a neatly trimmed thick beard. Lado Gyaro's expression morphed into one of fear, and his body froze. He stumbled toward the shadow concealing Lumion. In the reflection within each eye of the Fisheries Guild committee member, Lumion spotted the pale-faced Knight of Swords, clad in a dark brown vest and flaxen-colored shirt, with disheveled brown hair. Observing Lado Gyaro losing control of his body, unable to utter a sound, Lumion stepped out of the shadow, returning to his original form. An oppressive heaviness enveloped the air around him, akin to the weight of seawater. Apart from this, nothing seemed amiss. With a controlled step, Lumion approached Lado Gyaro, a sensation akin to moving through a swamp. He refrained from resorting to the direct use of the spell of Harumph. Firstly, the other party seemed powerless and could be managed through alternative means, saving his spiritual energy. Secondly, Lumion hesitated due to uncertainty about whether the spell of Harumph would incapacitate both of them, given the forceful possession of Lado Gyaro by the Knight of Swords. Retrieving a bottle of sedative from the Bliss Society, Lumion unscrewed the cap and brought it to Lado Gyaro's nose. Fanning the opening with his hand to hasten the gas's flow, after about 10 seconds, the committee member of the Fisheries Guild closed his eyes and slumped into unconsciousness. Remarkably, he remained standing, not collapsing to the ground. The Tarot Club's minor arcana card holder, the Knight of Swords, maintained absolute control over Lado Gyaro's body. This is even simpler than employing teleportation and the spell of Harumph. I've faced numerous beyonders before, but never have I subdued one without laying a hand on them. I strolled up casually, administering the sedative. A wraith truly stands as an exceptional ally, capable of harmonizing with any sequence of any pathway. Yes, a wraith remains impervious to anesthetic gases. The Bliss Society's sedative had no effect on him. As Lumion observed the noiseless resolution, he almost felt as if he hadn't partaken in the skirmish at all. He returned the Bliss Society sedative to his concealed pocket and retrieved a canister of truth serum. Seizing the moment, he administered nearly a third of it to Lado Gyaro. Sensing that the sedative's impact might be short-lived on Beyonders with unknown traits like Lado Gyaro, he hastened to complete his preparations before the target regained consciousness. Within 20 to 30 seconds, Lado Gyaro's eyes fluttered open. First, he encountered Louis Berry, the adventurer in the golden straw hat, adorned with a faint smile. Subsequently, he discovered himself seated on a chair at some indeterminate moment, facing the divan in the bedroom. Lado attempted to scream, but his vocal cords rebelled, rendering him motionless. "Have you grasped your situation?" Lumion reclined on the sofa, placing his right foot on his left knee. He spoke in Intijan. Fear etched across Lado's face, rendering him unable to nod or respond. While he possessed certain abilities, Lado was certain they wouldn't suffice against the adventurer Louis Berry. They would likely result in a renewed coma or a swift lightning strike. "What do you want?" Lado suddenly inquired. He, too, knew Intijan. Attempting to raise his hand in surprise to touch his neck, he found himself immobilized. Lado Gyaro lapsed into silence. With a smile, Lumion responded, "I have a few questions for you. Answer them satisfactorily, and I might consider letting you live until tomorrow to assist me in spreading the word about this affair." Lado remained silent for a moment before consenting. "What do you want to know?" Lumion casually shook his right ankle. "Are Nolfi and Batna with you?" "Yes," Lado responded with a strong inclination to divulge information. "They're locked up in the basement. They're still alive. I just want to use them." "For what?" Lumion inquired, intrigued. Lado's lips trembled as he explained, "I intend to use them to lead you to the location of the sea sacrificial ritual and guide you to rent a boat there." "So, you're the one who wrote that note?" Lumion exclaimed in realization. "How do you plan to guide me?" Lado struggled to articulate his actions, but his mouth moved faster than his thoughts. "I want you to discover that Nolfi and the Batna intend to rent a boat and head out to sea. Then, I'll arrange for them to seize an opportunity to escape and relay something to you, letting you know the significance of the sea area." "And then?" Lumion inquired with curiosity. Lado sealed his lips shut but eventually spoke. "What they will tell you is the truth, but they are unaware of one thing: never engage a child of the sea in a sea battle. One Oro awaits you in that sea region, ready to bury you entirely." So, the Fisheries Guild planted a deceptive trail through the clue about Nolfi, posing as a turncoat to lure me into a trap and eliminate me. If I hadn't swiftly revealed my intent to investigate the sea prayer ritual, exposing Nolfi and Batna to exploitation, they might already be sleeping with the fishes. The skirmish against Lugano was crafted to deceive me. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he heard Lado express confusion. "You haven't even started your investigation. How did you find me?" "You merely sent your interpreter to inquire about Nolfi and the others' whereabouts." There was no follow-up. Lumion's smile held a cryptic undertone as he disclosed, "Do you think I'm here alone to investigate the sea prayer ritual? I represent the will of many. Numerous comrades lurk in the shadows of Port Santa." Lado felt a chill course through his stiffened body, lending credence to Lumion's words. Lumion raised his right hand and stroked his chin. "Where does your power come from?" Lado's throat constricted as he answered, "From the sea. Each sea prayer ritual grants us strength. Unfortunately, the ritual failed last year. We received no replenishment for 2 years, and everyone weakened to varying degrees. Otherwise, Juan Oro would have finished you long ago. He would have cast your lifeless form into Wave Square, a stark warning to those who cross us. Similar to a boon? Theoretically, even without replenishment, a boon's power will gradually wane." Lumion pondered for a moment and remarked, "The sea prayer ritual is a large-scale boon-seeking ritual, with the governor of the sea as the primary sacrifice?" Lado contemplated for a moment before responding, "He serves as both sacrifice and host. Juan Oro and we act as assistant hosts. The sea prayer ritual is essentially a marriage to the sea and appeasing it. The boon is a byproduct. Marriage to the sea? Lumion suddenly found his imagination lacking. Chapter 560, Traces. Lotto rarely divulged details about the sea prayer ritual. He spoke with a weighty demeanor. Yes, the governor of the sea ties the knot with the sea, quelling its violence and bringing peace. They truly become the spouse of the sea, commanding authority over this stretch of water. As the assistant and deputy hosts, we also gain varying degrees of import. Santa receives some boons, although they are limited in number. So, the governor of the sea is synonymous with husband of the sea. The assistant and deputy hosts are like close friends or family busy assisting at a wedding, naturally earning gratitude. Those with the sea bloodline are akin to children attending a wedding, typically gaining some candy. Lumion attempted to comprehend Lotto Ghiaro's description of the sea prayer ritual by combining reality and wedding traditions in novels. Intrigued, he inquired, does the governor of the sea engage in those acts with the sea? Aren't weddings supposed to conclude with newlyweds consummating their marriage? Of course. Lotto affirmed, after the wedding, the sea will bind itself to the 4 maidens of the sea. Through their union with the governor of the sea, the first child of each maiden of the sea is a noble with a pure sea bloodline, possessing the strongest beyond their powers. Why 4 and not 1 maiden of the sea? It's because individual humans can't endure the vastness, expansiveness, weight, and transcendence of the sea. Enough partners are needed to share the burden. The more I listen, the more ominous it becomes. Marrying a maiden of the sea is akin to marrying a remnant of the sea's power. It's no wonder they're highly valued, and their destinies change. The only challenge is acknowledging and loving their wife's first child. Lumion contemplated for a moment and remarked, and the governor of the sea can withstand the passion of the sea? And it was 4 at a time. Lotto, devoid of pity or sympathy, stated, one of the 2 most crucial purposes of the vigil ritual is to utilize the house and some of the sea spawn concealed within it to transform the governor of the sea's body, enabling them to withstand the violent and unrestrained sea. That's why the governor of the sea can only serve for a year. Even with the physical transformation, the power acquisition, and the beyonder enhancement, they won't endure much longer. Consumable. The husband of the sea is a consumable. Lumion sighed inwardly and queried, then why would the governor of the sea return to the sea after leaving office? No one knows the exact reason, but there's a certain conjecture. Juan Oro believes that the sea doesn't allow those who were once its husband to start a new life. And I believe that the modifications of the vigil ritual, the intrusion of spousal intercourse, and the influence of maritime authority make the governor of the sea more and more like a sea creature and less human. Eventually, he will inevitably return to the sea that gives him peace and comfort. Lotto felt that his deduction was correct. What exactly is the sea you're referring to? Is it a natural spirit or a creature beyond, controlling the sea? Lumion replayed Lotto Ghiaro's answers in his mind before asking, sea spawn? Like the wrinkled monsters that can disguise themselves as devils, and the long black insects that control humans by burrowing into their necks? Yes, Lotto responded, yearning for a cigarette but unable to move his hands. We, the children of the sea, are spawn of the sea. One of our duties is guiding certain sea spawn from the depths to settle on land using our beyonder powers, helping them reproduce. However, Ludwig mentioned that the Baiting's black insects originate from another planet, not some sea spawn. Lumion didn't rush to ask about the children of the sea's beyonder powers. Instead, he focused on the details of the sea prayer ritual. What's the other vital purpose of the vigil? Lotto's expression hinted, don't you understand what weddings are about? Well, there's the exchange of rings for marriage. And the vigil ritual modifies the governor of the sea's body, attaching a unique trait to a fixed golden ring, matching it to the sea bride's identity. A unique golden ring. Lumion perked up and said, and then? During last year's April Fool's prank, Fringe members received orders to acquire a gold ring from Torres and conceal it within the lamb sacrifice's stomach. Then, following the completion of the other rituals, the governor of the sea will take the golden ring and cast it directly into the sea before the ship. He will utter in a unique language from the depths, "We espouse thee, O sea," as a sign of true and perpetual dominion. If the sea consents to this union, gentle waves will stir, transforming into pure white foam petals that will shower over the four maidens of the sea. The returned ring carries symbolic weight, signifying authority over the waters surrounding Port Santa. 1. Just the waters encompassing Port Santa? From the indications, it seems it's not the true sea, but rather something that affects this specific area of the waters. Lumion paused briefly before speaking. How do you express "we espouse thee, O sea," in that peculiar language? Lado Gyaro contemplated for a moment before emitting a chattering sound. Under the influence of the language comprehension charms, Lumion failed to grasp its meaning. He concluded it wasn't part of the northern continent's languages. Simultaneously, he observed the Knight of Swords and Lado's eyes slightly shaking his head. If the Knight of Swords truly belongs to the Temperance faction that parted ways from the Rose School of Thought to align with the Church of the Fool, he should possess knowledge of the southern continent's language. Additionally, with his high sequence and extensive tenure as a Beyonder, he must have encountered most supernatural tongues. Does this imply it's not from the language family of the southern continent, let alone ancient Hermes, Dragonese, Elvish, or other mystical languages? Lumion regarded Lado Gyaro with an intrigued grin. Are you certain those words translate to "we espouse thee, O sea"? Lado hesitated briefly before explaining, probably. This is a language passed down from ancient times, existing since the sea prayer ritual. There are only a few sentences. He's not sure. They hadn't systematically mastered the language, only capable of uttering 2 or 3 sentences based on the legacy. Lumion sensed there might be more to it than Lado's description. There was no denial if the true meaning was akin to open sesame. The folks from the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village might have been akin to the individuals Aurora and Franca spoke of. They employed a peculiar language, its true meaning eluding them as they substituted it with their own interpretation. As Lumion pondered, his expression remained unchanged. Does the governor of the sea safeguard the ring after he acquires the special trait? No, Lado responded, shaking his head. In addition to the governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea, and sailors in charge of controlling the ship, there are 4 pure-blooded children of the sea acting as deputy hosts. They guide the governor and the maidens through the ritual stages, teaching the unique call to marriage. The golden ring is held by one of the deputy hosts and only handed over to the governor when needed. The governor of the sea doesn't have a chance to switch ritual rings. Suppressing his anxiety, Lumion continued at a measured pace. Did the sea prayer ritual fail last year? Lado initially seemed taken aback, but then relief crossed his face. Did the imposter seek your help? Yes, for some reason, the sea prayer ritual failed. The sea's rage claimed the lives of the governor of the sea and the 4 children of the sea serving as deputy hosts. Only the maidens of the sea and some sailors survived. The 4 deputy hosts are dead? Just as Lumion uncovered clues about April Fools, he sensed the link had been abruptly severed. The individuals with the best chance of substituting the ceremonial ring had all perished in the unsuccessful sea prayer ritual. Lumion thought for a moment before inquiring, what happened to the surviving maidens of the sea and sailors? They're still alive, but under strict surveillance. Realizing that the failure to last year's sea prayer ritual was exposed, Lado, not dwelling on the survivors' details, continued, "We arranged marriages for the 4 maidens of the sea who lack actual sea powers with ordinary family members. Though it won't bring about a beyond-a-level change, it has its benefits. The sailors, from Milo Village, received some benefits from Juan Oro but are restricted from leaving Milo Village until this year's sea prayer ritual succeeds." Shifting gears, Lumion asked, "Did the sailors transport the sacrificial lambs and other offerings for the marriage to the sea to the deck?" "Yes." Lado nodded. Sailors handle such cumbersome and laborious tasks. Within the ranks of sailors, one among Bard, Mad Lady, or Ultraman had sneaked in. If the other side held a stronger Beyonder power or a mystical item from the Marauder pathway, they could snatch the genuine ceremonial ring during the exchange, swapping it with a counterfeit. It wouldn't be a surprise that the Marauder pathway, influenced by the celestial worthy, has key April Fool's members wielding matching strengths or artifacts. Lumion swiftly suspected this. He turned to Lado Gyaro, keeping his tone composed. Tell me about the 4 maidens of the sea and the survivors from last year among the sailors. Lado recounted the details from memory. Having absorbed the specifics about the potential targets, Lumion inquired further, were all participants in the sea sacrificial part thoroughly checked? Absolutely. No unauthorized items allowed on board to maintain the ritual's integrity. And before the ship reaches its destination, Juan Oro will vigilantly oversee using his powers, Lado elaborated. As anticipated, Lumion nodded subtly. What powers does Juan Oro wield? 1. Adapted from the Marriage of the Sea ceremony of the Venice Doge set to be hanged. Chapter 561, Language of the Stars. Lado Gyaro struggled to keep silent, but the words burst out of him. After a long internal battle, he finally responded, he's the most powerful among us. Before joining the Fisheries Guild Committee, he served as a deputy host on the sea sacrificed ship a whopping 11 times. He gained numerous boons and established a solid connection with the sea. He can fly. If he's not afraid of losing lifespan, he can temporarily take control of these waters on behalf of the governor of the sea. He possesses other special abilities, though they're rarely revealed. We're not entirely sure either. What we do know is that the failure of last year's sea prayer ritual significantly weakened him. Lado paused and couldn't resist adding, first and foremost, we are astronomers. Our expertise lies in observing the stars' transformations and calculating their patterns. Keep in mind that the annual sea prayer ritual doesn't have a fixed date. It could happen any day during the first week of November. This is because, to enter that special area that communicates with the sea, the stars need to be in specific positions to open the corresponding passageway. The date of a similar phenomenon varies from year to year. Astronomers with sufficient knowledge must predict it in advance through observation and calculation. The idea of Fisheries Guild Committee members being astronomers seems comical and absurd. Lumion didn't interrupt Lado Gyaro's narrative. The self-proclaimed astronomer continued his explanation. Secondly, we are humans who worship the sea and the cosmos. We can receive revelations and guidance of fate from the changes in tides, the waves of the sea, and the trajectories of the stars, avoiding danger and making the right choices. Many times, we refer to such revelations and guidance as the language of the stars. The language of the stars. Sounds pretty dangerous. How do you know it's not something risky like Termoboros or Ludwig winking at you? Lumion resisted the urge to shake his head and sighed inwardly. Furthermore, we are descendants of the sea and the cosmos, serving as clergymen who offer sacrifices to them. We can manipulate the power of the land to completely immobilize the target or make them float. We can emit rays from the cosmos, causing damage to the enemy's body structure and weakening them. Without the corresponding superpowers to treat them, they will face an irreversible and agonizing death. We can also create a powerful magnetic effect. Combined with the power of the land, we can generate a half-real illusion. We call it the cosmic void. Lado's expression gradually turned fanatical. From a mysticism perspective, the Beyonder characteristics of the children of the sea involve the land and the cosmos. According to Aurora's knowledge, it encompasses gravity, radiation, and electromagnetism. Furthermore, due to gravity and electromagnetism, they also possess some illusionary and spatial abilities. Lumion, rephrasing Lado Gyaro's words for easier comprehension, couldn't help but criticize inwardly, hey, you're the children of the sea, not the children of the stars. Why don't I see many sea-related powers? Lado took a deep breath and continued, we are also the navigators of the sea and the cosmos. We can find the right path under any circumstances, guided by the performance of the sea and the stars. We can use this power to help others. Without our guidance, ships can't enter that special water even on the correct date. That's why Nolfi insisted on returning to Port Santa before setting off. Although she knew the coordinates and route of the sea sacrificial land from her mother, she would never have reached it if she didn't set off from Port Santa. The spawn that come to land from the seabed also rely on our abilities in this area to survive the fog, vortex, and storms without losing their way in the sea route or being swallowed by darkness. Navigators. Lumion suddenly recalled the strange fish he had encountered on the Flying Bird, the mutated bannerfish, who could control the waves. They were also known as Death Navigators. Have you heard of the strange fish known as Death Navigators? Lumion interrupted Lado Giaro's account. Lado hesitated for a moment before responding, yes, they're also spawn of the sea. We all suspect that they were transformed from the governors of the sea who returned to the sea. Transformed from the governors of the sea? Lumion raised his eyebrows. Lado swallowed and explained, they should still be fused with the sea, so future generations will be born, but their strength is inferior to theirs. In the past, they only roamed those waters. In recent years, for some reason, they occasionally swam out and returned. After the sea prayer ritual failed last year, this situation became even more frequent. Did the failure of the ritual cause the Death Navigators to go out more frequently? Did the Death Navigators lure sailors to those special waters? Were they ultimately devoured by the sea? Lumion's mind raced with questions, but he knew that Lado Giaro couldn't answer them. Lado returned to the main topic. We can still manipulate the waves to a certain extent and influence the tides, but we can't compare to Juan Oro, much less the governor of the sea. That's more like a child of the sea. That's why they think it's easier to bury me in the sea. Lumion pondered as he inquired about a few more details. He then lowered his right foot from his left knee and slowly stood up. Nodding at the Knight of Swords in Lado's eyes, Lumion said to Lado Giaro, last request, release Nolfi and Batna. With that, Lumion walked to the bedroom window. Simultaneously, the Knight of Swords, who had possessed Lado Giaro, vanished. The committee member of the Fisheries Guild regained control of his body. As Lumion left, Lado Giaro couldn't help but express his confusion, fear, and a hint of uncontrollable emotion. I thought you'd kill me once you got the information. Otherwise, wouldn't it expose the fact that you have many hidden helpers, the secret of a faction behind you, and the uniqueness of your helpers? Lumion didn't look back and continued forward. On the way, he pressed down on his golden straw hat and smiled. To you, this might be important, but not to me. Just as Lado Giaro was about to say something, he saw the body of the adventurer, Louis Barry, suddenly turn black and thin, transforming into a shadow that disappeared from the crimson moonlight's reach. After staring at the darkness for a while, Lado adjusted the collar of his robe and left the master bedroom. He personally headed to the basement to release Nolfi and Batna. Opposite the building where his family resided, beneath a row of verdant trees, Lumion leaned leisurely against the black gas street lamp pole, gazing at the glass windows illuminated by the light. The disheveled, pale-faced Knight of Swords materialized behind him and asked in a deep voice, "Are you really not going to kill him?" Lumion chuckled and said, "If we kill him, who's going to inform Juan Oro that I have powerful helpers and the support of a powerful faction lurking in the shadows?" He couldn't just toss tarot cards at Lado Giaro's corpse, could he? Furthermore, the problem lay in the fact that no one knew that the adventurer, Louis Barry, was a minor arcana card holder of the Tarot Club. Upon hearing Lumion's response, the Knight of Swords pondered for a moment before vanishing into the darkness. Before long, Batna emerged from the house where Lado Giaro's extended family resided, clutching his rapier and revolver. Upon seeing Lumion, they looked a little ashamed and approached him with slow steps. "Thank you for saving us." Nolfi, adorable in a blouse and brown pants, expressed her sincere gratitude. Batna said, "I'm well aware of Nolfi's intentions and haven't been deceived by her. I sympathize with the tragic fate of these sea spawn and hope to help her end all of this." Lumion looked at Nolfi. What kind of tragic end will it lead to? The committee members of the Fisheries Guild seemed quite pleased. Nolfi fell silent for a moment before saying, "All maidens of the sea and children of the sea eventually transform into a lizard-like humanoid monster. Perhaps earlier, perhaps later, my mother passed away because she was attacked by assassins hired by the Fisheries Guild and wanted to die as a human. Not only did she refuse treatment, but she also inflicted some damage on herself. In that case, the humanoid lizard at Rubio Paco's house is a common sight in families around Port Santa. Why the need for secrecy?" Lumion turned to Batna with a smile, asking, "Did you know Nolfi would transform into a humanoid lizard?" "Yes." Batna expressed that he didn't mind. At that moment, Nolfi inquired, "Then do you know what a humanoid lizard looks like?" As she spoke, the rather attractive female adventurer's eyes widened. Shimmering illusory scales appeared on her body, and her skin transformed into that of a snake. Batna jumped in fright, taking a step back involuntarily. Lumion continued to ask Nolfi, "Why didn't you rent a boat at a nearby port and find a sailor to sail it over? Why choose a ship rental company in Port Santa?" Nolfi undid the phantom scales, reverting to her original appearance, frustration and embarrassment evident in her voice. "In Port Santa, people often rent boats for fishing and sightseeing. This should be a very ordinary thing." Lumion sighed helplessly. "Did you know that last year's sea prayer ritual failed? The Fisheries Guild will be on high alert this year, investigating all unstable factors. Besides, the sea prayer ritual is only a few days away. It's inevitable to start paying attention to those who rent boats to go out to sea." Nolfi and Batna remained silent, resembling two students. After a moment, Nolfi asked in surprise and suspicion, "Did the sea prayer ritual fail last year?" Lumion didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment and said, "You want to end the sea prayer ritual with just the two of you? What gave you the confidence?" Nolfi pursed her lips and stated, "As long as I can enter those waters and find the palace, I have a way to destroy it and end everything." "Palace?" Lumion's eyebrows twitched. Nolfi nodded. "When my mother was possessed by the sea, she saw a strange palace through her spirituality and the connection between them. It's located at the bottom of the sea. It's the Palace of the Sea." Chapter 562, Changed Plans. Palace? Lumion hadn't anticipated gaining information that Lado Gyaro lacked from Nolfi. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What's the palace like? Was it an ancient relic or the abode of some natural spirit? Could the sea prayer ritual be tapping into the palace's inner power?" Nolfi shook her head. "My mother couldn't give a detailed description. She just mentioned that the palace is unlike any structure on land. It boasts a peculiar design, with smooth curves and a reflective metallic sheen. Overall, it's silver gray." Lumion envisioned the palace based on Nolfi's account, though lacking specifics, he could only conjure an approximate image. He grinned and remarked, "If that's truly the sea palace, do you honestly believe you two can bring it down? If you struggle against Lado Gyaro and his crew, how do you plan to breach the sea spawn's defenses? How will you escape the sea's fury?" Nolfi paused for a moment before responding, "I have my ways." She didn't elaborate on the method. Could a child of the sea, likely below sequence 7 in strength, truly destroy the sea palace? An entity capable of unleashing violent storms across the entire sea. Lumion pondered, forming a sudden hypothesis. Was Nolfi's confidence rooted in collaboration with others? Had she not returned to Port Santa without adequate preparations? As Lumion's mind raced, he shifted his gaze toward Batna. Batna Kant, who had inadvertently distanced himself from Nolfi by 2 to 3 steps, had just resheathed his rapier and concealed his revolver. Sensing Lumion's scrutiny, he grinned sheepishly and explained, "I'm here for support and to command the ship. You might not know, but I served as a second mate for a while before becoming an adventurer." In other words, he implied, "I'm not sure about Nolfi's plan either. Whether she succeeds or not doesn't concern me much. I've fulfilled my duty as a lover by providing some assistance. I can tell that you come from a good background based on your refined attire and grooming. Initially, I thought you ran away from home, enchanted by Gehrman Sparrow's adventure story, and went to sea to become an adventurer. Now, it seems your family recommended you to be a second mate to gain work experience. After a while, you resigned and chose the path of an adventurer. Lumion was unsure how to assess Batna's romanticism. Glancing at him, he commented, "Do you realize how dangerous this situation is?" Batna cleared his throat and replied, "I thought the children of the seas wouldn't be too formidable. Nulfi and I have sparred before." Lumion eyed Batna for a couple of seconds before redirecting his gaze to Nulfi. "What are your plans moving forward?" Without directly inquiring about hidden collaborators, Lumion circumvented the question, aiming to lower Nulfi's guard and uncover any hints from her responses. Nulfi pursed her lips and said, "We've been exposed and targeted by the Fisheries Guild. Our original plan is no longer viable. I intend to lay low until the sea prayer ritual concludes." "Why not just leave?" Batna interjected, expressing surprise on Lumion's behalf. He believed that once Nulfi's motives and identity were revealed, she would promptly abandon this operation and devise an alternative plan for a future sea prayer ritual. Nulfi fell silent for a moment before revealing, "If the sea prayer ritual succeeds, and I'm still in Port Santa, being a child of the sea with a relatively pure bloodline, I should be able to gain a certain boon." She paused, briefly gazing at the ground. "Although it might hasten my transformation into a humanoid lizard, it can also enhance my strength." A subtle sorrow lingered in her words. Batna stared blankly, his mouth agape, but no words escaped him. Lumion raised his hand, adjusting the golden straw hat on his head. Using a well-known line from the Adventurer series, he remarked, "This is both a blessing and a curse." As Louis Barry prepared to depart, Nulfi once again expressed her sincere gratitude. "I don't know how to express my gratitude. If you need any help, feel free to come to me." "You can find me too," Batna chimed in. Caught between staying with Nulfi or leaving Port Santa, he hesitated. Lumion's gaze swept across their faces, and he suddenly smiled. "Coincidentally, I have something for you two to do." Nulfi was taken aback but nodded gently. "Just shoot." Having bid farewell to Nulfi and Batna, Lumion stealthily returned to Salo Motel from the shadows. Emerging from the darkness in the corner of the master bedroom, he found the Knight of Swords standing by the curtains, silently observing him under the crimson moonlight. "Why do you always appear like a scene from a ghost story? Is this a wraith trait or a manifestation of the potion's influence?" Lumion critiqued, expressing gratitude, "Thank you for your assistance." The Knight of Swords remained silent. He looked at Lumion and inquired, after controlling Lado Gyaro, "It seems you've altered your original plan?" Lumion chuckled. "You're quite perceptive, but I changed my mind perhaps a little earlier or later than the moment you specified." He responded with a hint of a charlatan's demeanor and elaborated with a smile, "How can an original plan be executed without any changes? That's not the mark of a conspirer but an omnipotent and omniscient one. During the planning process, one must adjust their approach based on feedback, new information, and changes in the situation, while ensuring the true motive remains intact." Hence, concealing his true motives was crucial. It was akin to the many paths between the starting point and the end, with often only one true conclusion. This point was the most vulnerable to blockages and ambushes. The Knight of Swords listened quietly and then silently vanished by the window. Lumion allowed himself to relax, washed up, and retired to bed, sleeping soundly until 6 in the morning. Following breakfast provided by the motel, he directed Lugano to take Ludwig to the streets for some snacks. Observing their departure through the closed door, Lumion returned to the master bedroom, where the curtains still hung. In the dimness, he pulled out the armchair from the desk and settled in. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly noticed glimmers in the depths of the darkness. He felt himself suspended in midair, devoid of solid ground beneath his feet or a backrest behind him. Lumion maintained a stoic expression as he gazed into the profound void with a cosmos-like backdrop. From a distance, Juan Oro, the president of the Fisheries Guild, approached, attired in a formal suit and wielding a walking stick. Lumion looked at the old man in silence, displaying no surprise, as if anticipating Juan Oro's arrival. As the distance closed to a certain extent, Juan Oro's wrinkles trembled as he uttered an incision. Milo village was once obliterated, along with the sea spawn that ventured onto the land. Yet, we stand here today. As long as the sea endures, as long as the cosmos persists, as long as Port Santa remains a forbidden land for death, we can resurface from the sea's depths, regardless of the blows we endure or the loss of our descendants. We can rebuild Milo village and initiate the sea prayer ritual anew. This is attested by the clergymen of the Earth Mother Church, their combat ascetics, and their nuns. If we, the children of the sea, are truly pushed to the edge of a precipice, we possess the courage and determination to drag the enemy into the abyss. This is because we firmly believe in our indestructible spirit and the ability to rebuild our village, preventing its extinction. You share all this with me to convey that the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village's sea spawn are unafraid of threats, possessing both the ability and courage to face powerful enemies. Furthermore, you suggest that the corresponding legacies will endure, resurfacing from the sea in the future. It's akin to a warning, cautioning me not to go too far. Otherwise, they won't hesitate to engage in an internecine conflict. Lumion comprehended Juan Oro's veiled message and chose not to respond. He silently observed the old man, waiting for him to continue. Juan Oro's azure eyes reflected the image of the black-haired, green-eyed adventurer Louis Berry. In a resonant voice, he questioned, "What do you and the forces supporting you desire? What is your aim?" "We won't tolerate the disruption of the sea prayer ritual, nor will we abandon the foundations laid in Port Santa." Realizing that adventurer Louis Berry is not only formidable but also backed by a faction, they must perceive me as a tough adversary. If they were to confront me head-on, they might find it challenging to prevail. Hence, he's here to negotiate, seeking to exchange concessions for my withdrawal. Is he attempting to assert his bottom line and strength to dissuade me from rash actions, leaving both sides with a way out? Lumion showed no surprise. He glanced around and remarked, "Why isn't there a chair? I prefer discussing matters while seated." After a brief silence from Juan Oro, the armchair reappeared behind Lumion, and he resumed his original posture. Lumion calmly gazed at Juan Oro, the Fisheries Guild president, and stated, "Would you believe me if I told you I never intended to disrupt the sea prayer ritual?" "Never intended to disrupt the sea prayer ritual?" Juan Oro repeated, his deep wrinkles furrowing. Lumion continued, "As long as you're willing to spare the innocent, like the fake governor of the sea, cooperation isn't out of the question." Cooperation? Juan Oro couldn't conceal his astonishment. He scrutinized the adventurer who had forcefully intervened in the Fisheries Guild's affairs upon arriving at Port Santa. Lumion had stormed the governor of the sea's residence, blown up the Fisheries Guild's main building, and nearly killed his grandson. He wondered if his hearing had slowed down like the other elders. A smile gradually spread across Lumion's face. He leaned back in his chair and snapped his fingers, igniting a crimson flame. "Yes, cooperation." Chapter 563, Another Attempt. Upon learning the intricacies of Louis Berry's collaboration and his unwavering commitment, Juan Oro found himself questioning the reliability of his own ears once again. It wasn't that the other party's demands were outrageous or absurd, making it sound like some kind of jest. On the contrary, the Fisheries Guild could fulfill his desires with minimal effort, without requiring a substantial payment. This went beyond Juan Oro's initial expectations. Prior to meeting Louis Berry, he had mentally prepared himself for potential ruthless extortion. After all, considering the ease with which the other party subdued Lado Giaro and displayed strength against the Fisheries Guild, Oro had anticipated a tougher negotiation. Surprisingly, Louis Berry proved to be more amenable to discussion than Oro had envisioned. This led Juan Oro to contemplate whether there might be some deception at play. He wondered if, in the future, Berry would abruptly turn against him during their collaboration, breaking the promises made. Lumion observed the wrinkled old man silently, refraining from clarifying his intentions. Explaining might expose his true motives, and the timing wasn't right yet. After careful consideration, Juan Oro let out a sigh of age. We can accede to your request. However, throughout our collaboration, we will remain vigilant and formulate contingency plans. Lumion smiled, rising from the suspended armchair in the void. He extended his right hand to Juan Oro. Pleasure working with you. Juan Oro shook his hand and remarked, "You're not as crazy as you seem." Lumion pondered for a moment and smirked. "Of course, I've always been a clever, rational, and polite adventurer." Juan Oro wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. He nodded at Louis Berry and stated, "Given your preference for discretion in our collaboration, I should depart now. Otherwise, my visit might become known to others." Lumion took a moment to contemplate before responding, "I'll dispatch my concealed companion to Milo Village tomorrow night. Ensure the surviving sailors from last year's ritual are brought to your main building in advance and kept under control." Agreed. Juan Oro didn't object. This was one of the terms they had agreed upon. As the cane-wielding old man prepared to leave, Lumion called out thoughtfully, "I'm a man of my word. I promised Georgia I wouldn't disclose the details of the commission to anyone. But I have a question for you. Have any children of the sea from the Paco family gone missing recently or not been seen for an extended period?" He hinted that his inquiry was linked to the Paco family's commission. Juan Oro's expression darkened as he contemplated for more than 10 seconds. "The Paco family's children of the sea have made appearances recently. At first, I thought something had happened to Rubio's mother, Martha, that we shouldn't know about. Yet, it turns out she's still fine, just severely injured. No missing children of the sea from the Paco family? Where did the humanoid lizard come from?" Lumion was alarmed. His initial thought was that the Paco family might be involved with other children of the sea. His second thought was that one of the Paco family's children of the sea might have been replaced. Is the imposter parading around with the original's face, while the real individual had transformed into a humanoid lizard, meeting their demise at the hands of the great adventurer? Lumion couldn't help but associate the substitute and the frequent appearances of the person in question with a sequence name, Faceless. It aligned with the Lie earring sequence, the previous sequence of marionettist Loki. Could it be that after Loki's resurrection, he infiltrated Port Santa and clandestinely replaced a key member of the Paco family? Was his goal to set a trap for me and execute something during the sea prayer ritual, continuing what he had left incomplete the previous year? With these thoughts swirling, Lumion couldn't help but experience a blend of excitement and fear. However, upon further consideration, he dismissed the notion. If Loki had genuinely substituted an essential member of the Paco family, there wouldn't be any humanoid lizard sightings. He could have discreetly resolved the issue and erased all traces, avoiding such an obvious loophole. Moreover, Rubio Paco wasn't the sole child of the sea in the Paco family. Martha, as a maiden of the sea, also wielded the residual power of the sea. How could they struggle against a humanoid lizard whose strength hadn't reached the mid-sequence? Why would they take the risk of exposing the secret and hiring an external adventurer, Louis Berry, to handle the situation? With Lumion's comprehension of the sea prayer ritual and sea spawn deepening, it left him even more bewildered about the Paco family's previous decisions. He believed that crucial information was concealed within. He turned to Juan Oro, organizing his thoughts. Are descendants of the same maidens of the sea prohibited from attacking each other? There's no such restriction. Juan Oro dismissed Lumion's speculation. Lumion deliberately mused aloud, then why did the Paco family intentionally hire an outsider like me for the commission instead of utilizing their own beyonders? Juan Oro maintained his serious expression. It's for the same reason I hired someone to monitor Paco's house. That's why I sent the little devil to interrogate you. That's why I needed to meet Martha. You call that wrinkled, old man-like monster little devil? Lumion nodded gently and asked, the Paco family must be harboring a significant secret. He refrained from delving deeper and watched as Juan Oro turned away, walking off with his cane. Soon, the cosmic void around him dissipated, and he returned to the draped master bedroom of the suite, seated in the armchair before the desk. Lumion smiled, pivoted, grasped the curtain, and drew it open. The morning sun flooded in, casting a radiant glow. The next night, within the ancestral house of the Oro family in Milo Village, a structure only one floor shorter than the residence of the governor of the sea. The building had undergone numerous renovations, showcasing a fusion of antiquated and modern architecture. Black and gray stone walls stood alongside concrete pillars, and beneath the seaweed-covered roof lay red ring tiles. The door to the first-floor lounge had been shut, leaving only an elderly man with a black cane, Juan Oro, and his cherished grandson, Fernandez Oro, alongside 8 unconscious villagers of Milo Village sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in a corner of the room, and a figure materialized. Standing just over 1.7 meters tall, the figure possessed an ordinary face and sported a brownish-green short-sleeved shirt, loose brownish-yellow pants, strapless leather shoes with vents, and a short circular felt hat. "Who are you?" Juan Oro inquired in Intijan. As one of Port Santa's strongest sea merchants, he had sailed numerous times between the ages of 30 and 50. It was only natural for him to comprehend Intijan. The man responded fluently in Highlander, "I'm Lewis Barry's companion. You can call me Charname." It doesn't seem like the spirit type beyond Erlado encountered. Lewis Barry has more than one companion lurking in the shadows. Juan Oro rejoiced that he had chosen negotiation first. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he glanced at Fernandez, whose face remained pale, and understood that he wasn't entirely pleased. It was common for young lads to be calculating about who suffered and who benefited, often forgetting their most essential motives. "You can start questioning them," Juan Oro instructed the man known as Charname. "Over the past year, we've employed various methods to determine if they're lying or not. We've even exploited the uniqueness of other sea spawn. All the results indicate that they've told the complete truth and concealed nothing. The failure of the sea prayer ritual has nothing to do with them." Charname's lips curved into a smile as he replied, "How would I know if I don't give it a shot myself?" Approaching the unconscious sailors, he retrieved a dagger and stabbed their fingertips one by one, smearing the corresponding blood on various spots on the back of his hand. Amidst the pain, the sailors began to awaken one after another. In front of them, Charname produced a mirror and smiled. "Your blood will reveal if you're lying and if you're the genuine person. If anyone deceives me, their blood will burn on the mirror, and they'll face the same fate. All right, answer them one by one." As Charname spoke, he calmly transferred the blood from the back of his hand to the mirror, a strange sight as it seemed to seep into the glass. The sailors glanced at Juan Oro, realizing this was another investigation into the cause of the sea prayer ritual's failure last year. Skillfully, they recounted their experiences, leaving no details omitted. After hearing their accounts, Charname asked thoughtfully, "Were IRU and Sulla responsible for transporting the lamb sacrifices?" "Yes," all the sailors replied in unison. Charname pressed on, "Did they both perish during the sea prayer ritual?" The surviving sailors nodded, confirming that their 2 companions had been thrown overboard in the tidal wave of the failed ritual, never to surface again. Turning to Juan Oro, Charname inquired, "Do you have any belongings from IRU and Sulla? Clothes they've worn many times, toothbrushes not discarded, and the like. I want to try summoning their spirits." Although most of their spirits would have dissipated over the past year and can't remember effective information, the state of their spirits can reveal certain things, such as deep resentment and hatred. Juan Oro shook his head. "We attempted it after the sea prayer ritual. We couldn't summon their spirits. Those consumed by the raging sea would have their spirits devoured as well." Charname chuckled and suggested, "Let's give it another shot. There's nothing to lose by trying." Juan Oro pondered for a moment and agreed. He immediately instructed Fernandez to retrieve IRU's extracted tooth and Sulla's clothes, previously used for spirit channeling. Then, they observed as Charname set up the altar and initiated a summoning ritual. I summon in my name, the sailor of Port Santa's Milo Village, a man named Iru Adela, the owner of this tooth." A gust of wind blew, and the altar's candle flame took on a dark green hue. A blurry figure quickly materialized. Success? He actually succeeded? Fernandez's pupils dilated as he gazed above the candle flame. The figure vaguely resembled IRU, but it showed no signs of drowning. Its skin was pale white and swollen. Instead, its face was covered in blood, and there was an evident wound on its forehead. The specter's eyes brimmed with pain and hatred. Chapter 564, Individual Roles. Looking at the specter suspected to be IRU, Juan Oro's expression shifted. Back then, even though they had missed the optimal time for spirit channeling, they still managed to learn about the deaths on the first day and found items that could accurately pinpoint the target. Utilizing the little devil's ability, they completed the summoning, but none of the deceased spirits appeared. This led them to believe that the human spirits that angered the sea would be devoured. No further attempts were made. Nearly a year later, the summoning had actually succeeded. Moreover, it appeared that IRU hadn't drowned at sea but had been shot. This was entirely different from the backlash caused by the failure of the sea prayer ritual. Charname used Hermes to inquire about the spirit suspected to be IRU, but the target was already in a daze and couldn't recall anything. Even his appearance had become blurry, assimilated by the environment. Charname concluded the ritual and used Sulla's clothes, worn over many years, to summon the spirit of the other deceased. This time, nothing happened. Charname refrained from further attempts. He extinguished the candle's flame and dispelled the wall of spirituality. In Highlander, he addressed Juan Oro. The problem has become clearer. Juan Oro didn't respond. Instead, he turned to his grandson, Fernandez. Take them out and send them home. Instruct each of them. All right. Although Fernandez yearned to hear Charname's conjecture and understand the subsequent events, he didn't dare disobey his grandfather's orders. He hurriedly led the surviving sailors out of the lounge and closed the door. After a few moments, Juan Oro shifted his gaze to Charname, whose features didn't stand out. Are you suggesting that the IRU who perished during the sea prayer ritual was an imposter? Charname asked with a smirk, why do you think the fake IRU is really dead? The others might have been swallowed by the sea, but not him. Disregarding the miraculous resurrection, nobody present could prove that the fake IRU had indeed fallen into the sea. Observing Juan Oro's silence, Charname pressed on, the real IRU should have been assassinated by those saboteurs days or even weeks before the sea prayer ritual. No, he was more likely to have been kidnapped, killed by a gun after the sea prayer ritual completed. After all, the living cannot have their spirit channeled. Later, someone disguised themselves as him and lived in Milo village for a period. Without arousing suspicion, they boarded the governor of the sea's wedding ship as a sailor. Right, is IRU the kind with no living elders, no spouse, no kids, and not residing with siblings? Juan Oro's eyes narrowed as he spoke, more or less. Their grandmother passed away over a decade ago. His parents, children of the sea, established a separate family. After reaching adulthood, they lost control of their powers, turning into pure sea spawn. We had to send them back to the sea. As expected, they picked the sailor with the least difficult disguise, Charname remarked with a sigh. Juan Oro frowned and said, yet, everyone boarding the ship undergoes a routine inspection by another sea spawn to confirm authenticity. Charname chuckled. As you said, it's a routine inspection, and in this world, many disguises require specific methods or deeper identification to uncover. Juan Oro nodded solemnly. Charname kindly suggested with a hint of flaunting, next time, it might be wise to draw blood from everyone boarding the ship and compare it to their closest relatives. It could reveal their true bloodline. That's an idea, Juan Oro tersely acknowledged. Over the centuries, the sea prayer ritual had encountered no issues, so they hadn't considered refining the details. Juan Oro inquired, what do those who disrupted the ritual want? We're not certain either, Charname shrugged, glancing towards the curtained window that led to the governor of the sea's residence. Juan Oro sensed a hint in Charname's allusion to something Louis Berry had mentioned earlier. He subtly nodded and added, when this year's sea prayer ritual succeeds, we'll release Miguel and allow him to live in Torres. By then, the failure of last year's ritual won't remain a secret of burden. There's no need for us to harm Miguel. Miguel? Charname inquired thoughtfully. He's the false governor of the sea. He used to work for the fisheries company, and his lineage traces back to Milo village, Juan Oro explained succinctly. Charname diverted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. He's had his year of indulgence. Fear may linger, but everything comes with a price. The companion of the great adventurer paused, curiosity lighting up his eyes. Did your ancestor come from the depths of the sea, or did ordinary fishermen suddenly gain inspiration and enlightenment, mastering the art of pleasing the sea and gaining its favor? He inquired. Juan Oro took a moment of silence before responding, we don't know. Both possibilities are equally plausible. Milo village was once eradicated by the Earth Mother Church. Many legacies were severed, and were left clueless about our ancestors' origins. On a personal note, I lean towards the second theory. We're different from typical sea spawn. The children we bear initially resemble humans. It's only as they absorb more of the sea's power that they transform into humanoid lizards. Additionally, while our strength weakens, theirs does not. Charname nodded in agreement. I'm inclined to think the second scenario is more likely too. He then asked, have all traces of Milo village's ancestors truly been erased? Is there no evidence left? Juan Oro studied Charname for a moment before revealing, there's some residual evidence in the underground chamber of the governor of the sea's residence, but it's just symbols and patterns. They're meaningless and indecipherable. If you want to see them, wait until the vigil ritual. But aren't you concerned about the risk of exposing our collaboration by going to the governor of the sea's residence now? Fair point. After obtaining other details, Charname abruptly receded into the shadows in the corner and vanished. Juan Oro watched as the great adventurer's companion disappeared and released a slow sigh. He sensed a storm brewing around Port Santa. In the master bedroom of the fifth-floor suite at Solemn Hotel. Emerging from the shadows, Charname adorned the silver light earring behind his left ear. His eyes swiftly transformed, becoming as clear as a lake, and his flaxen-tinted hair cascaded over his shoulders. Franca, still radiating astonishing charm despite her male attire, tossed the earring back to Lumion. She retrieved a black rubber band from her pocket and tied her long hair into a high ponytail. I've discovered traces of Bard, the demoness of pleasure exclaimed with joy. Why Bard and not the other two? Lumion sat in an armchair in front of the desk, tightly drawn curtains behind him. Deliberately returning to Trier and bringing Franca to Port Santa for her assistance, Lumion believed himself inferior to the demoness of pleasure in divination and spirit channeling. Rather than wasting the truth serum, he sought Franca's direct help. Additionally, he wanted Franca to assume the guise of his other identity, completely separating him from the adventurer Louis Barry. This would enable him to deceive those secretly monitoring him and potentially execute future deceptions. Franca shared her findings from the spirit channeling today and the completed conversation. The fake IRU must first possess powers akin to a faceless, followed by adept thieving skills. Long ago, I know someone mentioned that Bard is a Sequence 6 Prometheus of the Marauder pathway. It's highly likely he's even stronger now. If others hadn't confirmed that Loki wasn't involved in last year's sea prayer ritual prank, at least not openly, he would have been the most suitable to impersonate IRU. Now, the probability of IRU being Bard is higher. As a mid-sequence Marauder Beyonder, perhaps he possesses an item similar to Lai. Maybe he prayed to that celestial worthy, undergoing a change in physique and appearance. Additionally, he could be imbued with mystical anti-divination and anti-prophecy traits. Marauder is one of the three pathways most easily influenced by celestial worthy. Lumion listened quietly, and a smile gradually formed on his face. Bard's role and purpose in last year's ritual are essentially clear. He disguised himself as a sailor, boarded the ship, stole the genuine ceremonial ring, and replaced it with a fake one. Then, he willingly leaped into the sea, feigning his death to make his escape. Lumion paused briefly before continuing, the question now is, what roles did Mad Lady and Ultraman play in this matter? So far, their presence doesn't seem to affect the final failure of the sea prayer ritual. Franca pursed her lips and paced back and forth. Mad Lady might handle receiving and communication. For instance, after Bard jumped into the sea, she could teleport over and whisk him away to prevent him from being consumed by the tumultuous sea. Only a traveler possesses such an ability. Ultraman is likely responsible for providing information about the sea prayer ritual and devising the corresponding plan. But that can't be all. He probably has other roles. Lumion leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I concur with your hypothesis about Mad Lady, but according to the information we have, entering those special waters requires guidance from the Children of the Sea, following a specific route. How did Mad Lady teleport inside? Was she lurking on the ship? Or does Bard carry some special coordinates with him? It's certainly not a physical item, otherwise, it would have been discovered. As for Ultraman, I've always suspected he's a native of Port Santa with a profound understanding of the sea prayer ritual. He likely orchestrated the prank last year. At this point, Lumion stood up. My intuition suggests that if we can uncover Ultraman's actions in last year's prank and identify his role beyond being the mastermind, we can discern April Fool's true motives in this matter. Chapter 565, Possible Breakthrough. Franca's emotions were stirred by Lumion's words, and she responded with anticipation. Then it's akin to catching a fox by its tail. When the time comes, we'll summon good helpers and strive to eliminate a few more key members of April Fools. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth. Despite Lumion and Franca making various guesses and deductions about Ultraman's role in last year's prank, none of them felt they had grasped the key to the mystery. Franca exhaled and said, "Phew, there are still some important puzzle pieces missing. See if you can fish out more details." She needed to return to Trier. Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and asked thoughtfully, "How's your search for the Tamara family's descendant going?" "Nothing yet, but Madame Judgment intends to inform the other major Arcana card holders about this. She hopes they can help keep an eye out." Franca briefly explained her situation. Lumion gazed at her face and said, "I have an investigative direction." "What?" Franca perked up. Lumion's lips curled up. "Investigate the other members of the Demonist sect in Trier. Given the close ties between certain members of the Tamara family and the Demonist sect, they might even be collaborating to establish the secret organization, Theosophy Order. There's a chance that one of them could directly join the Demonist sect. Moreover, considering Madame Judgment's mission for you to infiltrate the Demonist sect, discern the primordial Demonist's current state and issues, why not investigate other demonesses? Are you going to wait until you reach the level of a powerhouse like a Demonist of Red before gathering information? Do you believe there will be enough angel-level hunter beyond her characteristics to aid your return to your original gender at that point? Why the Demonist of Red?" Franca instinctively focused on this question. Lumion smiled. "Have you forgotten your nickname, Madame Red Boots?" Franca smiled awkwardly. "Isn't that to create a persona with characteristics that can be easily changed when you're on the run? It's clearly different from the description on the wanted poster." "Ahem, isn't it too dangerous to investigate other demonesses under the watchful eyes of the Demoness of Black?" Lumion raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. "Why are you investigating the Tamara family?" "Investigating mirror people," Franca replied subconsciously. Lumion asked again, "And who assigned you the mirror people investigation?" "The Demoness of Black." Franca immediately shut her mouth. She then muttered to herself, "However, an intricate balance needs to be struck. The source of the intel must be fabricated nicely, otherwise, we'll still be suspected." Lumion didn't say anything else. He grabbed Franca's shoulder and planned to send her back to Trier. Franca glanced at the curtain window and eagerly said, "Remember to ask me for help when you visit the combat nuns in the future." She arrived in Port Santa in the afternoon and spent a long time using the fake name, Charname, she chose herself, and the face on Lumion's fake ID to travel about. With her fluent Highlander, she quickly grasped the folklore and combat nun styles. Lumion scoffed dismissively. "Don't even think about it. You can't impregnate them." Franca replied indignantly, "Theoretically, it's not impossible, but it's quite dangerous. Think about it, Madame Puali's. Lumion was left speechless. Besides, giving birth isn't the only important thing in life. Franca continued to search for an excuse. Lumion exhaled silently and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He disappeared from the master bedroom with Franca, who was still talking. In no time, Lumion reappeared at the exact spot he had left. Shaking his head and teasing Franca, he eased back into the armchair. It had to be acknowledged that bantering and joking with friends, free from the need for caution, proved helpful in relieving the pent-up emotions within him. Having regained his composure, Lumion reclined in his chair, sorting through the information on the sea prayer ritual and various rhetoric in his mind. He sought details that might unveil traces of Ultraman's existence and confirm any overlooked issues. As a conspirer, Lumion didn't require jotting down key points on paper. He relied on his eyes to decipher the hints. All the information formed a colossal spiderweb in his mind, slowly weaving and transforming. After a while, he abruptly sat upright. A breakthrough had been unearthed that could expose the essence of the sea prayer ritual. Lumion stood and exited the master bedroom. He spotted Ludwig devouring a crispy potato omelet at the dining table in the living room. Seated across from the boy, Lumion smiled as he retrieved the mutated black spider's compound eye, a spiritual ingredient lacking beyond her characteristics. Ludwig immediately glanced up at Lumion. "Can you eat this?" Lumion flicked the black compound eye. Ludwig vigorously nodded. "Yes." Intrigued, Lumion took out the mystery prying glasses and inquired, "Can you eat this?" "Not yet," Ludwig honestly replied. "Not yet." In other words, perhaps in the future? Lumion stowed away the mystery prying glasses and placed the mutated black spider's compound eye on the dining table before him. "I'd like you to translate something. If you can provide the correct answer, it's yours for consumption." Ludwig gulped and agreed, "Okay." Lumion recalled Lotto Ghiaro's strange pronunciation and emitted a chattering sound. Finally, he said, "That's the general idea." Ludwig shook his head in disappointment. "I don't know." He paused briefly before adding, "But I think I've heard it somewhere. It's somewhat familiar." Had most of his memories and knowledge been sealed when his body of heart and mind was sealed? Under Ludwig's reluctant gaze, Lumion returned the mutated black spider's compound eye to his traveler's bag. Ludwig shoved a mouthful of potato omelet into his mouth and mumbled, "If you can find a creature that understands this language for me to eat, I can translate for you." Lumion asked in surprise, "Can you acquire a certain ability or knowledge by consuming something?" "There's a time limit, and it depends on the specific situation," Ludwig succinctly explained without elaborating. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. "Were you able to reveal information about the Bating's black insect because you had consumed that kind of insect shortly before?" Ludwig nodded. "Yes, it wanted to ambush me. It had been waiting for a long time. That explains it. I had thought you had recovered some of your memories and knowledge." Indeed, a paralyzing attack wouldn't only target Lugano. After all, this could turn into a trap at any moment. Lumion stood up and left the dining table, returning to the master bedroom under Ludwig's pitiful gaze. He had no means to find Ludwig a creature that understood the language of the sea. The Fisheries Guild members couldn't be certain if their interpretation was accurate. After entering the master bedroom and closing the door, Lumion lowered his voice and said, "Temoboros, do you understand that language? Do you know the true meaning of that sentence?" Termoboros's majestic voice echoed in Lumion's ears. "In any case, it doesn't mean we espouse thee, O sea, as a sign of true and perpetual dominion." With that, Termoboros fell silent again, showing no intention of explaining the true meaning to Lumion. "Damn it, might as well not answer. You confirmed my guess but didn't unveil the true content. Heh, could it be that you're just pretending to understand?" Lumion cursed inwardly, feeling that Termoboros, the angel of inevitability, was becoming less direct and straightforward than before. He didn't comprehend the art of sophistry. Gradually, he learned how to infuriate. Lumion composed himself and settled back into the armchair. Unfolding the letter, he began writing to Madame Magician. Detailing his travels, he recounted what he had observed in Port Santa. Finally, he pieced together the pronunciation and wrote down the words to the unknown language. He gave the interpretation of what the Fisheries Guild believed: we espouse the OC as a sign of true and perpetual dominion. Then, he made a request: Madam, have you encountered this language before? Do you know its true meaning? After folding the letter, Lumion initiated a ritual and summoned the doll messenger. The doll messenger, adorned in a light gold dress, emerged from the candle's flame and surveyed its surroundings. In a menacing tone, it declared, "Don't let that filthy child near me. He's dining outside. He won't enter without my permission." For some reason, Lumion sensed hidden fear in the doll messenger's aggressive words. The messenger nodded in satisfaction. "Keep an eye on it. If it acts up, don't feed it." Using it as a substitute name. Lumion smiled and said, "If I don't feed him, something even more terrifying might happen." The messenger fell silent for a moment before saying, "Then feed it more." With that, the doll-like messenger swiftly withdrew the folded letter into the candle flame. Lumion concluded the ritual, extinguished the candle's flame, and gazed at the master bedroom's door. He muttered to himself, "It's indeed a dangerous sealed creature." He then retrieved the golden pocket watch from Salle de Balbrise and opened it to take a look. Suddenly, he transformed into a shadow, seamlessly blending into the darkness. There was still something to attend to tonight. In the Port District, atop the Fisheries Guild's castle-like building, Lumion found Lado Ghiaro waiting on the spot resembling a tower, dressed in a formal suit. "Are you on duty tonight?" Lumion casually pressed down on his golden straw hat, as if engaging in casual conversation with a friend. Lado, the middle-aged man, sighed and said, "Originally, no, but since you wanted to come over, that's the case. We can't let an old man like the president do it, right?" Without further ado, Lumion conjured delayed crimson, nearly white fireballs and hurled them into various corners of the tower. Having completed this task, he waved at Lado Ghiaro and melted back into the shadows. Lado approached the tower's entrance, clenching his fists in fear. In just 30 seconds, the crimson, nearly white fireballs exploded simultaneously. Rumble! The entire tower became engulfed in flames, and Lado, stationed at the entrance, was sent flying by the shockwave. Bright scales had already surfaced on his body to mitigate the damage. Rumble! In less than half an hour, everyone in Port Santa who was well informed learned something: the Fisheries Guild had been bombed. Chapter 566, Gathered Clues. Solemn Hotel. Lumion gazed at the red flames in the Port District, tuning into the distant commotion, anticipating potential visitors. Before long, a knock echoed on the door. Lumion didn't wait for Lugano to wake up. He pivoted and strode to the door. The moment he swung it open, Noelia, clad in brown leather armor and a wimple, stood before him. Noelia's expression was as cold as ice. She abruptly raised her hand and uttered ancient Hermes words, "Imprison." Lumion found himself instantly immobilized. Transparent walls or a viscous liquid seemed to encase him, turning him into an insect trapped in amber. In the next second, Noelia unsheathed a straight sword from her back. Simultaneously, Lumion's pants tightened, as if he had grown taller and more robust. An explosive force emanated from his body. The transparent amber restraining him creaked, revealing invisible cracks. With a whoosh, Noelia clutched the hilt of her straight sword with both hands, slicing through the air, carving through the already shaky prison, aiming for Lumion's head. Lumion's right fist, ready to strike, collided with the side of the straight sword, a condensed crimson, almost white flame accompanying the impact. Amidst a deep and controlled explosion, the straight sword slanted, grazing the door frame as it descended to the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Noelia retreated, sheathed her sword, and inquired in Antisian, "Were you the one who blew up the Fisheries Guild?" Upon witnessing this, Lumion refrained from retaliation. His body returned to its normal state as he smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter if I blew it up. What matters is whether anyone can prove it. He understood that Noelia had issued a warning and wasn't truly targeting him. Otherwise, she would have employed other beyond her powers after the imprison instead of slashing with her sword. Noelia, upholding the dignity of maintaining order in Port Santa throughout the year, used a questioning tone typical for various suspects. Why did you go to such lengths? Why did you cause such a commotion? Lumian turned his head, signaling Lugano, who had awakened at the commotion, to return to sleep in the servants' room. Walking toward the recliner in the living room, he ignored Noelia's question and smiled. I've discovered something. Like what? Noelia entered the suite and closed the wooden door behind her. Lumian motioned toward the divan. Let's have a seat and talk. I wouldn't want you accusing me of being impolite. Noelia glanced at Lumian and grinned. What kind of politeness is there without greeting me by pressing your cheek against mine? Her demeanor was direct. Lumian eased into the recliner and responded to the question. For instance, last year's sea prayer ritual failed. Noelia didn't display surprise. She sat on the edge of the divan, leaning forward slightly to avoid the straight sword on her back from jabbing her. What else? Lumian pondered for a moment and casually remarked, also, the sea prayer ritual is a marriage to the sea. Furthermore, the governor of the sea is the husband of the sea, and the maidens of the sea embody the sea in the real world. Whether it's the governor of the sea or the maidens of the sea, the offspring they bear are the children of the sea. The first one possesses the purest bloodline. Though Lumian was well aware that the offspring of the women the governor of the sea had slept with were descendants of the sea, whether they were maidens of the sea or not, with his profound mystical knowledge and extraordinary insights, he couldn't help but consider that the governor of the sea having his children on his own was also part of the equation. Phew, as expected, the more you know, the easier it is to be corrupted. I wouldn't have thought so in the past. Lumian sighed inwardly. Noelia, in surprise and admiration, sighed. You've made faster progress in your investigation than I anticipated. Most of it pieced together in such a short time. It's been quite a while. My language comprehension charm will expire tomorrow. I wonder how much I'll retain from this enhanced week of study. Lumian grinned and teased. Don't tell me you think my reputation as a great adventurer was just boasting? Claiming a bounty of 300,000 gold rizit for the demon warlock certainly isn't a boast, Noelia diplomatically acknowledged, indicating she didn't underestimate someone capable of hunting down such a target. Content, she nodded and continued, while many Beyonders wield impressive abilities, their intelligence often falls short. They revel in belligerence and flaunt their might, but you're not one of them. Still, I must caution you not to push too far. Despite understanding your true motive for stirring up this commotion, we must uphold peace and order in Port Santa. Don't make things difficult for us. Coupled with the warning, the implication is that you shouldn't disrupt Port Santa's current situation. You're free to investigate the sea prayer ritual, but stirring up trouble with the Fisheries Guild is a no-go. What exactly does your Church of Earth Mother aim for? It seems like there's a mixed desire, both wanting and not wanting some actions to be taken. Lumian contemplated Noelia's hint, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. If you had been more forthcoming, I wouldn't have had to work this hard. Noelia offered a polite yet awkward smile. We lack extensive intel. All I can say is the Church allows the sea prayer ritual and the Fisheries Guild to obtain power from the sea for a reason, unrelated to our ability to solve it. I'm not privy to the reason, perhaps the Archbishop or our Fertility Order president could shed light. Lumian scoffed and said, then why allow my investigation of the sea prayer ritual? With a sigh, Noelia replied, do we need to know? We didn't pry into your true motives for probing the ritual, did we? With that, the combat nun swiftly rose from the sofa, striding purposefully towards the suite's door. After a few steps, she halted, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. There are ancient traces concealed in the basement of the Governor of the Sea's residence in Milo Village. They might unveil something crucial. It's best to seize an opportunity to investigate. In the subterranean chamber beneath the Governor of the Sea's residence? According to Franca's account, Milo Village's ancestors had left behind symbols and patterns. Does Noelia suggest these hold vital information? Is the reason for the Church of Earth Mother knowingly allowing the occurrence of the sea prayer ritual hidden in that chamber? If Juan Oro isn't deceptive or concealing the truth, and isn't engaging in foul play, doesn't that imply that the Earth Mother Church possesses a deeper understanding of Milo Village's ancestors than their own descendants? It makes sense. After all, they once obliterated Milo Village and eradicated the faction of those ancestors. Over the past 1,000 years, there has been no disruption in the legacy, maintaining a prominent position in the real world. Lumion observed Noelia's departure without pressing further. As he returned to the master bedroom, preparing for sleep, the doll messenger dropped a folded piece of paper, swiftly departing without a greeting. Ludwig isn't that repulsive, except for being a bit ravenous and devouring everything, right? Ah, Madam Magician does tend to stay up late. She's quickest with her replies at night. Lumion muttered under his breath as he picked up the response. Swiftly unfolding it, he scanned the contents. Your performance in Port Santa has been impressive thus far. I won't interfere or provide excessive guidance. This is a prime chance for you to further digest the Conspirer potion. I've roughly reconstructed that sentence and read it multiple times. It's not in any language I know presently, but what I can confirm is its lack of natural power. However, it possesses a certain energy. Language can possess such energy. What does this imply? It means that during the sea prayer ritual, it can't serve as a sacrificial language or communicate with beyonder items, in simpler terms, the sea. So why does the sea prayer ritual work? The key may lie within the ceremonial ring. There's a high chance it has a distinct appearance, peculiar patterns, strong spirituality, and embedded knowledge. The sentence relies on its pronunciation, structure, and energy to activate the ring, making it functional. If you can recreate the ring's state after the vigil ritual, I'm confident I can decode its specific effects and approximate meaning. That makes sense. When Lado Gyaro recited the words "We espouse thee, O sea," there were no indications of natural power being invoked. It must serve a different purpose. Lumion gained a deeper understanding of the sea sacrificial segment after reading Madam Magician's explanation. Most of the clues seemed to await his infiltration of the governor of the sea's residence. The next morning, Lugano led Ludwig through the streets, grabbing breakfast according to the boy's cravings. Out of nowhere, someone hurriedly passed by, head lowered, and seemingly slipped, accidentally bumping into him. Lugano smoothly shifted his body, preventing the person from making contact. He went the extra mile, helping the individual up and hypocritically saying, "Be careful." The man quickly pressed something into Lugano's hand, muttered an apology, and seamlessly melted into the crowd. Lugano glanced down at his palm, revealing a crumpled white post-it note. Unrushed, he didn't immediately read the note. After securing breakfast for Ludwig, he returned to Salo Motel and briefed Lumion. Lumion took the crumpled note, unfolding it with a nonchalant gesture. In delicate handwriting, it conveyed, after last year's ritual, the sea experienced an anomaly. Chapter 567, Possible Leaker. The failure of the sea prayer ritual last year caused an anomaly in the sea? Lumion couldn't help but interpret it that way after going through the contents. Studying the note in his hand, a familiar fragrance wafted to him. After some thought, Lumion recalled the source, the Paco family's Madame George's perfume. Were they inexperienced or intentionally leaving a trace, implying the Paco family as the source of this information? Lumion mused to himself, recalling the sudden appearance of a humanoid lizard in the Paco family, the severe injuries to Rubio Paco's mother Martha, and the peculiarities surrounding them. Is the core issue the sea's abnormality? Has it weakened the Paco family's beyonders, causing an ordinary person without sea lineage to transform into a humanoid lizard? Perhaps they don't want other sea spawn to know and were lacking the strength to handle the humanoid lizard, thus seeking foreign adventurers to resolve it? Lumion gained a new insight into the contradictions within the Paco family's commission. Lado Gyaro and Juan Oro hadn't mentioned the sea's anomaly. They only noted the sea's increased violence without the ritual's appeasement, the frequent departure of death navigators from their territory, and the declining strength of the children of the sea. From their perspective, this situation seemed normal, foreseeable, and unrelated to any anomaly. Did the anomaly solely affect the Paco family, or did Juan Oro, Lado Guiaro, and others intentionally conceal this matter? Are they guarding against each other? Lumian speculated as he watched the note consumed by crimson flames in his palm. He leaned toward the latter possibility. If the Paco family wasn't unique, the sea's anomaly should have widespread effects, not solely targeting them. This understanding shed light on Rubio Paco's disdain when speaking of the Maidens of the Sea. Discovering the truth about the Maidens of the Sea and his true lineage likely filled him with self-loathing and contempt for the entire sea prayer ritual. He'd rather forfeit his family's inheritance than marry another Maiden of the Sea. When the sea anomaly affected the entire Paco family, these emotions reached their zenith. Lumian's suspicion grew that Nolfi's covert ally might be Rubio Paco. Regardless, given the Paco family's resources and status, they could lead a comfortable life even without the sea prayer ritual. Lugano stood to the side, observing his employer as Lumian delved into deep thought after reading the note. A twinge of nervousness and fluster crossed Lugano's demeanor. Is something about to unfold again? Lumian glanced up at Lugano, his expression pensive. Though I haven't reached Highlander proficiency, I've mastered the daily words I need. My body language suffices for a normal life in Port Santa. Plus, the folks I'll be dealing with know Intision. I can settle the remaining balance now and offer you a free teleport back to Trier. Instinctively, Lugano shook his head. You can't attend to Ludwig when you're in action. If I leave now, who'll keep an eye on him? It's unclear who's watching whom. Lumian stared at Lugano for a brief moment, sensing, for the first time, an unsettling undertone in the interpreter's demeanor. Despite prior attacks and potential risks, there was an inexplicable resistance to the suggestion of terminating the employment contract and taking his offer for a safe departure. It wouldn't even cost him a Vril d'Or. Considering Lugano's typical behavior and personality, Lumian assumed he would readily accept the remaining payment and leave Port Santa. Reality, however, proved otherwise. Perhaps Lugano himself doesn't understand the rationale behind his decision. It is just an instinctive choice. Lumian nodded subtly, opting not to press further on settling the final payment and terminating their employment contract. In Milo Village, within the Oro family's extensively renovated ancestral house, Juan Oro lounged by the window, puffing on a hookah, his gaze fixed on the sun dipping below the horizon, casting an orange glow. His thoughts drifted to the impending sea prayer ritual, just over a week away. Abruptly, he turned his head, eyeing a shadow near the door. The darkness stirred, and a man with green eyes, sporting a golden straw hat, white shirt, and black vest, emerged, the adventurer, Louis Barry. Why are you here again? Juan Oro sighed, switching to Intision. Lumian chuckled, dragging a chair into the sun's waning rays. I've got another inquiry and a heads up about a particular operation. Juan's eyes narrowed. What scheme are you plotting now? Tonight, I intend to infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence. If I go unnoticed, I'll observe the rooms where the vigil ritual is conducted. If discovered, I'll make a swift exit. This fits my radical persona and purported motives, doesn't it? It'll deflect suspicion from our covert collaboration, Lumian disclosed, a hint of a smile in his explanation. Juan Oro harbored an unexplained sense of threat from Louis Barry, yet he found no tangible evidence. Despite this, Lumian's words resonated with an unsettling logic. He drew a deep drag from his hookah in silence before he spoke. What are you getting at? Lumian smiled. I'm curious to see the ring that marries the sea, its intricate engravings, and the patterns it bears. I know you've only crafted the ring mold and haven't completed the ritual to infuse it with something special. However, after serving as deputy host 11 times and assisting even more, I'm confident you've memorized the patterns, symbols, and structure. Juan Oro stiffened, his tone turning icy. What's your motive? The room's afterglow, touched by the setting sun, dimmed suddenly, as if being pulled into another dimension. Unfazed, Lumian responded, why all the secrecy? Haven't you heard that the ring's design, patterns, and structure have long been exposed? Juan Oro's eyes narrowed. When did this happen? Lumian arched an eyebrow. Didn't my companion inform you of the true reason behind the sea prayer ritual failure? He merely confirmed the fake IRU on the ship. Juan Oro had his suspicions. Lumian grinned, shaking his head. He began unraveling his deductions, starting with the custom-made fake ring in Torres and the orchestrated lamb sacrifice sent to the ship after a bribe. Juan Oro held his silence, his countenance growing darker. After a tense pause, he spoke in a hoarse tone. Not many are privy to the intricacies of the Ring of the Sea Queen, and the fact that sea spawn seldom inspect the sacrificial offering's entrails. Each of them, the children of the sea, veterans of countless core rituals, are still alive. IRU and Sulla were oblivious. As Juan Oro's words, spoken through gritted teeth, reached Lumian's ears, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Ultraman is affiliated with the Fisheries Guild, a child of the sea endowed with numerous powers and a distinct status. There's also the possibility that he's manipulated such an individual, establishing a clandestine partnership. Without such a connection, how could April Fools possess precise details about the ceremonial ring's appearance and exploit the sea prayer ritual's supervisory loophole? Even though I know someone mentioned that Ultraman is a sun pathway beyonder, it doesn't rule out his identity as a child of the sea. Transforming into a child of the sea first and then drinking the sun pathways potion shouldn't pose an issue. The power of the child of the sea resonates with the cosmos, and the sun and the cosmos are inherently compatible. Is April Fool's true motive for disrupting the sea prayer ritual preparations related to Ultraman, or is Collaborator aiming to fully control the power or the palace at the bottom of the sea? Lumian's thoughts gradually clarified. He looked at Juan Oro with a relaxed smile and remarked, if there wasn't a mole, how could the sea prayer ritual be disrupted so easily? Juan Oro had harbored similar suspicions for the past year. Lumian's words were irrefutable. After some contemplation with an unpleasant expression, Juan Oro composed himself and stated, I have to uncover the traitor before the official sea sacrifice. At this point, Juan Oro turned his gaze to Lumian. I might need your cooperation on something when the time comes. Oh, you're fishing too? Lumian replied with a smile, no problem. Juan Oro set down his hookah and left his seat. He walked to the desk, retrieved a pen and paper, and began sketching. Nearly 10 minutes later, the old man staggered to Lumian and handed him the paper. Lumian glanced at it and recognized 6 designs, representing the front, left, right, back, front, and inner parts of the Ring of the Sea Queen. Each design featured intricate and mystifying symbols and patterns. It's actually useless for you to obtain it. It won't have any effect, Juan Oro said in a low, raspy voice. The corresponding sea spawn have to use their special abilities to inscribe them on the ring and corrode them for 6 hours to please the sea and gain her recognition. Lumian nodded and replied, I have no intention of replicating one. He was obtaining it solely to send to Madam Magician for interpretation. He then asked, is this the ring-making segment of the vigil ritual? Is there no other step? There's another step. An assistant host will take the ring to the basement and place it in front of the patterns and symbols representing our ancestors for an hour. This is a show of respect to our ancestors, like greeting the elders before a wedding, Juan Oro explained briefly. After a moment of contemplation, Lumian responded, can you also draw the patterns and symbols representing your ancestors? Juan Oro returned to the desk. This time, he completed it in just 2 minutes. Lumian took it and noticed scattered lines and arcs. Many details were missing from the middle, making it impossible to discern its original appearance. Seeing it in person might allow you to make connections easier. Juan Oro sighed again. Lumian nodded. Then I'll infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence tonight. Juan Oro tersely acknowledged his words. Be careful of the sea spawn there. They have their own specialties. They might not be very strong, but they can counter certain abilities of yours. Late at night, under the crimson moonlight, Lumian appeared near the cathedral-like building. Chapter 568, patterns of the ancestors. Lumion swiveled his head towards the docks, his body seamlessly blending into the shadows beyond the moonlight's reach. Following the shadowy path, he smoothly bypassed the guards at the entrance, slipping into the sacred-looking building without a sound. In the foyer, he came to a sudden halt. Amidst the dark fishnets, he spotted short figures with oddly large heads, bulging eyes, and wrinkled skin, like elders in miniature. Standing just over a meter tall, they were the little devils mentioned by Juan Oro, a species of sea spawn. Infiltrating the shadows, these little devils patrolled the governor of the sea's residence, using their unique abilities to prevent any unauthorized entry. Having encountered them before, Lumion knew these little devils weren't formidable opponents. Despite their talent for blending into shadows and creating illusions, he could dispatch a team with ease. Yet, eliminating them discreetly posed a challenge. Lumion couldn't be certain that dealing with one group of little devils wouldn't stir up trouble and alert other creatures lurking in the building. Focused, Lumion surveyed the areas untouched by shadows. In the crimson moonlight, he discerned vague figures drifting in the void, intermittently appearing and disappearing. These were fish adorned in dark gray armor, their bulging eyes resembling meatballs at both ends. Starlight threaded thin threads peeked through the gaps in their scale-like armor. The peculiar fish hovered in the air, scattering across different regions. Occasionally, they released bubbles carrying formless storms and impalement-inducing cracks. Erupting bubbles created countless invisible spikes, setting perilous traps for teleporting guests. At the hall intersection and various aisles, silent three-man guard teams patrolled. Their expressions betrayed nothing, but Lumion noticed slender black insects, covered in bristles, emerging from their necks and mouths. After a brief inspection, the baiting's black insects swiftly retracted into the guards' bodies. The eyes of sea creature statues on the wall appeared alive, scanning the areas with a strange awareness. Just as Juan Oro said, there are a large number of different sea spawn here. Infiltrating silently amidst the diverse sea spawn here proves to be a formidable task. Lumion, patient, opted to remain in the foyer, awaiting the right moment. In under 2 minutes, a thunderous bang reverberated from the dock. Crimson flames shot into the sky, casting an eerie glow on nearby windows, making them quiver. Little devils lurking in the shadows, armored monster fish manipulating the surrounding void, baiting's black insects orchestrating guards, and peculiar creatures concealed in the statue's eyes, all instinctively shifted their focus to the glass window near the dock. Lumion sprang into action. He orchestrated the disturbance with a delayed explosion. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily navigated through the shadows surrounding the little devils and skirted the region patrolled by the armored monster fish. Before other sea spawn could react, he pinpointed the room at the far end of the hall, relying on Juan Oro's intel. A dim light emitted from the black mark on his right shoulder as he swiftly reached the door of the target room. In a blink, he transformed into a shadow, slipping through the crack. Inside, Lumion discovered intricate patterns and symbols etched on the floor, ceiling, and walls, reminiscent of magnified versions of Juan Oro's hand-drawn sacrificial ring pattern. Besides that, nothing else caught his eye. Lumion deduced, during the vigil ritual, some sea spawn enter this place, condense the patterns from every direction, and carve them into the ring mold. Then, they infuse them with special energy. Quickly scanning the area, he stepped out of the shadows, activating a black mark on his chest. Nearly invisible water ripples danced on the surrounding walls, then subsided. Bottle of fiction. Lumion enclosed the 2 connected rooms into the bottle of fiction. The entry requirement, ordinary humans. He positioned himself near the opening of the bottle of fiction, deliberately creating loud footsteps as he hid by the door. Almost instantly, certain sea spawn picked up on the disturbance. Recalling the explosion at the docks and the towering flames, they realized they had fallen into a diversion. Summoning the armored monster fish, baiting's black insects, little devils, and their cohorts, they ordered an investigation into the ring-making ritual venue for potential infiltrators. Despite attempts to rush in through the door, the sea spawn inexplicably found themselves back in the hall. The armored monster fish, discerning the issue, released bubbles with a formless storm toward the entrance of the bottle of fiction. As before they surged towards him, aiming to breach the room, Lumion, now a shadow creature, slipped through the crack at the base of the wooden door, quietly exiting the bottle of fiction and returning to the hall. His ploy successfully diverted the sea spawn's attention, creating a chance for him to change positions. Naturally, he needed to employ effective tactics a few more times. Anticipating the enemy's disbelief and encountering the same trick repeatedly within a short span, Lumion knew they would assume there were alternative plans. Of course, on the third attempt, heightened vigilance would set in. Everything they saw would seem like a distraction. When the moment arrived, Lumion could flip the strategy. Seizing the moment when the sea spawn fixated on the bottle of fiction, Lumion deftly avoided the gathering of little devils. He circled the armored monster fish, reaching a corner of the hall, and once again utilized spirit world traversal. This time, Lumion's destination was the staircase leading to the basement. The guards, lured into the hall, left the area unmonitored. As Lumion's silhouette appeared at the staircase entrance, he swiftly transformed into a shadow, slipping into the basement through the darkness. No guards or sea spawn patrolled the seemingly unimportant area, an area that was merely a testament to the villagers of Milo Village's reverence for their ancestors. In his shadow creature form, Lumion possessed natural night vision. Even without a fireball, he could vaguely discern the dark basement. Despite its dampness due to proximity to the sea, the absence of a moldy odor was thanks to the various Beyonder powers within the building. At the center stood a decrepit stone platform, reminiscent of an altar for ancestor worship. Surrounding it were signs of destruction, leaving only disjointed lines, arcs, and indistinct patterns. Do these fragmented symbols and patterns constitute the coat of arms of Milo Village's ancestors? Or do they possess mystical effects? Lumion scrutinized them repeatedly, struggling to reconstruct the undamaged version in his mind. Yet, he sensed that since Noelia of the Fertility Order had alluded to the revealing nature of these symbols and patterns, he might extract valuable information. What kind of information could it be? Maintaining his shadow creature form, Lumion extended into the darkness, surveying his surroundings. Frowning, he whispered, "Could it be that the Church of Earth Mother, fully capable of obliterating this place, deliberately left traces? Does this imply that the sea prayer ritual holds some influence over them too?" Lumion directed his gaze at the stone platform, the sacrificial offering to the ancestors, recalling Juan Oro's details about the ring-making ritual. After crafting the Ring of the Sea Queen, it would rest here for an hour as a mark of respect to their ancestors. Was it placed on this partially collapsed altar? Approaching the grayish-black stone platform, Lumion observed no dust accumulation. All remaining lines converged on an empty space at the center of the circle. His heart stirred as he retrieved the Lewis door, placing it in the center of the altar. Nothing happened. Undeterred, Lumion replaced the Lewis door with gold riset, mystery prying glasses, flawed boxing gloves, and various other items. Yet, still no anomaly. Persistence drove him. Lumion pulled out the silver lie earring from his pocket and positioned it on an empty space on the stone platform. In the next moment, a surreal sensation enveloped Lumion. Within the stone platform, illusory lines and arcs materialized, intertwining with remnants to form two distinct patterns. One pattern featured layers of doors sketched with simple strokes, while the other resembled a clock divided into 12 sectors, albeit having a single hand. Lumion observed keenly, sensing something adhering to the lie earring. In an instant, the lines from the stone platform dimmed, retracted, and returned to their original positions. Normalcy resumed. Are these the patterns representing Milo Village's ancestors? Or did they gain knowledge from the initial revelations? Lumion sensed sea spawn surging toward the basement. After muttering to himself, he seized the lie earring and teleported away. In the master bedroom of the suite at Solemn Hotel. As Lumion's figure manifested, he settled down and began writing to Madame Magician. Unfazed by checking the changes in the lie earring, he intended to send it to his major arcana card holder for inspection. Recreating the patterns, symbols, structure, and various scenes from the Governor of the Sea's residence, Lumion neatly folded several letters, arranged a ritual, and summoned the doll messenger. Then, he patiently awaited the reply. Chapter 569, Language Interpretation. The crimson moonlight seeped through the not-so-thick curtains, casting its glow on the desk, already yellowed by the gas wall lamp's illumination, emphasizing its presence. Lumion perused his freshly acquired Highlander textbook, patiently waiting for over half an hour before finally receiving a reply from Madame Magician via the doll messenger. The letter was concise and spanned only 2 pages. Let's start with the basics. Combining the patterns, symbols, and structure of the ring, although I can't precisely decipher the meaning of that sentence, I can identify its composition and the practical application of various short sentences. It breaks down into 3 segments. The first part serves to precisely locate the ring, facilitating the subsequent activation of special characteristics and the infusion of energy contained in the language. The second part involves injecting the energy carried by the words into the ring through resonance and other forms, activating a magic circle formed by patterns and symbols. Consider the sacrificial ring as a charm. The second paragraph is akin to its designated special activation incantation. It doesn't necessitate invoking supernatural powers but requires prior guidance. In the third part, I suspect it's a ciphertext attached to the ring. In simpler terms, once the ceremonial ring is fully activated through the first 2 parts, it records and carries the final ciphertext into the sea to transmit it to something. Are you following so far? The ceremonial ring is like a special key, functional only after activation. Furthermore, it necessitates the corresponding password to open the doors of the target. The actual meaning of "we espouse thee, O sea," as a sign of true and perpetual dominion is roughly akin to a key to unlock the passageway. The password is XXXXXXXXX. Naturally, if translated directly, it'll differ significantly, but that should capture the essence. Lumion couldn't resist a smirk. Recalling the solemn recitation by the previous governors of the sea, envisioning the act of marrying the sea, anyone familiar with the corresponding language would likely burst into laughter. What sea, what espousal, what dominion? After all the complexity, it boiled down to unlocking and opening a passageway, a simple password entry. Contemplating sharing this interpretation with Juan Oro, Lado Guiaro, and the others, Lumion pondered their likely reactions. No, they wouldn't believe it. A millennium or 2 of misunderstanding had morphed into faith, perseverance, and legacy. Admitting a mistake wasn't something they'd easily embrace. Regardless, the result would be the same. Interpretation or translation, it didn't matter how they perceived it. Collecting himself, Lumion turned to the second page of the letter, eager to continue reading. Next is the more complicated part. The 2 patterns you witnessed in the Governor of the Sea's basement have a profound history, stretching back to the early 4th epoch. They serve as symbols of mysticism and the coat of arms of ancient nobles. One of them is linked to an acquaintance, a familiar angel, Amon. The pattern resembling a clock signifies the worm of time. It stands as the Amon family's coat of arms. Worm of time? The Amon's coat of arms? Why is it him again? Lumion's eyes narrowed, feeling as though he was still entrenched in the Amons. What connection did Milo Village's ancestors, Port Santa's sea prayer ritual, and the distinctiveness of those waters share with the Amons? On the surface, no apparent link existed. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed a connection between the sea prayer ritual and the former king of angels of the Marauder pathway. Reflecting on the key members involved in the April Fool's ritual prank, Bard, a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, and Mad Lady, belonging to the neighboring apprentice pathway, even prayed to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, a being with profound influence over the Marauder pathway. While this didn't directly point to the Amons, the gathering of Marauder-related individuals suggested a reasonable association between the sea prayer ritual and the Marauder pathway. Lumion exhaled, lowering his head to read further insights from Madame Magician. The layers of doors come from the Abraham family. Yes, the Abraham family, one of the 5 nobles of the Tudor Empire. I previously mentioned that in the Tudor Empire, only 5 families hold the hereditary duke title: Abraham, Ammon, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. Among them, the Abrahams controlled the apprentice pathway. Remember, apprentices often represent seals. Therefore, it's plausible to believe that the sea prayer ritual predates previous estimates, tracing back to before the demise of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire. Encountering matters related to the Tudor Empire sure isn't a coincidence for you, is it? Do you now grasp the essence of the sea prayer ritual? Further explanations may not be necessary, correct? I'm starting to suspect that Milo Village's ancestors misunderstood the initial sentence's meaning, leading to the expansion of the sea sacrifice and vigil from the Revelation. This resulted in an absurd sea marriage ritual spanning a millennium or two. It could very well be a manifestation of that individual's mischievous nature, reveling in playing a joke on everyone, indifferent to the fate of others. See, this is what a prank should be. Those April Fool's folks could learn a thing or two. If you have more questions or haven't clarified certain aspects, feel free to write and ask. By the way, Lie now possesses a temporary ability lasting half a month. It can absorb a specific amount of power from a target, though this power won't endure long. For ordinary people, it might persist for half a year or a year. However, for you, it won't last more than a week due to the conflict with your powers. Lumion averted his gaze from the letter, his thoughts in disarray. Madam Magician suggests that the uniqueness of those waters originated from the ancestor of the Abraham family and a certain Ammon? The core of the sea prayer ritual was personally devised by these 2 angel-level figures. They guided the ancestors of Milo Village in Port Santa and left behind a revelation, compelling them to perform the ritual annually. Due to Ammon's mischievous nature, the ancestors of Milo Village misunderstood the true meaning of that sentence, thinking they were meant to marry the sea. Consequently, the core of the sea prayer ritual became increasingly complex, expanding into more segments over the years. It transformed into an extensive prank that persisted for over a millennium. Having comprehended Madam Magician's hypothesis, Lumion reconsidered the essence of the sea prayer ritual. Appeasing the special entity concealed at the bottom of the sea, perhaps that palace? Apprentice represents a seal. Marauder is stealing. Stealing. Lumion suddenly glanced down at his left chest. He grasped the essence of the sea prayer ritual. Finding a husband for the sea, pacifying its violence, genuinely pleasing it, and obtaining corresponding boons were all absurd reasons concocted by Milo Village's ancestors after being misled. The essence of the sea prayer ritual was to steal boons. The palace at the bottom of the sea had been sealed by the apprentice pathway, but the ancestor of the Abraham family worried that, over time, the seal's power would wane, allowing the palace to gradually regain strength. To counter this, he enlisted Ammon to devise a ritual for regularly siphoning off the restored power of the palace each year, preventing it from breaking through the seal. Consequently, after each sea prayer ritual, the sea area would become tranquil, free from excessive storms. The previous year's failed ritual had allowed the palace to accumulate a certain degree of strength. Consequently, the sea experienced abnormality, leading to an increased number of shipwrecks, and death navigators departed the special sea area more frequently. The reason for only entering the sea when the stars aligned and following a specific route to reach the destination was that only then would a complex passageway appear in the outer seal. Lumion stood up and took a few steps forward. Having unraveled the essence of the sea prayer ritual, he comprehended the Earth Mother Church's motive for perpetuating it. Initially, the clergymen of the Earth Mother Church, lacking thorough investigations, destroyed Milo Village, putting an end to the sea prayer ritual. However, at the bottom of the building, they discovered the coat of arms representing the 2 nobles of the Tudor Empire, halting the final step in time. Later, they realized they needed to dispatch demigod-level saints to deal with the unique waters each year. High-end forces were required to guard it for an extended period, making it quite troublesome. Consequently, when the sea prayer ritual resurfaced, they tacitly agreed to the reconstruction of Milo Village. In most cases, the sea prayer ritual didn't adversely affect the innocent or disrupt local order. Every governor of the sea possessed a certain amount of the sea's bloodline, and while the maidens of the sea would eventually transform into humanoid lizards in their old age, they could alter their fates and enjoy power and wealth for 30 to 40 years or even longer. For maidens of the sea seeking free love, the Church of Earth Mother likely tacitly consented or even aided their escape, as the chances of success were otherwise quite low. So, why did the Fertility Order encourage me to investigate the sea prayer ritual? Why did Noelia provide some information while withholding crucial details? Lumien's confusion swiftly dissipated. The real entity fishing behind the scenes was not the Fisheries Guild but the Church of Earth Mother. The failure of last year's sea prayer ritual had alarmed the Church of Earth Mother, fearing a similar problem this year. Observing Louis Berry's inclination to investigate the sea prayer ritual, they encouraged him to do so, allowing potential saboteurs hidden in the shadows to contact him, surface, and capture them all at once. Phew. Lumien exhaled, redirecting his focus to April Fools. Now, he was certain that April Fools intended to break the seal around those special waters. Last year marked the first step towards breaking the seal, but it hadn't progressed to the point where the underwater palace could breach it. This year, they would undoubtedly create a similar situation once again. Otherwise, if the sea prayer ritual succeeded, their pranks from last year would be in vain. The question now was, what would the key members of April Fools do? How could they seize the benefits represented by the palace and evade the corresponding dangers? Lumien stared at the gas wall lamp emitting a yellowish glow, sinking into deep thought. More than a week quickly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the sea prayer ritual arrived. After completing his breakfast, Lumien heard the melodic tunes of various musical instruments wafting in from the street outside. With a smile, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and strolled toward the window, welcoming the bright sunlight pouring in. Chapter 570, Festival. On Aquina Street, a two-story ceremonial boat crafted from wood, cardboard, and adorned with ribbons rolled forward, propelled by 4 sleek horses. This intricate vessel mimicked the governor of the sea's boat, designed to economize materials and size, allowing horses to guide it through the city. 8 men and 8 women, dressed vibrantly, stood on both upper and lower levels of the flower boat. They sang and danced, their joy infecting the spectators on both sides of the street. Port Santa's premier folk orchestra surrounded the ceremonial boat, playing rhythmic drum beats and a variety of instruments such as clarinets, oboes, flutes, and strings. The onlookers on the roadside were in high spirits, alternating between singing and following the ceremonial boat, hoping to catch a refreshing spray from the water droplets scattered by the 16 men and women. Observing the scene from the 5th floor of the Salo Motel, Lumien sensed that the sea prayer ritual had evolved beyond a mere sacrificial ceremony. Excluding its core aspects, it had transformed into a citywide folklore festival. Despite many residents of Port Santa being devout followers of the Earth Mother and not attributing spiritual significance to the sea, they embraced the festivities, dancing and celebrating on this special day. As the flower boat concluded its tour of Aquina Street, Lumien turned to Lugano and remarked, "Take good care of Ludwig today. No matter which celebration you attend, ensure he's with you." "Yes, boss," Lugano replied, influenced by the cheerful atmosphere of the sea prayer ritual, his emotions lifted. Without wasting any time, Lumien snatched his golden straw hat, exited the suite, and descended the stairs. In the lobby, his gaze fell upon Ada Guillaume, the Salo Motel owner, doling out cash to the lady at the front desk and the 2 attendants, 2 rizet each. "Is this a holiday bonus?" Lumien inquired in Intijan. Ada Sr. chuckled and replied, "No bonus, just their compensation. They're on duty at the motel today, keeping an eye on the place. They'll miss out on the sea prayer ritual and other celebrations. I'm heading to the docks to see my little cabbage dance." "I'll be there too," Lumien said with a smile, embracing the festive ambience once again. If the sea prayer ritual lacked mystic elements, Lumien would have fully immersed himself in the festive atmosphere, reminiscent of the few years of Lent he experienced in Cordu. Exiting the motel, Lumien leisurely strolled towards the harbor, taking note of Port Santa's residents bedecked in their most glamorous and festive attire. At a glance, the streets appeared to be awash with a sea of colors. His attire, a white shirt, black vest, and dark pants, made him stand out like a foreigner amidst the lively crowd. Lumion adorned the golden straw hat, injecting a splash of color into his appearance. The rhythmic chime of bicycle bells accompanied the passing of wooden crate-laden bicycles. Vendors energetically peddled popsicles of various flavors to eager citizens anticipating the sea dance and boat race. Observing the two segments with a relaxed demeanor, Lumion savored the festivities. He patiently waited until the two-story festival boat, carrying the Governor of the Sea and the Maidens of the Sea, embarked on its journey to Milo Village before departing the port. Choosing to abstain from other citizen-organized celebrations, Lumion sought refuge in a public washroom within the nearest department store, slipping into a cubicle. Triggering the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumion materialized in a concealed corner of Milo Village. Shifting into a shadow creature, he seamlessly infiltrated the Oro family's blend of ancient and modern architecture, arriving at Juan Oro's bedroom. The president of the Fisheries Guild awaited Lumion's arrival, and upon seeing the figure of the adventurer, Louis Barry, emerge from the darkness, Juan Oro, with deep wrinkles, gestured towards the unconscious Milo villagers on the floor. These are two of the 4 deputy hosts for the vigil and the sea sacrificial ritual. Choose one to assume his form. This condition was pivotal for Lumion's collaboration with Juan Oro. He sought continuous participation in the core sections of the sea prayer ritual. Initially hesitant due to the inability to deceive other sea spawn and introduce a stranger onto the ship, Juan Oro only agreed to allow Lumion to infiltrate the Governor of the Sea's residence before the vigil ritual, observing it discreetly. However, with Ultraman under suspicion as a key figure in the Fisheries Guild, Lumion seized the opportunity when Juan Oro required cooperation and assistance, showcasing the abilities of the Lie Earring. Thus, Lumion devised a plan to disguise himself as a specific deputy host and gain access to the ship. After studying one of the deputy hosts for a few moments, Lumion adorned a silver earring. He replicated the appearance of the chosen deputy host, seamlessly blending into his guise. In no time, except for his clothing, there was no discernible difference between Lumion and the deputy host. "It's my turn," Juan Oro said in a deep Intesian voice. He decided to take on the guise of another deputy host and personally board the ship to avert any potential mishaps. Concerned about Louis Barry's involvement in the sea sacrifice and wary of lurking enemies employing unknown methods to cause trouble, Juan Oro believed that everything would converge during the sea sacrifice segment. Boarding the boat covertly would enable him to address unforeseen circumstances in time, delivering a strategic surprise. Juan Oro harbored suspicions that Louis Barry might be an accomplice of last year's saboteurs, his prior actions serving as a ploy to deceive them and allow him to openly disrupt the ritual at a crucial moment. Lumion casually tossed the Lie earring to Juan Oro, who proceeded to change into a dark blue robe embroidered with various sea elements. Upon donning the silver earring, Juan Oro experienced a remarkable control over every detail of his body. Attempting to adjust the wrinkles on his face, he observed himself becoming 10 to 20 years younger in the mirror. Despite his potent and diverse beyonder powers, the president of the Fisheries Guild couldn't help but marvel. How magical! After completing his disguise, Lumion pointed at the unconscious deputy host. "Who's responsible for keeping an eye on them and preventing their appearance before the sea prayer ritual?" "My wife," Juan Oro replied, already prepared. She, a former Maidens of the Sea and the current matriarch of the Oro family, possessed considerable strength. While she hadn't participated in any ring-making rituals, she was a trusted individual who wouldn't divulge secrets. Lumion redirected the conversation, inquiring, as the president of the Fisheries Guild, "Won't you be suspected if you don't wait for news of the successful sea prayer ritual with the other committee members?" "No, I don't go every year. I can also wait for news at home, and my wife will pretend to be me," Juan Oro stated, pointing at Lie on his left ear and removing it. After confirming the details, Lumion inquired further, "Have you investigated any of those who nearly died and came back to life, or have their personalities undergone a significant change?" These individuals were key members of the Fisheries Guild, familiar with the specific design of the Ring of the Sea Queen and the complete details of the sea prayer ritual. According to Franca, every member of the curly-haired baboons research society was a soul from another world, having resurrected in recently deceased human bodies. This information could help identify who might be Ultraman. Juan Oro slowly shook his head. No, at least not in my memory. Time was tight, so I couldn't investigate them one by one. The rejuvenated elder, now appearing in his prime, continued, remember, your name is Brian now. My name is Jorge. If you don't understand what others are saying later, it's fine. I'll hint at you. When you need to answer questions, I'll help you. All right. Lumion maintained the pretense of not knowing Highlander. In reality, having extensively studied under the effects of the language comprehension charm, he had already mastered more words and grammar. While still unable to fully comprehend others' words, he could grasp key words, tense, and the active and passive voice, allowing him to roughly understand the meaning. Expressing himself with short sentences and simple structures presented no challenge. Clad in the dark blue robe of a deputy host, Lumion entered the Governor of the Sea's residence, guided by Juan Oro, who no longer staggered. Passing through a hall adorned with sea creature statues, they reached the room where the Governor of the Sea maintained his vigil. The current Governor of the Sea, Simon of the Giaro family, was from a branch with a thin bloodline, unqualified to reside in the ancestral house. At that moment, Simon sat cross-legged on the cold floor, suppressing his excitement. With half-closed eyes, he felt the moist air enveloping him. Although Lumion refrained from activating his spirit vision, he sensed various sea spawn bustling in the shadows, the void, and the statues. Juan Oro led Lumion out of the room, guiding him to the most secluded part of the building. Opening the wooden door to the servants' quarters, Juan Oro addressed the fake Governor of the Sea, Miguel, lying on the bed. Once the sea prayer ritual succeeds, you can leave, but you must depart Port Santa with the wealth you've amassed over the past year. Miguel sat up excitedly. All right, all right. Though their conversation occurred in Highlander, Lumion grasped the essence. After this exchange, Juan Oro translated the conversation for Lumion, emphasizing, you can verify if I'm lying based on Miguel's expression. Lumion silently pondered, thinking, so what if you're not lying? What you said might not be done. He then returned to the hall, assuming a cross-legged position opposite the other two deputy hosts. As time passed, midnight arrived, marking the completion of the Ring of the Sea Queen. One of the deputy hosts retrieved it and guided it to the basement in the dim moonlight. The moment had come to pay homage to their ancestors. Lumion observed the scene in silence and suddenly had a thought. Chapter 571, Key Details. The Governor of the Sea's residence hall opened into a labyrinth of rooms, its scarcity of windows allowing only a trickle of light despite the crimson moon's glow. The dimness cast a cloak of silence over the place. Even as the deputy host, clutching the coveted Ring of the Sea Queen, moved with caution, the floor still betrayed him with a faint echo. Lumion observed him heading towards the basement staircase, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Once in the basement, the deputy host could effortlessly switch the authentic Ring of the Sea Queen with a crafted counterfeit without alerting anyone. The other deputies were occupied in the hall, and the Governor of the Sea, undergoing physical modifications, had the Maidens of the Sea by his side. The sea spawn were scattered elsewhere. Frowning, Lumion shot a sidelong glance at another deputy host. He lowered his voice and addressed Jorge, the form Juan Oro had taken, in Intision. Every year, during the vigil ritual, does a deputy host send the Ring of the Sea Queen alone to the basement, retrieving it an hour later? He stressed the word alone. Juan Oro nodded subtly. Yes. There's no need for extra protection in this building. But just as Juan Oro was about to continue, he halted abruptly. This presented a golden opportunity to swap the Ring of the Sea Queen unnoticed. The fact that external enemies couldn't breach the building didn't mean the deputy hosts within were without their own problems. Lumion wasted no time and turned to Juan Oro, uttering, should I follow, or will you take charge? Juan Oro regarded the matter gravely, rising from his seat and responding, "I'll go." Harnessing his abilities, he steadied himself and swiftly caught up with the deputy host. In a deep tone, he stated, "Let's go together. I want to seize the chance to pay my respects to my ancestors." The other deputy host raised no objections. As Lumion observed the two lighting their lanterns and descending into the basement, his mind instinctively filled in the upcoming sequence. Place the Ring of the Sea Queen on the decrepit stone platform. Offer prayers to the ancestors. Return to the surface. Re-enter and retrieve it an hour later. During that hour, the Ring of the Sea Queen sits unguarded in the basement, vulnerable to any opportunistic interference. If someone had concealed themselves there beforehand, swapping the genuine ring for a counterfeit would be a straightforward task. Certainly, infiltrating and concealing oneself in this location is no simple feat. I can't even do it. I could last a mere 2 minutes before being detected by the sea spawn. The Ring of the Sea Queen has to be positioned on that worn stone platform. Any deviations. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lumion suddenly recalled the transformations in the Lai earring when it rested on the weathered stone platform in the basement. The Seer Pathway item had activated a pattern embodying an apprentice and a marauder, granting it the ability to siphon someone's power that lasted half a month. Lai could accomplish this feat, but what about the Ring of the Sea Queen? Though not an item of the Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder pathway, it had been meticulously crafted based on a ritual passed down by an Amon. Perhaps, over time, it could activate the unique characteristics of the basement, gradually assimilating with thieving qualities. Yes. Considering that the essence of the sea sacrificial ritual involves extracting power from the seal at the bottom of the sea and claiming it, the Ring of the Sea Queen, being a key item, should not only be capable of loosening the seal to a certain extent but also possess the power-stealing ability. It could distribute the gains among various participants in the ritual, the host receiving the most, followed by the Maidens of the Sea as assistant hosts, and the deputy hosts and sailors gaining some within the ritual's range, provided they possessed similar powers. In essence, Juan Oro and his companions' understanding of the ring-making ritual is incomplete. The paying homage to the ancestors segment is integral and crucial. Without honoring the ancestors, the sea sacrificial ritual would merely open the seal without stealing the accumulated power. Instead, it would erupt and disperse. Lumion had just marveled at the mysticism's terrifying complexity when a sudden alarm gripped him. He realized he had overlooked a pivotal detail. According to Madame Magician's interpretation of the Ring of the Sea Queen's functions and her speculations about the essence of the entire sea prayer ritual, the substitution of the genuine Ring of the Sea Queen with the fake ring customized by April Fools in Torres should have prevented the catastrophic phenomenon of the sea's fury consuming the governor of the sea, all the deputy hosts, and some sailors in the subsequent ritual. The fake ring hadn't undergone the initial ring-making ritual, leaving its patterns, symbols, and structure devoid of the necessary mysticism characteristics. Even if the governor of the sea recited the prescribed words, he couldn't infuse energy into it to open the seal. As a complete counterfeit, it shouldn't have triggered any phenomena. However, due to its incapacity to extract the amassed power, the sea area would experience more shipwrecks, and the weather would deteriorate. To align with the events of the previous year, the fake ring thrown by the governor of the sea had to complete the first part of the ring-making ritual. Still, without being placed in the basement to honor the ancestor, it could only partially open the seal, unable to extract and monopolize the gathered power. This incomplete process led to a sudden eruption, causing the sea to rage. Lumion's eyes narrowed slightly. As a conspirer, he had seized the core of the matter. 2 rings of the Sea Queen were on the ship, but both were fakes. The ring brought by the deputy host to the ritual ship was also a forgery. In fact, the authentic Ring of the Sea Queen hadn't made an appearance during last year's sea prayer ritual. The genuine Ring of the Sea Queen, which had undergone the entire ring-making ritual as per the Fisheries Guild's knowledge, hadn't been placed on the stone platform in the basement to fulfill the ritual of honoring the ancestors. Consequently, it was also a sham, a counterfeit ring lacking the most crucial effect. The deputy host who had taken the ring of the Sea Queen into the basement and retrieved it last year might also be part of the problem. The peripheral members affiliated with April Fools weren't considered trustworthy. Their actions likely didn't disrupt the overall plan. The fake ring concealed in the lamb's stomach and the bard's performance likely served as preparations for subsequent investigations, camouflaging vital clues. As Lumien's thoughts raced, Juan Oro and the deputy host returned to the hall. "It's on the stone platform," whispered the president of the Fisheries Guild, masquerading as Jorge, to Lumien. Lumien refocused his attention and casually inquired, "Who was responsible for sending the ring of the Sea Queen to the basement last year?" "I don't know. Without any special arrangements, anyone can do it. The 4 deputy hosts in the hall last year died in the sea's rage when the ritual failed." Juan Oro, sensing Lumien's suspicion, clarified. "Dead? Unlikely. Lumien lacked the corresponding item for spirit channeling and didn't have time to search for it. All he could do was ask, which one of them was familiar with the ring-making ritual and knows the details of the Ring of the Sea Queen. None of them. It was their first time serving as deputy hosts. Juan Oro shook his head. Besides, as I said, those who know these secrets are still alive. If the deputy host was an Ultraman, then who was it? Lumien's mind raced as he arrived at a conclusion. It was Mad Lady. Similar to Bard, she utilized the same technique to alter her appearance. With Ultraman's assistance, she assumed the guise of a deputy host, completing the final step in creating the Ring of the Sea Queen. Then, she boarded the ceremonial ship with it. Lumien had been puzzled by how Mad Lady could locate the special sea and rescue Bard accurately and in time. Now, he had the answer. Mad Lady was present on the ceremonial ship, right beside Bard. There was no need for coordinated locations or timing. Initially suspecting Mad Lady to collaborate with Bard, Lumien now realized that Bard worked with Mad Lady, providing assistance in case of unexpected developments and shouldering the responsibility of misleading investigations. Damn it, faceless abilities are so annoying. April Fools is so annoying. Lumien's emotions fluctuated as he struggled to contain his emotions as he cursed. Relying on his ascetic trait, he restrained himself from erupting. More importantly, while he had unraveled the issues with the sea prayer ritual from last year, the identities of Ultraman and the forthcoming plans of April Fools remained elusive. The night passed in silence. On an out-of-fashion sailboat in the harbor, Charname, sporting a short, round-rimmed felt hat, emerged from the cabin and approached Nolfi, who stood at the edge of the deck. Charname inquired, "Can we enter those special waters if we set off now?" Nolfi nodded, responding, "Yes, the stars will align in a specific pattern after midnight." Following Lumien's instructions, she and Batna had rented a boat for a few days from other ports along the same coastline. Charname chuckled, saying, "Then let's set off." Observing the surprised and puzzled expressions of Nolfi and Batna, he explained, "If we follow the governor of the sea's ceremonial ship, we'll undoubtedly be discovered by the Fisheries Guild. Setting off an hour or two later would be meaningless. Therefore, we'll go ahead of time and hide there, patiently waiting for an opportunity." Although Nolfi didn't understand the nature of the opportunity Charname referred to, she didn't inquire. She responded with anticipation, "Okay." Charname then turned to Batna. "Are you joining us? It will be very dangerous." Batna's expression fluctuated. After more than 10 seconds, he declared, "I'm going." Charname clicked his tongue but remained silent. At that moment, Nolfi frowned, glancing at other parts of the deck, and asked, "What about the sailors here? We can't leave the sea without them, and they can't handle too much danger." Charname chuckled. "Don't worry, we have sailors who can handle danger." As soon as he finished speaking, he half-turned, raising his right hand to the third level of the cabin. He clasped his index finger and thumb into a ring and extended his other 3 fingers. Soon, the captain, first mate, second mate, and all the sailors emerged, their eyes tightly shut. Like sleepwalkers, they lined up and walked down the gangway toward the docks. Batna and Nolfi's eyes froze, as if trapped in a terrifying dream. Chapter 572, The Real Target. Under the crimson moonlight, the crew members stumbled towards the dock like the living dead, moving towards the various buildings concealed in the darkness. In 7 to 8 minutes, their figures vanished from different spots. Immediately after, Nolfi and Batna observed pitch-black shapes emerging at the edge of the cabin, and eerie pale white or dark green flames igniting across the deck. Figures crawled out of the pitch-black flames. Some wore tattered clothes, and their skin visibly rotted. Others were white bones with fragments of flesh hanging from them. Pale white flames protruded from their eye sockets. These were all corpses. Soon, a half-rotted corpse in a dirty jacket hoisted the sail. The corpse with a missing breastbone stowed the heavy anchor. The other corpses took their positions, steering the sailboat slowly away from the port. As they gazed at the decaying flesh, pale white bones, and sinister flames of different hues, Batna and Nolfi felt as if they had stepped into a novel world. Horror novels. Ghostly tales. Navigator, it's time for you to work. Charname's voice snapped Nolfi back to reality. In the Governor of the Sea's residence. Lumion leaned against the statueless wall, surveying the other deputy hosts in the hall, including Juan Oro. Uncertain if any of them were genuine, they could easily be impersonated by a faceless. In the upcoming operation, the only person he could unequivocally trust was himself. An hour passed in an indescribable silence. This time, Lumion took the initiative, leading Juan Oro into the basement to retrieve the Ring of the Sea Queen, completing the paying homage to the ancestors segment. The ring rested on the dilapidated stone platform, untouched. Lumion couldn't be certain if it was authentic, but the patterns, symbols, and structure seemed intact, and no one had lurked in the basement after inspection. Maintaining his calm demeanor and a tense heart, Lumion patiently waited until 6 a.m., feeling both mental and physical fatigue dissipate. 2 hours later, the current governor of the sea, Simon, exited the vigil room with 4 maidens of the sea and approached the building's door. Lumion, Juan Oro, and the other deputy hosts promptly stood up and followed. The 2-story sailboat, adorned with colorful flowers, docked at the Milo village's docks. Villagers acted as guards, blocking anyone daring to approach. Ascending the gangway to the deck, Lumion sensed an invisible gaze from every window, flower, and mast, a familiar feeling from when the statues in the Governor of the Sea's residence came to life. He calmly navigated through the gazes, adhering to Juan Oro's instructions to stand at the left edge of the deck. This was the designated spot for him, the deputy host named Brian. Bang! 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 On the dock of Milo Village, vibrant paper fragments burst forth from ceremonial cannons, creating a colorful display. Amid the festive atmosphere, the ship set sail gradually. It circled Port Santa, capturing the cheers and blessings of the people before venturing toward the distant sea. As the navigator, Juan Oro guided the ship into a boundless azure sea with no discernible landmarks. They weaved between left and right turns, occasionally reversing direction. Nearly an hour passed, and beneath the clear, bright sky, dense fog suddenly enveloped the ship. Splash! Within the fog's depths, waves surged like mountains. Any ship it touched would capsize or shatter. The governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea, some sailors, and the 2 deputy hosts, participating in the sea sacrificial segment for the first time, were terror-stricken by the ominous scene, their faces paling. For Juan Oro, a veteran of many sea sacrifices, it seemed like he was observing a child's plaything. He directed the sailors with no emotional fluctuations, guiding the ship along the only safe sea route through the thick fog and exaggerated waves. After an unknown duration, the fog lifted, and the tidal waves miraculously subsided. An ocean resembling sapphires unfolded before Lumion's eyes. The sea appeared limitless, but the distance and sky were gray, with only a hint of sunlight seeping through. Port Santa, solemn hotel. Lugano stood by the window, observing as the citizens formed celebratory teams, weaving through streets and alleys, spreading their joy. Having already taken Ludwig to witness the Governor of the Sea's colorful flower boat ritual and participated in 2 spontaneous citizen-led celebrations, Lugano returned to the suite as tea time approached. There, he provided Ludwig with food he had purchased and prepared in advance. I could still head out later. When the governor of the sea returns, another wave of celebrations will ensue. Unfortunately, I can't engage with the enthusiastic Fainapotter girls with such a child in tow. Lugano thought regretfully. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door. Who is it? Lugano, a seasoned bounty hunter, heightened his guard. It's me. A gentle voice emanated from outside the door. Lugano recognized her as Rubio Paco's wife, Madame Georgia. She's here to see the boss? Has something happened to the Paco family again? Lugano glanced at Ludwig, who was eating earnestly, and quickly walked to the door and opened it. Georgia, not clad in her usual glamorous attire, wore a black dress akin to that of an old widowed matriarch. Her long, disheveled brown hair was in disarray, and her thick azure eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear and panic. "Where's Monsieur Louis Barry?" the lady inquired. "He's participating in various celebrations for the sea prayer ritual." Lugano fabricated an excuse. He observed the distressed Madame Georgia and instinctively inquired with concern, "Did something happen?" Georgia stammered, panic and fear evident in her eyes. "I discovered the true identity of that humanoid lizard." "That humanoid lizard? The one the boss killed?" Amidst Lugano's confusion, Georgia suddenly threw herself into his arms. The fragrance permeated Lugano's senses, momentarily hindering him from immediately pushing the madam away. Georgia suppressed her voice but couldn't conceal her fear. "That humanoid lizard was my husband, Rubio Paco." "Huh?" Lugano was both surprised and bewildered. Georgia gritted her teeth and explained, "The one you guys saw, it's fake." "Fake?" Someone impersonated Rubio Paco, and the real Rubio Paco had transformed into a humanoid lizard, killed by the boss? As this realization struck Lugano, his thoughts suddenly slowed down. The surroundings seemed coated in a glass-like layer. He instinctively struggled, but Georgia held him tightly, interrupting him with various subtle actions. Ludwig, engrossed in devouring a skewer of roasted octopuses at the dining table, appeared oblivious to the unfolding silent drama at the door. In a suite diagonally across the corridor, Rubio Paco sat quietly in a recliner, wearing a faint smile. He had orchestrated the humanoid lizard incident and hired Louis Barry to resolve it intentionally. Firstly, he aimed to confirm the other party's identity. Secondly, he wanted to leave a vulnerability in the Paco family's handling of weak monsters, ensuring others wouldn't suspect a faceless involvement to confuse the target. However, he abandoned the plan to deal with Louis Barry and refrained from triggering the corresponding trap. This decision wasn't due to uncertainty about the target's identity. The mystery's aura on Lumian Lee's chest couldn't escape his notice. He was unlike others. Instead, he had a new plan. The overall April Fool's operation might not align with Loki's personal objectives. His current focus shifted to the young boy, Ludwig. To him, a sealed demigod-level powerhouse was a gift from the celestial worthy. No ritualistic target could be more suitable. Hence, he hinted at the sea anomaly, simultaneously confusing Lumian Lee and allowing him to connect the concepts of sealing and theft, understanding what occurred during last year's prank. He took the initiative to board the ship and head to the sea sacrifice grounds, enticing this formidable opponent away while another force restrained him. Now, he was ready to execute a grand performance, captivating the attention of numerous Port Santa citizens. The calm, gem-like sea held no waves. The four maidens of the sea engaged in a brief sacrificial dance, while sailors carried offerings, lambs, roosters, ox heads, and more, from the cabin, stacking them at the bow. With the ring of the Sea Queen in hand, Juan Oro approached the governor of the sea, awaiting the groom's gift for the proposed marriage. Lumian, vigilant of everyone present, scanned his surroundings. Any one of them could suddenly reveal themselves as Bard, Mad Lady, Ultraman, Loki, Hisoka, or a marionette. The gentle, rhythmic dance concluded swiftly. Juan Oro produced the peculiar golden ring, passing it to the incumbent governor of the sea, Simon Giaro. At that moment, a person emerged openly from the cabin. A woman in a black nun's uniform and matching hat, her expression calm yet tinged with sadness. The surrounding sailors paid her no heed, as if she were invisible. Seeing this, Lumien's pupils dilated, then constricted. It was the source of derangement. The humanoid sealed artifact lost by the eternal blazing sun church. In an instant, Lumien comprehended two things. The Death Navigators, transformed governors of the sea, had coincidentally appeared near the flying bird, stirring colossal waves. The humanoid sealed artifact had unconsciously set out to sea, coincidentally choosing the same destination as him, Port Santa. There was a purpose behind this. Chapter 573, Bard. The woman in the black nun's attire felt Lumien's gaze, turning her head slightly and locking eyes with him. Lumien's gaze met hers, filled with indescribable colors, and the figure in his line of sight vanished. Simultaneously, Lumien recognized the insignificance of this occurrence. It didn't warrant further consideration. Beside the incumbent governor of the sea, Juan Oro noticed the once calm azure sea undulating. In the gray sky, stars barely visible to the naked eye underwent changes, stirring an inexplicable throbbing and emotional shift within him. An anomaly? Juan Oro couldn't determine if it was good or bad. Given the circumstances, any change was treated as an accident, potentially caused by a hidden enemy. Without hesitation, he forcefully thrust the ring of the Sea Queen into the hands of the incoming governor of the sea, Simon, growling, "Hurry up and marry the sea." In a moment of desperation, the president of the Fisheries Guild unintentionally failed to alter his voice to sound like Jorge. However, his vocal cords had changed, making him sound younger than usual. Simon, taken aback by the shout, didn't notice Juan Oro's voice shift. He raised his hand, clutching the ring of the Sea Queen, and recited, "I espouse thee, O sea," as a sign of true and perpetual dominion. With that, he threw the unique golden ring. It trembled with light, its surface covered in a gentle glow. As the ring of the Sea Queen submerged, its glow intensified and expanded to the size of a baby before transforming into a cone of light, vanishing into the azure sea water. In the next moment, Juan Oro, Lumien, and the rest heard a deafening boom. Splash! The sea boiled, unleashing huge waves that catapulted the colorful flower boat into the air. A destructive aura echoed in the surroundings. WH. The sea's fury. How could this happen? Juan Oro's pupils dilated in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that they had angered the sea again. It seemed like this year's sea prayer ritual had failed once more. He had meticulously followed every step, witnessing the placement of the ring of the Sea Queen on the dilapidated stone platform representing the ancestors. He personally retrieved and guarded it with utmost vigilance. Everything went smoothly. How could this be? As the bridal boat teetered on the verge of capsizing, Juan Oro clenched his fists, and crystalline scales resembling starlight manifested on his body. His eyes darkened, resembling resplendent stars emerging within. He melded with the sea. The crashing sound abruptly ceased, and the majestic, terrifying azure waves froze in midair, as if held tightly by an unseen hand. In Milo Village, within the cathedral-like governor of the sea's building, the imposter governor of the sea, Miguel, lay in the servant's room. Suddenly, he sat up and leisurely rose from the bed, a self-satisfied smile playing on his face. Standing before a glass window overlooking the weeds outside, he muttered to himself, "It's almost time. I wonder how Juan Oro will react when he discovers the sea sacrifice has failed again. Heh, this is payback for all the care he's given me over the past year. What's Loki up to? Why the sudden deviation from the original plan? Isn't he concerned about potential accidents?" Miguel, a key member of April Fools, Bard, had previously disguised himself as the sailor, IRU, and boarded the ship, escaping with Mad Lady when he jumped into the sea. Their plan over the course of the past year was devised last year. They had selected locals from Port Santa who resembled the unfortunate governor. After disrupting the sea sacrifice and returning ashore, they promptly killed one of their targets, allowing Bard to assume the guise. Their confidence in Miguel, disguised by Bard, becoming the false governor of the sea stemmed from Ultraman taking charge of the matter. To prevent potential rebellion from peripheral April Fool's members, Bard, a former swindler, intentionally wrote Emperor Rosel's secret chronicles and handed them to Loki. The latter discreetly distributed them in Trier, creating the illusion of Bard's activity in Intis. This tactic prevented others from connecting Miguel, obediently residing in the governor of the sea's residence, to Bard. Writing about Emperor Rosel's romantic past indeed amused Bard, and witnessing Juan Oro's reactions, including the lashing with a crutch before intimate encounters with his granddaughter and the wives and daughters of relevant personnel, greatly satisfied Bard's mischievous tendencies. However, pranks were secondary. Bard's main objective in assuming the disguise of the governor of the sea was clear. He gained unrestricted access to the basement of the building, believed by Milo Village's inhabitants to be the sacrificial ground for their ancestors. Despite being a fake governor of the sea under the watchful eyes of Sea Spawn in the house, he had free reign everywhere except the ring-making ritual grounds and the vigil room. Only those two areas were off-limits unless he crossed a line. Moreover, Ultraman confirmed that the basement of the governor's residence held no value for the Sea Spawn. Except for two symbolic guards at the staircase, there were no monitors or protectors inside. Villagers of Milo Village only visited occasionally, showing respect for the governor of the sea by not entering or leaving the building without permission. This provided ample opportunities for Bard, the imposter governor of the sea. Thinking about the expressions of Juan Oro and Lumian Li when they witnessed the sea prayer ritual's failure again, Bard couldn't help but chuckle. He muttered in a mocking tone, "You know the sea sacrifice, ring-making, and vigil happen once a year. Haven't you considered that the ancestral sacrificial ritual can only occur annually? That dilapidated altar requires the slow accumulation of worshippers' spirituality. It takes almost 12 months to gather the necessary enchantment." Over half a month before the basement gained serious attention, he had strategically placed an item related to one of the three pathways on the altar, openly siphoning the accumulated theft powers. With this plan, Bard believed that, regardless of the success of the previous night's ring-making ritual, regardless of how closely Juan Oro and Lumian Li guarded against the replacement of the Ring of the Sea Queen, it wouldn't possess the ability to steal power from the sea bottom. Hence, the sea prayer ritual was destined to fail. The seal would further open, and the long-accumulated volcano inside would erupt. Anyone attempting to stop it would perish. Last year, the reason April Fools took the risk of making Mad Lady a deputy host and deliberately replacing the Ring of the Sea Queen on the sacrificial ancestors' stone platform with another item arose because the theory that the high-level stealing power could only be used once a year wasn't entirely confirmed. Although Ultraman could analyze an experiment in the basement, he refrained from doing so too frequently to avoid suspicion. Following the sea prayer ritual failure last year and the subsequent monthly experiments over the past 11 months, Bard, Ultraman, and Mad Lady were now certain that they didn't need to go through the trouble of replacing the real Ring of the Sea Queen. Instead, they could preemptively take away the theft power. Thus, they sneered at Lumian Li's efforts, unconcerned about his actions or the need for destructive measures to avoid detection by the Earth Mother Church. Despite their confidence, they still had to maintain appearances, including seeking help from Lumian Li. Bard shifted his gaze, averting it to his left hand. There were signs of a ring being worn there. This was, in fact, the item carrying the key functions of the Ring of the Sea Queen. Port Santa, Solemn Hotel, at the entrance of the 5th-floor suite. Hugging Madame Georgia, Lugano's thoughts faltered, as if the iron gears were covered in yellow rust or lacking lubricant. What's going on? Am I under attack? No. I have to hurry. I have to get rid of this state. Lugano attempted to push away the woman in his arms, only to realize she had become surprisingly heavy. Using her joints subtly, Madame Georgia prevented him from raising his arms and legs. The movements resembled a lover's playful interaction. Coupled with his disjointed thoughts, even a planter like Lugano couldn't break free from George's restraints. Panicking, Lugano opened his mouth, about to call for help. Just then, Georgia lifted her head, pressing her red lips against his. Lugano was momentarily taken aback. In the adjacent room, Jenna, disguised as a female mercenary, held a mirror to reflect the situation in Lumien's living room through the glass and other items. Seeing Lugano and Georgia embracing and flirting, Jenna couldn't help but curse under her breath, "Damn it, can you even go into heat at a time like this? And in front of a child?" Considering that Franco would be joined by members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Lumien tasked Jenna with secretly monitoring Lugano to figure out what was wrong with the interpreter. As a former showy diva, Jenna had witnessed similar scenes and even more restrictive ones. She couldn't fathom why they chose to display such affection at the door. At that moment, Anthony Reed, standing beside her, looked at the mirror and frowned. "It doesn't seem like they're making out. Their actions and expressions aren't typical of people engaged in such activities." Chapter 574, Heavy. Their actions and expressions don't align with the typical behavior of people engaged in intimate moments. Though Jenna had witnessed such scenes in the past, she hadn't delved into the intricacies of others' intimate interactions. Upon hearing Anthony's words, she promptly sided with the spectator's perspective. Anthony continued, "Lugano's body language indicates clear resistance. His current condition is highly abnormal. Resisting, yet not breaking free. There's a lack of intense movements, even though Lugano is a Sequence 8 Beyonder with a strengthened physique. This situation is undeniably peculiar. What kind of Beyonder powers could cause this?" Jenna swiftly sifted through the information about potential adversaries for this mission. Most of it had been compiled by Franca, with a small section supplemented by Judgment and Madam Magician. As these thoughts raced through Jenna's mind, a realization quickly dawned on her: marionettist. A Sequence 5 marionettist from the Seer pathway. According to Franca's description of marionettists, these Beyonders could lurk in the shadows, silently transforming their targets into autonomous marionettes from a distance. And Madam Magician's additional information included this: a marionettist manipulates a creature's spirit body threads. A skilled marionettist can establish initial control of the target's spirit body threads in 5 to 10 seconds, slowing down thoughts, movements, and stiffening the body. Lugano's current state perfectly matched the characteristics of a marionettist's initial control over the spirit body threads. Jenna lowered her voice and said to Anthony, "Loki." The enemy with the codename Loki was none other than a marionettist. Anthony immediately grasped Jenna's conjecture and nodded affirmatively. "No need to rush. It takes a marionettist several minutes to completely transform the target into a marionette. We have a chance to rescue Lugano. As per the information, forcibly taking Lugano away, pushing him beyond a certain limit, or triggering him could help him break free from the spirit body threads or enhance his resistance to such manipulation. Certainly, the most direct approach would be to locate Loki's true form and launch a direct attack on the enemy, preventing him from concentrating on controlling Lugano's spirit body threads." Jenna caught Anthony's implication. "Don't hurry to rescue Lugano. Find Loki's true form while Loki hasn't detected us." The two of them had posed as a couple and checked into Salo Motel's suite the previous night. Once Loki was identified, dealing with a peculiar, insidious adversary with formidable abilities might be beyond their capacity. However, they could create a significant disturbance and report to the Fertility Order, responsible for local Beyonder matters. Lumien had already coordinated with Noelia in advance. Jenna nodded and reached for the fluorescent powder, preparing to conceal herself. But in the next moment, she abandoned the idea. She recalled the information's warning: marionettists can directly perceive the spirit body threads of different creatures. Most invisibility effects wouldn't work on them. Moreover, Loki was currently manipulating spirit body threads. How to locate Loki? Jenna pondered with a strong sense of urgency. In the sealed waters, aboard the betrothal ship, Lumien first witnessed the mountain-like azure waves surging, only to realize that they had frozen in the air, as if subjected to a sudden freeze. The surroundings emitted a violent aura, obliterating everything in its path. The sea's fury? Lumien's heart skipped a beat. Similarly, he couldn't fathom what had gone awry. It seemed that the ring of the Sea Queen had only unlocked the first half of the seal and hadn't manifested the second half of its stealing effect. Nevertheless, following the completion of the ring-making ritual, the ring was indeed placed on the dilapidated stone platform. Lumien and Juan Oro had retrieved it together. Previously uncertain if the ring of the Sea Queen had been swapped, Lumien now knew it hadn't. This was evident as the ring of the Sea Queen had further opened the seal. A counterfeit ring, lacking the previous ritual, wouldn't exhibit a similar function. Could it be that someone moved the ring of the Sea Queen during the hour in the basement, preventing it from completing the eroding power's duration? Or perhaps the critical stone platform in the basement was destroyed in advance, hindering the completion of the ancestral ritual? Unlikely. How could the first scenario elude the attention of Juan Oro, me, in the sea spawn surveillance? The second scenario shouldn't be inconspicuous. It would undoubtedly be discovered by the sea spawn. As Lumien's thoughts raced, he suddenly felt a slight erosion from the destructive aura surrounding him. His mind instantly connected to something. Vaguely, Lumien saw the dark blue seabed, nearly pitch black. He saw a peculiar object partially embedded in rocks and gravel. The object was unnaturally massive, surpassing the Fertility Order's cloister and the Governor of the Sea's residence combined. It bore a silver-gray hue, with sleek lines resembling a colossal spindle missing its front segment. At that moment, the side of the object gleamed with a radiant starlight. Together, they appeared to form a circular, transparent door. Through the door, Lumien saw a particular scene inside. Silver-gray metal walls were densely covered with special holes, resembling hives. In some nests, black foam bubbled as thin, bristle-covered Bating's black insects crawled out. Some nests contained more than 10 compartments, with a wrinkled little devil lying inside, seemingly deceased and disintegrating into various forms. As this peculiar and horrifying scene etched into Lumien's mind, he snapped out of his stupor. He couldn't be bothered to ponder April Fool's actions. He swiftly deliberated on how to prevent the sealed object from going berserk and breaking free entirely. The extracted power has yet to cause any harm. It appears to be suppressed by Juan Oro at the expense of his life. If I can seize this window of opportunity to steal the released power and distribute it to everyone with a sea bloodline, there's a chance of completing the sea sacrifice segment and allowing the sea prayer ritual to succeed. Stealing. In an instant, Lumien contemplated two solutions. Firstly, he could immediately seek help from Mr. Fool, an expert in this area, with Termoboros as a precedent. Secondly, he could utilize the Lie earring, a mystical item that had gained the ability to steal others' powers on the stone platform meant to honor the ancestors. Lumien swiftly discarded the first option, considering April Fool's involvement. With the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings backing them, seeking Mr. Fool's assistance might not yield a response. It could potentially be a time-consuming effort. As for the second method, Lumien sensed a strong feeling of inevitability and an undeniable sense of coincidence. Lai had recently acquired the ability to steal someone else's power, and here it was proving beneficial in a critical moment. Without the luxury of time for careful analysis, Lumien made a swift decision. Put aside coincidences and inevitability for now. Resolving the current predicament was the most pragmatic approach. He then retrieved the silver Lie earring from his pocket. Typically, such items couldn't be brought onto the betrothal ship, they would surely be discovered by the sea spawn. However, this time, Juan Oro had communicated with the sea spawn in advance, stating that he and his assistant intended to pose as deputy hosts and board the ship to guard against any potential mishaps. The sea spawn placed their trust in the president of the Fisheries Guild more than anyone else while the traders were still at large. Their intelligence wasn't particularly high, and they were especially protective of the sea prayer ritual. Clutching the Lie earring, Lumien extended his spirituality. He immediately perceived the surrounding starlight and sensed their presence. Lumien subconsciously extended his hand and twisted his wrist. A plethora of starlight cascaded down, rushing toward the ear ring and enveloping him. At that moment, a person materialized in front of him. She wore a black nun's uniform, her face expressing profound sorrow. She appeared like a colossal whale suddenly leaping out of the sea without warning. It's her. The source of derangement? Lumian finally recollected something he had forgotten. There was indeed such a person on the ship. In the next instant, he sensed the humanoid-sealed artifact becoming unusually weighty, so heavy that the surrounding void slightly bent. It was so heavy that all the starlight surged toward her like the sea. The weight was so immense that the betrothal ship began to sink, and the nearby seawater was pushed aside. Silently, Lumian witnessed the sea around him morphing into a translucent azure mountain peak, looming over them as they descended to the seabed. It resembled the walls of a deep well, and the well mouth, formed by these walls, grew more distant with each passing moment. 4 hours ago, at the edge of the foggy sea, Nolfi said to Charname, "You have to listen to me completely from now on. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous." "Sure." Charname nodded. "But before that, we need to communicate openly." A smile gradually spread across his face. Batna, who stood beside Nolfi, asked curiously, "What communication?" Charname produced a metal canister and looked at Nolfi. "This is an agent that can make people speak the truth. I want to know if you have a secret collaborator. If so, who is it? Don't worry, it's not poison." Charname unscrewed the lid and took a sip to demonstrate his sincerity. Nolfi fell silent. "If I don't understand the corresponding details, it'll be challenging for me to follow your instructions," Charname began to instigate. "We're already here. We could enter those waters at any moment and destroy the underwater palace before the sea prayer ritual. Are you truly willing to give up?" Nolfi remained silent for a moment before accepting the metal canister and taking a big gulp. Charname's heart ached as he withdrew the bottle and patiently waited for the medicine to take effect. Chapter 575, Handover. After a while, Charname reached his limit. He stared at Nolfi and questioned, "Do you have any secret collaborators?" Nolfi gently nodded and admitted, "Yes." Batna and Charname anticipated this response, but it failed to dampen Charname's excitement. "Who is it?" Nolfi hesitated for a moment before revealing, It's Juan Oro." "Juan Oro? The president of the Fisheries Guild?" Batna was caught off guard. Charname shared the sentiment. Could the spy be the boss? Despite his critique, he pressed on, "Are you sure it's Juan Oro?" While instructing Juan Oro to investigate the core members of the Fisheries Guild, Lumian, who had uncovered the Earth Mother Church's true motives, sought similar information from Noelia of the Fertility Order, which included Juan Oro, the president. Official reports indicated that Juan Oro's health had been relatively stable. He had never faced serious illness or severe injury. Moreover, he hadn't displayed any signs of losing control of his lizard form. In essence, there was no indication that he had been possessed by Ultraman, a transmigrator. Naturally, a definitive judgment couldn't be made based solely on this information. After all, when the original bodies of many curly-haired baboons Research Society members met unfortunate fates, there were no witnesses. Despite growing older, Juan Oro's personality remained relatively unchanged, sans the increasingly stubborn streak and a penchant for returning to the sea. Crucially, if Juan Oro were Ultraman, many of April Fool's disruptive actions during the sea prayer ritual would be unnecessary. It could be executed in a simpler and more covert manner. Considering these factors, Charname had previously concluded that Juan Oro wasn't a key member of April Fool's. Nolfi pursed her lips and disclosed, "It's him. I met him 6 months ago in Port Rayak." Rayak, located north of the Darij mountain range, served as a port under the jurisdiction of the Riston province in the Intis Republic. "Met before?" Charname blurted out. "Your eyes can deceive you. What you perceive doesn't necessarily reflect reality." Unable to hold back his desire to confide, he continued, "Just like now. The me you see isn't equivalent to the real me. The difference is quite significant. Are you suggesting that the Juan Oro I encountered was an imposter? Nolfi expressed disbelief. But he also demonstrated the ability to control the waves. Charname chuckled. Many Fisheries Guild committee members possess such abilities. What if one of them impersonated Juan Oro? But it's too similar. Nolfi fell into self-doubt. Charname spoke casually. Based on the intel we gathered, Juan Oro hasn't left Port Santa for nearly a decade. He's the president of the Fisheries Guild. He frequents the association daily. While this information was used to persuade Nolfi, it wasn't conclusive evidence. If Juan Oro were Ultraman, he could have enlisted Mad Lady's help to travel to Port Rayak and return in less than 2 hours. Under such circumstances, hardly anyone would notice his brief absence. Nolfi fell silent, pondering, and muttered, Then who could it be? How would I know? Charname expressed his criticism. Appearing slightly awkward, he shifted the conversation. What kind of collaboration did the imposter Juan Oro seek with you? Do you have any means to obliterate the underwater palace and put an end to the sea prayer ritual once and for all? Nolfi's body quivered, as if grappling with an innate urge. After a brief pause, she struggled in response. He'll help me cover my tracks and disregard my existence. He'll permit me to board a ship and infiltrate the sea sacrifice waters ahead of the governor of the sea's vessel and conceal myself. Then, as the governor of the sea unveils the ring of the sea queen and utters the words of the marriage proposal, I'll deliver a line. My mother imparted that passage to me. It originated from her profound connection with the palace when she received the sea's blessing. Its purpose is to trigger a self-destruct sequence within the palace. Nolfi's words flowed more effortlessly, signifying that she had given up on resisting. Self-destruction sequence? Are you certain? Do you comprehend that language from God knows where? Charname wore an expression of skepticism. That's what my mother told me. Nolfi conveyed her lack of understanding of the language's meaning. Charname pressed on. Does your mother comprehend that language? She doesn't, but she grasps its significance. Can you fathom it? It's a form of spiritual communication. Nolfi defended her mother with determination. Deceiving through soul-level communication isn't out of the realm of possibility. Moreover, it's always simpler to dupe the illiterate. Charname muttered his internal grievances once again. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Did the imposter Juan Oro inform you that the sea prayer ritual failed last year? No. If he had, I wouldn't have chartered a boat at Port Santa. Nolfi expressed her frustration on the matter. Had she known from the beginning that last year's sea prayer ritual had faltered, she would have anticipated heightened vigilance at Port Santa this year. Those attempting to rent a boat for a sea journey would undoubtedly be on a watch list. Charname wore a perplexed expression. Wouldn't that mean the imposter Juan Oro was expecting you to be apprehended by Lado Gyaro? Half a year ago, neither April Fools nor anyone with ulterior motives in Port Santa had foreseen Lumian's arrival to investigate the sea prayer ritual. This suggested that Nolfi's original role wasn't designed to lure Lumian. It might have been part of April Fool's initial plan until they reconsidered, opting to exploit the great adventurer's investigations. Under such circumstances, letting Nolfi be captured by Lado Gyaro was evidently not a mere oversight in April Fool's plan, unless that was their intention all along. Is Nolfi being thrown into the mix to confuse the Fisheries Guild and sow suspicion among other committee members against Juan Oro? A rift between them would hinder their cooperation. But this strategy doesn't seem cunning enough. Is it an attempt to divert the Earth Mother Church's attention from this year's sea prayer ritual and redirect it towards Nolfi? Or Franca, posing as Charname, had a guess. Or perhaps, Lado Gyaro is a member of April Fools. The moment Nolfi arrived at Port Santa and tried to rent a boat, she was apprehended. Not only does Lado Gyaro hold complete sway over this collaborator, but he also offers corresponding protection. Could it be that when the sea prayer ritual is on the brink of commencing, he will feign a lapse in vigilance, allowing Nolfi to escape successfully and secure a boat? With this speculation in mind, the more Franca considered Lado Gyaro, the more something felt awry. Whether it was the intel provided by the Knight of Swords or information from the authorities, a consistent message emerged: Lado Gyaro had slept in separate rooms from his wife many years ago. For transmigrators, after taking over the original owner's body, their greatest apprehension was being exposed by those around them through various details. Among these people, the ones most likely to unveil their disguises were their deeply connected parents and spouses who shared the same bed. In particular, the latter were privy to many interaction habits unknown to others. In such circumstances, opting to sleep in separate rooms was evidently a form of self-protection for transmigrators. Initially, Franca had a fleeting suspicion when she came across this information, but she promptly dismissed it. Firstly, it wasn't uncommon for a middle-aged man and his wife to have separate sleeping quarters. Lado Gyaro wasn't the sole Fisheries Guild committee member to adopt this practice. Secondly, Lado Gyaro had previously been forcibly controlled by the Knight of Swords and Lumion before being subjected to truth serum. During subsequent questioning, he displayed no indications of ties to April Fools. He didn't even betray any signs of stifling laughter when discussing marrying the sea. However, what if Lado Gyaro, who willingly transmitted Nolfi's information, had prepped in advance to elude the adventurer's detection and had cloaked a portion of his memories through hypnosis? The truth serum fundamentally heightened the inclination to share with others. Anything beyond the user's knowledge or comprehension remained veiled. The pressing question now was, where did Lado Gyaro acquire Beyonders or items with similar capabilities through April Fool's channels? Franca, increasingly convinced that Lado Gyaro was Ultraman, recalled a crucial detail: the current governor of the sea, Simon, belonged to the Gyaro family. Previously, Juan Oro had heeded her advice to conduct a blood test on everyone, excluding Lumion, who boarded the ship. The aim was to confirm familial ties and unveil any outsiders attempting to infiltrate in disguise. What if Simon Gyaro was Lado Gyaro in disguise? This method would only affirm his identity. On the betrothal ship, now resting on the seabed as if weighed down by a colossal boulder, Simon Gyaro, positioned at the bow, appeared bewildered, his face a mixture of panic and confusion. Yet, a faint curl formed at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the governor of the sea handover ritual from the previous night flashed in his mind. Clad in a pristine blue suit, Simon Gyaro entered the hall, noting his predecessor, governor of the sea Miguel, clad in a retro white robe, observing him. Following the predetermined procedure, he uttered the prearranged words. "I'll leave the sea to you." "It's my honor," Simon Gyaro responded solemnly as he advanced toward the other party. Miguel extended his right hand, and Simon Gyaro reached out for a handshake. This gesture symbolized the departure of the former governor of the sea and the commencement of Simon Gyaro's role as the present governor of the sea. After the handshake, they passed each other by. As they turned their gazes in opposite directions, the corners of their lips subtly curled upwards. Under the scrutiny of the numerous statues surrounding them, one advanced while the other exited the hall.